The mortal realms have been despoiled, ravaged by the followers of the Chaos Gods. They stand on the brink of utter destruction. The fortress cities of Sigmar are islands of light in a sea of darkness. Constantly besieged, their walls are assailed by maniacal hordes and monstrous beasts. The bones of good men are littered thick outside the gates. These bulwarks of order are embattled within as well as without, for the lure of chaos beguiles the citizens with promises of power. Still, the champions of order fight on. At the break of dawn, the Crusaders' bell rings, and new expedition departs. Storm-forged knights march shoulder to shoulder with resolute militia, stoic Duarden, and slender elves, bedecked in the splendor of war. The Dawnbringer Crusades venture out to find civilizations anew. These grim pioneers take with them the fires of hope. Yet they go forth into a hellish wasteland. Out in the wilds, hardy colonists restore order to a crumbling world. Haunted eyes scan the horizon for tyrannical reavers as they build upon the bones of ancient empires, eking out a meager existence from cursed soil and ice-cold seas. By their valor, the fate of the mortal realms will be decided. The ravening terrors that prey upon these settlers take 1,000 forms. Cannibal barbarians and deranged murderers crawl from hidden lairs. Martial hosts clad in black steel march from skull-strewn castles. The savage hordes of destruction batter the frontier towns until no stone stands atop another. In the dead of night come howling throngs of the undead, hungry to feast upon the living. Against such foes, courage is the truest defense and the most effective weapon. It is something that Sigmar's chosen do not lack, but they are not always strong enough to prevail. And even in victory, each new battle saps their soul a little more. This is the time of turmoil. This is the era of war. This is the age of Sigmar. The age of myth. The time known to mortals as the age of myth is one of epic tales and folklore. It is recorded not so much by the written word as by the oral tradition of the skald, the seer, and the village elder. This is a time when gods and monsters clashed over a formative cosmos. The seeds of the first civilization were sown, and the scourge of chaos was but a shadow in the minds of a scant few. Of his arrival in the mortal realms, Lord Sigmar will not speak. Even to allude to to the destruction of the world that was is to risk his thunderous wrath. But the legends of Hysh and Azyr have much to say on the subject nonetheless. Sigmar is often depicted hurtling across the cosmos, either taking the form of a twin-tailed comet or emblazoned upon one. The sages tell that this celestial body is Malice, the core of the world of Sigmar's birth, and that it was this divine orb that bore him through the etheric void to the mortal realms. It still exists today, an ever-molten sphere of Sigmarite that forms the heart of Sigmar's celestial domain. From the remains of his former world, he has constructed wonders beyond counting. Legend has it that it was Dracotheon, first amongst the zodiacal god beasts, that found Sigmar. Fascinated by the gleaming core of Malice, the great drake chased it across the firmament, an image that has been depicted 100 times across the tapestries and friezes of Azyrheim, and breathed life anew into the God King's void-cold body. In return, Sigmar gave Dracotheon gifts of the raw metal Sigmarite, and in doing so, began a lasting and profound friendship. The two were kindred spirits, as much as any soul can call a drake his equal. Dracotheon showed unto Sigmar the glory of the mortal realms, a set of realities crystallized in the void from the scattered remnants of broken worlds. Rapt, Sigmar ventured far across them. With the hammer of Gal Maraz, the great shatterer, Sigmar overcame monstrous terrors, evil titans, and even lesser god beasts that had claimed the mortal realms as their own, and sought to bar his path. But they could no more stop his wanderings than the sky can stop the meteor. It was Sigmar that overcame the Hydragors guarding the gates of Shyish, becoming the first living being to walk the underworlds. It was the God King's hammer that slew the world beast Oroxis, and laid low Imnog, Gargant Lord and father of Behemoth. It was the lightning that crackled from his brow which dispersed the killing mists of Ulgu and banished the Geists Chamonic. Or so it is said, for the truth is lost to the passing eons. As he roamed, Sigmar took care to nurture life and cultivate civilization in the image of his mortal homelands wherever he went. Since those first formative years, Sigmar and Dracotheon have fought for the sanctity of order above all. They have a mutual enemy in the forces of disorder. Some say that the strange and mysterious Seraphon are the children of Dracotheon, just as the tribes of men are the scions of Sigmar, and that they have fought side by side against the worst foes in reality. At that time, there was no force in all the realms that could hold Sigmar back from his travels. He went where his whim took him, moved to the brink of tears by the natural splendor stretching across the realms. To hear the bards tell it, he sailed stormy oceans to lands whose soil had never borne a single footprint, bathed amongst living metal gems in lakes of shimmering mercury, rode great airborne islands from which healing waterfalls cascaded, and sang the songs of his former world to the spirits of the wood. Those nomads and tribespeople that eked a prehistoric existence from the realms, formed of the same clay as the plants and animals that populated them, saw Sigmar as a god and followed him instinctively. They were hardy people to whom flint and tinder seemed advanced, but they learned fast, ceasing their wanderings and learning to build, to fortify, and to drive back the horned beastmen of the wilds. In time, they became like unto the people of the God King's youth, and his native tongue came to form the basis of the Azyrite language, which transcended all nations and crossed all borders. So began a golden age, a time of progress and new culture that sages call the Age of Myth. Over the course of these glorious millennia, the lands were tilled and the beasts of the wilderness tamed, or else avoided. Trade flourished between these new and burgeoning civilizations, and for a time, all were as one. Yet Sigmar was at heart a warrior god, and firmly believed only the strong should survive in this new paradigm. He taught his people the ways of battle, and put the fire of conquest in their breasts, encouraging them to expand their domains and cross from one realm to another via the portals known as realm gates. Perhaps, given the nature of men, the tribes would have warred amongst themselves eventually. Whatever the truth, the people of the realms learned the lessons of the blade as well as the plowshare. In time, it was to cost them dearly. A pantheon of order. Sigmar Heldenhammer was not the only deity to have manifested in the mortal realms. Those beings who had ascended to godhood during the demise of the world that was had awoken far removed from one another. But as Sigmar traveled the realms, he united them in a pantheon, for a time at least. The old stories tell it was the God King who uncovered the whereabouts of his fellows. These were those gods who had mortal origins in the world before time, yet who had achieved apotheosis and now stood as Sigmar's peers. Some of these new gods were known to him as trusted friends. Others he had once known as deadly foes, yet here they could prove valuable allies. The first to join Sigmar's cause were the Dwarden ancestor gods, Grungni and Grimnir. The first called the Great Maker, the second the Berserker god. Sigmar found them chained atop a high mountain, bound in fetters forged by Grimnir himself. Though as to why they were so chained, the gods would not speak. Sigmar broke their bonds with his hammer, in doing so, earning their gratitude. Grungni became a firm ally of Sigmar from that point onwards, aiding him in the forging of civilization itself. Grimnir, however, could not stand to be an honor debt to anyone. He demanded Sigmar choose a task worthy of his matchless ferocity. When the God King chose the slaying of the god beast Volcatrix, mother of salamanders, Grimnir sought out and attacked the titanic beast without pause. Grimnir sustained terrible wounds as he was raked by Volcatrix's claws, but he landed the final blow nonetheless. In her death throes, Volcatrix tore Grimnir apart, and the two were scattered as meteors of gold and ash. The Great Parch in Aqshy is said to be scarred by the craters of their descending remains. The greenskin god, Gorka Morka, was found consumed, his famous strength useless against the globular amber mass of Krakatoa, the living avalanche. The greenskin god, Gorka Morka, was found consumed, his famous strength useless against the globular amber mass of Krakatoa, the living avalanche. Sigmar freed him, but instead of showing gratitude, the two-headed auric deity attacked in a blind rage. Only after 12 days and nights of earth-shattering brawling did the two come to mutual respect. For a time, Gorka Morka slew monsters at Sigmar's behest, clearing a path for civilization. The elf gods of Alariel, Teclis, Tyrion, and Malirion were met by the God King one after another, and convinced of his plan. Under a mountainous cairn in Shyish, the God King found Nagash. There was a time when he would have slain the great necromancer on sight, but here, in this new world, Sigmar saw value in finding common cause. Grudgingly, they worked together to build the first cities, for they both desired to see civilization take root, even if for very different reasons. That alliance was tenuous indeed, and when it inevitably fell apart, the fallout would be dire in the extreme. The gift of civilization. The times known to men as the Age of Myth were days of unlimited horizons and potential. The realms were replete with resources both magical and mundane, and proved fertile ground for the founding of new cities. Sigmar's vision was made a reality in 100 nations and more, and, for a time, life was good. Protected by the new gods as they were, and tutored in the ways of culture and progress, the fledgling nations under Sigmar's rule flourished. A golden chain of civilization linked to one another across the realms. The bones of these same once glorious metropolises litter the wilderness, for their enduring power was not as immortal as their architects had dared to hope. Those born into this golden age knew paradise. The God King's might was beyond question, and the benefits of his patronage rose tall for all to see. With human, dwarden, and elf masons working in concert, their workforces bolstered by tireless legions of skeletons supplied by Nagash, the cities grew fast and high. In fair Elixia, in Chamon, the streets rang to the hammers of 1,000 gifted artisans. On the balconies of Theria's arboretums in Ghyran, the enchanted flowers of Alariel's magic bloomed in every archway, bestowing life on all who drank in their scent. Even Nagashazar in Shyish was considered a place of order and progress, a city where anarchy and warfare were distant memories. Few knew it at the time, but that vast citadel of the dead was not alone in having extensive catacombs beneath it, filled with the inert forms of what would one day prove to be the cornerstones of Nagash's new order. In that halcyon era, trade and prosperity was considered a birthright. Wondrous palaces and arcane technologies were created by the finest minds of the age. And as ancient rivalries were put aside, civilization as a whole felt the benefit. The epic sagas maintain that travelers visited the great wonders of the realm one after another, and with a network of realm-spanning portals linking each swath of civilizations, perhaps those strange tales hold a measure of truth. The Spear of Malice, the bone pillars of Anthgor, the peak of Deific Mons, and the sky bridges of Ghur. All of these legendary landmarks and more are glorified in song and verse, though many have since been cast down or consumed by the ravages of time. It is a tragic irony that the remains of these wondrous marvels of architecture now form little more than opportunistic shelter for the embittered descendants of those who raised them to the skies. The powers of chaos. The four dark gods of chaos have always sought to corrupt and despoil reality. Forever in tension as they seek to pass one another in the great game. Their power ebbs and flows, and, of late, a fifth god has joined their number. As long as emotions rage within the hearts of mortals, they can never truly be defeated. Khorne, the blood god. Khorne is made stronger by every conflict, for he is rage incarnate. And with the recent eruption of barbarism in Ghur, his potency increases once more. He is a perpetually wrathful, roaring being of infinite strength and supreme battle prowess. In scrimshawed bone and blasphemous woodcuts, he is depicted as a hound-headed colossus clad in brass armor, whose throne is mounted upon a mountain of skulls, those same decapitated heads that are offered up to him as tribute by his innumerable followers. It is said Khorne rewards bravery, physical might, and conquest, and punishes cowardice, seeing spell casting as the refuge of the weak. His gore-drunk faithful range far and wide as they go about their dire butchery. If no victims can be found, they will fall upon one another, or even wound themselves unto death. Regardless of the source, the blood god hungrily watches the carnage rot in his name. The spilt gore of a former friend is as readily accepted as that of an enemy. Khorne cares not from whence the blood flows, only that it flows. Tzeentch, the changer of the ways. Endless are the schemes of Tzeentch, overlapping and tangling amongst one another with fractal complexity. He is the architect of fate, as the god of sorcery, hope, and deceit. He has an unrivaled comprehension of magic, but also destiny, intrigue, ambition, and subterfuge. Being the master of all change, he has a strong claim to ultimate power. For without transformation, a warrior cannot ascend to greatness. The gods cannot bestow their gifts, and the living cannot die. Perhaps Tzeentch would pull the strings of even his brother gods, were it not for the fact that he is quite mad. Not even he can see past, present, and future all at once, nor fathom the myriad consequences of his infinite schemes. Neither does he care that one may confound the other, for it is the act of manipulation that is the goal in and of itself. To try to comprehend the madness is to feel one's own sanity slipping away. The blessings he gives to those who earn his favor usually take the form of mutation or transformation, accepted with dark glee by his true disciples, no matter how hideous or disturbing a form they may take. Nurgle, the Plague Father. Nurgle sees himself as a generous god, a belly-laughing patriarch who ladles his carefully brewed concoctions across an ungrateful cosmos. In fact, The dubious gifts that Nurgle lavishes upon reality are only seen as blessings by the insane. Grandfather Nurgle is named by some as a god of dark vitality, but he brings only disease and despair, inflicting pandemics of supernatural malady that turn their victims into the most repugnant forms. Many turn to him purely to escape the pain and purgatory of their infection, or to save those they love from a similar fate. And escape it they do, for with Nurgle's chuckling indulgence, the afflicted no longer feel the agony of their infections, but come to revel in them, even as they triple in severity. Nurgle delights in decay and physical corruption, though the eternal cycle of putrefaction, rebirth, and morbidity draws him the way a corpse draws flies. He cares most of all for the sickening inevitability of entropy. During times of rampant contagion, Nurgle's power waxes strongest, to the dismay of all. Slaanesh, the Dark Prince. Slaanesh is the patron of excess in all things, master of luxury, indulgence, and creative power. His realms of influence include music, art, and desire, but also sadism, perversion, and cruelty. His lilting laughter can be heard on the cusp of the senses, wherever discipline bows to temptation and virtue falls to vice. Slaanesh's allure is highly addictive, and those who follow him are soon consumed by pride, arrogance, gluttony, or 100 other kinds of excess. For all his power over the secret heart, he is reckoned the least of the chaos deities, for the god himself is lost. The throne at the heart of his palace of impossible debauchery lies empty, and his minions wring their hands in anguish, or else scour the lands for the slightest trace of his intoxicating scent. To underestimate his power is a fatal mistake even then. Despite being trapped within the hidden gloaming by the artifice of the elven gods, he works his schemes through dreams and whispers, slowly breaking the chains of paradox that bind him, as he prepares for a devastating return to power that will drown the mortal realms in a tide of dark passion. A dark god enchained. The gods of chaos are primordial and cosmic, the coalescence of emotions and concepts so powerful they have existed for as long as sentience itself. To them, the new gods were upstarts, little more than pieces in the great game the ruinous power had played for eons. Yet even they were not invulnerable, as Slaanesh, the Dark Prince, found to his cost. The nemesis of the elves is known as Slaanesh, the Dark Prince of Excess. Slaanesh feeds on obsession above all. Given the elven propensity to feel emotion more keenly than humanity could ever dream of, The Dark Prince has always prized the souls of elves highly. During the end times of the world that was, the Dark Prince gorged himself on the souls of the elven race, consuming almost all of their number in a cataclysm of gluttony and greed. For a time, he was as sated as a god of excess can be, a swollen and triumphant presence in the void. The elven lords Tyrion and Teclis were amongst the few of their kind to have escaped Slaanesha's apocalyptic feast. Tyrion was first to awaken, not just as an incarnation of the energies of Hysh, but as a god of light. He ventured far into wonderment, pressing further and further towards the realm's edge, where the Hyshian magic was so searingly intense it stole his sight. Were it not for his connection with his twin brother Teclis, he would be entirely blind. Together, the two roamed Hysh, but of their former elven kin, they found no sign. In shadowy Ulgu, their counterparts, Malerion and Morathi, had found themselves similarly reborn. Malerion had achieved godhood, though his mother Morathi lingered on the threshold of apotheosis. They too searched for elves to no avail. It was during the early years of the Age of Myth that the God King found the elven gods, a great relief swelling in his heart at each reunion. Even the duplicitous Malerion agreed to join his pantheon. Each of the gods gave unto Sigmar a kingly gift that furthered his grand designs. Yet the elves had an agenda of their own. Sigmar had revealed to them the presence of elves on Azyr, yet the vast majority of their kin still languished within Slaanesha's gullet. It was the discovery of a sub-realm between those of light and shadow that proved the turning point of elven history. Though the gods of light could not stray into the realms of shadow, and vice versa, they could coexist in the twilight space between the two. Ulgish, the hidden gloaming. There, they began a great sorcerous work of creation, fashioning a prison of paradox that was both light and shadow. By essentially using themselves as bait, for Slaanesh could not resist a banquet of godly souls, they lured their nemesis into Ulgish. Bloated as he was, the Dark God was unable to escape the fetters they wound around him. It was hailed as a great victory. Using the pinnacle of their magic, the elf gods drew out their captive souls of the long dead of their kin, and over time learned how to remake them as mortal elves. Yet in doing so, they turned their backs on Sigmar's pantheon at a critical time. The Age of Chaos. Far beyond the void, the dark gods looked upon the civilizations of Sigmar's new order with covetous eyes. Soon, Their whispers were heard in every realm, half imagined but powerful nonetheless. When the escalation of civil war, arcane rivalry, and blasphemous ritual led to reality itself splitting open, the poison of chaos spilled through. The dark gods have invaded many worlds across creation, for they are beings from the realm of chaos, a non-place of raw magic that bleeds into 100 realities and more. When they beheld the mortal realms, they desired nothing more than to conquer the cosmos entire, subsuming it into their own hellish dimension, and in doing so, eradicating it from reality entirely. Were it not for Sigmar, they would have likely already achieved it. The flaws of mankind are manifold, and the Duardin and elves are proud races both. It was through the foibles of such mortal souls that the dark gods pushed their influence into the mortal realms. They did so at first with subconscious urges, gently nudging those given to dark thoughts towards acts of conflict, hubris, and battle lust. The ambitions of the first human civilizations proved fertile ground for the seeds of destruction they were planted. They were a source of endless energy and infinite entertainment, an arena in which their great game could be fought anew. Treasonous schemers seeking to overthrow their rulers worked complex ploys against their betters, their prayers for change unconsciously calling to the architect of fate, and Tzeentch was only too pleased to answer them. Those who had been laid low by disease or were made to endure the sight of their loved ones suffering similarly sent their pleas for a cure into the void, where Grandfather Nurgle smiled in beneficence before responding with the worst possible kind of blessing. Where the nobles and aristocrats of Shadrach and Ulgu grew bored with their orgiastic pursuits, Slaanesh was there to spur them on to ever darker depths of obsession. When the iniquities of civilization sent the short-tempered and the maniacal into a rage, Khorne stoked the fires, turning outbursts into bloody rampages that began ever-escalating cycles of slaughter. Even the great horned rat turned the desperate to his cause. His infestations of vermin were so numerous, they often broke the minds of those who had once fought to repel them, yet now fostered them instead. The primary lure of chaos has always been that of a shortcut to power. The dark gods will readily promise immortality in visions and dreams, though they are not so keen to divulge the fact that it is an eternity spent as a servant rather than a master. As Sigmar's civilization saw the spires of progress rise high, those possessed of boundless ambition used the power lent to them by chaos to gain an edge. Consolidating their grip, they turned to ever darker means to ensure their supremacy. Cities and fortresses that were once beacons of hope turning to towering icons of oppression. There was no need for the dark gods to send their eternal champions into the fray, for new playthings presented themselves with every passing year. Only when ritualized violence, erupting civil war, and nation-spanning invasion culminated in the most spectacular and inhuman of deeds, did the true foot soldiers of chaos come to join the carnage. In 100 locations across the realms, reality screamed as the veil between worlds thinned, stretched, and tore completely. Through the resultant rifts poured the demons of chaos. The doom of the mortal realms had come. The doom insidious. The cataclysm brought to the mortal realms unfolded in 1,000 different ways. No two damnations were alike, for the entire panoply of human life had spread across the realms, adapting to the sites they settled and making them their own. But the dominion of Sigmar was not to last. Each of the ancient primordial deities of chaos found certain realms more desirable than others. They had their own proclivities and favored breeds of disaster, and they intended to see them flourish in fertile soil. With many of the lands unaware of the chaos threat, their works grew ever greater. Over time, in every realm, the first falling droplets of poison with which they soured the dreams of men were followed by the storm of a full-scale apocalypse. Aqshy, being so volatile, was known for the warlike nature of its tribes and nations. Its doom came amongst blades and flame. The realm of Fire's people had found ways to fight one another in ritual fashion, using challenges and duels between factions to avoid the costly after effects of a slaughter. Yet one can no more quell the passions of the Aqshians that extinguish the fires of its many volcanoes. When the contest of champions held at the Clavis Isles saw Threx Skullbrand and Korgos Kul drive a series of honor duels into an ongoing massacre, the carnage was so great that by the climax of the gathering, the combatants waded through rivers of blood. When the days of gore reached their peak, the fabric of the realm was thinned to the point it frayed and split. From the realm of chaos, that hideous dimension beyond reality, the demons of Khorne howled in triumph. From the pulsing red wound in the heart of that archipelago, the demons of Khorne crossed blood-reddened seas to invade the Great Parch. At first in scattered warbands, but then as a demonic horde that swept all before it. The armies of that time had never seen a foe nearly so deadly. Indeed, only Sigmar himself knew the true import of that breach. It was the first demonic incursion, wherein the legions of the hellish realm of chaos poured forth to wreak havoc upon the worlds of men. It was by no means the last. Great was the woe visited upon the ever-spring swath of Ghyran, the stretch of the realm of life most sacred to the ever-queen Alarielle in the age of myth. The swath's continents had been true paradises, lush and verdant, where the plants and the animals lived in noble harmony, and humanity took only what they needed from the lands. At the dawn of the Age of Chaos, the tiniest of organisms infected Ghyran's wild glory, and invisible yet potent diseases spread with surging, escalating fecundity from one nation to another. Viruses became parasites, became blighted carriers who were more plague than person, lurching from one settlement to another to spread despair and hopelessness. In doing so, they prepared the way for a demonic onslaught of terrifying scale. For being supernatural in nature, no mortal hospice or alchemist could cure the sickness before the realm of life was ripe for conquest. The bane of the savage lands of Ghur was not a subtle one. Being a place of constant predations roamed by long-toothed monsters, the realm of beasts was primal and fierce, and it called to Khorne with every act of bloody murder and flesh-ripping slaughter that occurred under its endless blue skies. There, the greenskin tribes were predominant, they whose culture took any excuse for violence they could find. It took nothing more than the rumor of battle to tip the land into an orgy of bloodletting. Yet soon enough, their dreams haunted by the brazen roar of Khorne, the humans of that land fell to the lure of conflict for conflict's sake. Where once the people of that land killed to eat or to prove dominance, soon enough they killed purely for the brutal joy of it. Chamon, the realm of metal, had been made a utopia of progress and wealth through the ingenuity of the Duardin and their human allies. Much of the Spiral Crux, a land of golden splendor famed across every realm, was fashioned by the Great Maker himself. Before the inevitability of change, however, all is rendered impermanent, and even Grungni's works could not last against the concentrated magics of Tzeentch. It is said that in Ulgu, the Shadow Realm, the forces of chaos found little purchase at first. To invade the land of mists and gloom is to become hopelessly lost, and likely disappear without trace. Given that the demon finds itself dwindling when not sustained by the dark energies that spawned it, and that the cunning Malarian turned aside his foes with every iota of his artful cunning, The lands of Ulgu bore far less of the brunt of chaos invasion than the other realms. Of all the agents of chaos, only the Skaven thrived here, verminous and sly enough to infest the cracks in Ulgu's reality. They made their nests even in the Shadrach Convergence, where Malarian's and Morathi's domains all but cross upon one another, in doing so ushering in the time of strife, known to the elves as the Cathrar Duel. Deathly Shyish felt the claw of chaos upon it, for the order and stolidity which bound native spectre and mortal alike was an offense to the dark gods. Nagash had taken great pains to usurp every afterlife he could across the length and breadth of the Amethyst realm, where every heaven and every hell imagined by mortal minds became real through the crystallization of belief and reality on the realm's edge. Nagash's intent was to become the lone deity of that realm, where once 1,000 gods of the dead held sway. It was the incursions of Nurgle that broke upon those deathly shores first. Plague, strife, and the blossoming of 1,000 kinds of disease remade the underworlds as places of unruly despair and a desperate battle, rather than seeing them bound together under the rigid, shackling laws of the great necromancer. Even Azyr, the stronghold that the god king Sigmar had taken for himself, was scarred by the corruptions of chaos. As the other realms fell to the ruinous powers, rains of chaos-infused meteors and baleful warpstone descended from the skies. Those proud celestial beasts that roamed the wilderness and drank from tainted water soon began to change in nature as well as form. Though Sigmar and his people avoided those zones as best they could, many high-peaked mountains and pure crystal lakes were irrevocably polluted by the foulness that had been spat from the realm of chaos, and were quarantined until a way to strike back could be found. Tragically, it did not come soon enough. Everywhere, the talons of chaos dug harder and deeper into reality. In every land, across every generation, those who had grown strong under the rule of Sigmar's pantheon found themselves cast into the dirt to grovel under the iron heel of their oppressors. As easy as it was to see the terrors inflicted upon the people as the act of a malevolent outside force, the truly wise knew that was not the case at all. Here was the darkness in the hearts of every man and woman made manifest, the nightmares within given form. For the chaos gods are formed of the hopes, lusts, fears, and urges of mortal souls. Those who not only turned from their own kind, but who sold themselves to eldritch forces, so they might gain instead of suffer from the onslaught that befell them. The humbling of the God King. Sigmar's power was such that with every blow of his world-shattering hammer, he massacred the scions of chaos. and sent demon kings howling back to the void. Though he won many a battle, he was slowly losing the war. At the Battle of Burning Skies, his true plight became horribly clear. As hundreds of nations turned to chaos in order to survive, Sigmar's wrath grew ever more thunderous. His ascension to godhood had not eased his temper. If anything, the destruction of his former world had seen him in its thrall. He fought with passion and anger, more than with detachment and strategic acumen. Every bit the war god on the battlefield and in the celestial courts alike. Yet, even as he secured victory in one theater of war, a dozen more fell to the ever-growing numbers of his enemies. Sigmar's alliance of gods had already shown the first cracks in its foundations. The time was drawing near for the unfolding, multi-realm disaster to reach its darkest hour. The earliest Aqshian tomes of war, their metal leaves etched in vitriol, detail Sigmar's duels against the tetrarchs of ruin. Bathed in the flames of Aqshy, Sigmar is said to have cast down Angarath, the Exalted One, and destroyed his Khornate armies. He followed the vile, meters-wide slime trail of the great unclean one, Feculux, to the City of Branches in Ghyran before smiting him to ruin. The Lord of Change, Cyanthonus, avoided a direct conflict, instead binding Sigmar in a loop of deception. Yet through the steel of his warrior soul, Sigmar broke the spell. Even Luxius, the Keeper's artful seductions, withered under the force of Sigmar's contempt. It was Archaon, the Ever-Chosen, who proved Sigmar's truest bane. He saw in these defeats an opportunity. Though it took long decades to achieve, he united the demon lords in a common cause, thereby adding the hosts of the realm of chaos to his armies. At the Battle of Burning Skies upon Aqshy's fire plains, the Tetrarchs met Sigmar in battle once more, and the size of their demonic hordes blackened the earth. Against them stood Sigmar and the 12 tribes of Bellicose, fire-hardened nations who had resolved to destroy their chaos oppressors or die in the attempt. With them were oath-bound Duarden, elves in glittering armor, battle-hungry orcs, and even ranks of living dead. Though Nagash himself was not present, many of his necromantic armies stood by Sigmar's side. Gorka Morka raged unstoppably, clubbing great chasms into the oncoming hordes. The burning light of Teclis banished foes innumerable. Yet it was always mighty Sigmar who took the greatest toll. On raged the conflict as gods, monsters, and mortal warriors fought with everything they had. Dusk led to dawn, and to dusk again. The pyres of skulls raised to the glory of the dark gods were as mountains. So relentless was the slaughter, it is said that for a year afterwards, to look upon Aqshy from another realm was to see only a burning death's head in the sky. 7 times Sigmar led the charge, and 7 times his coalition threw back their chaos foes, reaping a great tally with each clash. One after the other, the Tetrarchs tasted Ghal-Maraz's wrath, for in their monstrous pride, they still would not fight as one. But there remained one still to challenge the God King. As Archaon rode to oppose Sigmar, the circles of his Varan guard at his side, God King hurled the hammer Ghal-Maraz with the force of a thunderbolt. It was an error of judgment that was to ripple through the centuries. An illusion conjured by Archaon tricked Sigmar into hurling his hammer, not at his nemesis, but into the rent in reality from which the demon hordes had poured into Aqshy. The skies cracked and boomed as the hammer plowed into the void, lost to Sigmar's hand, and with it, the day was lost also. Bereft, Sigmar was much diminished. He fought on as long as he could, even bringing his war to the all points, but his armies were slowly decimated. Sigmar, seeing no other option, retreated with his people to the realm of heavens, and sealed the gates of Azyr behind him. In doing so, he consigned the other mortal realms to damnation. On that day, the golden legends of the Age of Myth gave way to a bloody historicity at the point of a jagged blade. The dying of the light. The critical loss at the Battle of Burning Skies saw the struggling war effort against chaos fall into total disarray. With Sigmar's people making their exodus to Azyr, and his pantheon looking to defend their own territories above all else, disaster loomed. Whilst in Hysh, another kind of cataclysm was gradually unfolding. Hysh, the realm of light, was once the brightest jewel in the string of realm spheres that formed the cosmos. In every one of the 10 paradises, enlightenment was easy to achieve, for the realm was made of the stuff of illumination in all senses of the word. Tragically, as became evident at the dawn of the Age of Chaos, even its scintillating grandeur was not immune to the scourge of the dark gods. Though its people were highly intelligent, mastering sciences both mundane and magical, in their ambition and hidden desire for supremacy, there were the seeds of their own downfall. The elves of Hysh were not the first to have been rescued from Slaanesh's glutted form by Teclis and his twin Tyrion. That dubious honor belongs to the Idoneth, an elven word meaning extreme seclusion, or rather their forefathers, the Sithai. The Sithai were the result of a grand magical experiment that saw their essences extracted from Slaanesh's roiling gullet. Using a masterpiece of soul magic, the elven gods used arcane barbs that not only identified the swallowed souls of their former kin, but helped them coalesce and be drawn outward as a parasitic worm is wound from a host. When their pale, writhing essence was given form, it was that of an elf. And though Tyrion and Teclis took care to make these refugees appear as fair as possible, inside they still harbored a grim curse. Teclis found that the Sithai could fly into frenzies of excess emotion, and drew the only conclusion: they still bore the taint of their imprisonment. Worse still, the vast majority of their offspring were born with swiftly withering souls. Empty creatures, eyeless and cold, they could only survive if bolstered by living animus stolen from others. Teclis was horrified at this development, and were it not for his brother preaching mercy, he would have woven a great spell to destroy them all. Yet his hand was spared. The Sithai, terrified and abhorred by the news that their creator sought to destroy them, fled to the deepest, darkest parts of the mortal realms, so that neither their bane Slaanesh nor their savior Teclis could find them. So the Idoneth were born, their enclaves founded in the depths of the watery abyss. Through the magic of the elf gods, many more iterations of the elven race were created. But amongst them were the majestic but terrible creations of Malarion and the daughters of Morathi. Most successful, at least by the measures of the Hessian aesthetic, were the Lumineth, they who would one day claim the title Realm Lords. Whether they truly deserve it is a subject of much debate, for the elves of history have ever been riven by division and hubris. The Lumineth were introduced to Hysh, and under their godly mentor's teachings, founded ever more impressive citadels of learning. Teclis dared to hope that he had fashioned a race of elves that would fulfill his dream of recreating the glory of his mortal homeland, Othwan. Hysh was replete with the potential for learning and mastery of all subjects, be they terrestrial or otherworldly. The Hessian elves devoured every shred of knowledge they could find with a ravenous appetite, and not only through diligent study and exploration, through the usage of the crystalline substance known as aether quartz, they entrapped the magic of the realm into portable form, wearing jewelry made of the arcane crystal against their own skin, so the intense energy could seep into them and power their leaps of logic and philosophy. One so enhanced became quicker of mind, nimbler of body, and more ambitious of spirit. Further and further up the Teclian ladder they climbed, that symbolic path to enlightenment that led ever closer to the realm's purest state. Their towers grew taller and taller, each mage or noble striving to outdo the others. Over time, they took an ignoble thrill in having their work surpass those of their peers. They began to create ever more elaborate spells, rites, and masterpieces of the magical arts, some of which would have been incredibly destructive were they ever to be unleashed, purely to show that they could. The elves of Hysh told themselves that would never happen, of course. The spells were intended to bring about an end to war rather than facilitate it, for the realm itself could not survive if they were cast, and no sane mind would inflict that fate upon beloved Hysh. It was little more than a thought experiment, the scholars said. The Lumineth were the masters of their own domain, and had long since expunged any real threat. What they did not admit to themselves, of course, is that the deadliest threat of all nestled within. It was a matter of centuries before the hidden toll of their pride became clear. Over that time, the subtle echoes of the dark gods found their ways into dreams, imaginings, and works of art. The spark that would light the inferno came in the form of spiteful rumors that the finest artists owed their skills to a demon patron, a falsehood, and yet an echo of what was come to pass. Sly insinuations became angry accusations, and then raging diatribes. Subtle hexes of misfortune became voice-stealing curses, then pyrotechnic displays of magical retribution. In every great nation, the boiling point was met. Eldritch tomes that held terrible spells were taken from long-locked libraries, and civil war began in earnest. The time known as the Okari Dara began, known to men as the Spire Fall. The Lumineth race was decimated, and Hysh itself paid a terrible price. The land was ripped apart in 100 places, rent by invisible claws that snatched up rival mages and crushed them in midair. The seas boiled, the sky screamed, and thousands of innocents died as the spire cities that had once gleamed so bright fell into dust. In the most badly affected places, great wounds were torn in the heart of magical craters that led to another dimension. And through those lesions came the worst of all the elven race's foes, the demons of Slaanesh. Dominion of Chaos. Across the wondrous landscapes of the mortal realms, the great game of the dark gods was fought anew. Each surrender, each traitorous deed, each act of bloody abandon was another step towards the demise of the old order. So began a new epic. The 5 long centuries of strife known to men as the Age of Chaos. Without Sigmar to hold together the alliance of men and gods, the resistance to the chaos incursions began to crumble. A new phase of the great game began, as the Chaos powers played with the fates of the mortal kingdoms. And with the God King having withdrawn to Azyr, they excelled at it, making pawns of emperors, warrior kings, and high priests as they worked to change the nature of reality itself. To the horror of all who lived to witness it, the lands began to change along with their people. They twisted into terrifying new vistas, especially at the realm's edge, where magic saturated the earth and sky, and in places disintegrated entirely into primordial chaos. Many of Aqshy's native tribes and civilizations fought hard, for a time at least. Many more did not, seeking survival by turning to the worship of the dark powers that had so swiftly ripped away the comforts of their former lives. Proud warrior tribes turned to nomadic reavers, and then, as the worship of the blood god ate away at their sanity, became murderous butchers, killing and eating those who would not share in their cannibalistic feasts. In many of those nations, hunted to barrenness by the crimson hosts of the blood god, the rivers that had once irrigated the lands ran red with gore, fast flowing at the center but clotted and stinking near the banks. Water became scarce, prized above even gold, and the folk of the lands found themselves dying of thirst, or lashing out in wild, despairing frenzies to add to their own murderous works to the blood god's tally. It was not only Khorne who staked his claim to the nations of Aqshy. In scholarly Asperia, the magocracy of the Great Parch found itself beset by the arcane demons of Tzeentch, whilst in northern Kotha, the harrowing red flecks of Nurgle burned millions of people from the inside out. 100 dooms befell each mortal realm, for the gods of chaos delight in fashioning the fall of empires, old and new. In once fair Ghyran, the land itself became sick under the influence of Nurgle. The verdant jungles rotted, and the burgeoning fields became sucking quagmires. The realm's Sylvaneth defenders were forced into seclusion, waging a guerrilla war that could never be sustained for long against the rising tide of plague. With Alarielle fighting a losing battle, and hence sinking into a long despondency, Ghyran's heart was all but claimed by Nurgle's foul greed. Ghur's fall began with skirmishes and hunting parties that killed for the sake of killing, but ended in a realm-wide war between man, beast, and greenskin. When the gore flowed so thick that one could no longer tell friend from foe, the true scions of the brazen god became manifest. The savage tribes found themselves fighting not only horned creatures of flesh and blood, fierce but at least obeying the brutal logic of tooth and claw, but hideous, otherworldly demons that sent the land spiraling ever further down into an abyss of dark and senseless slaughter. The fight for survival that had typified the realms of beasts became more desperate and bleak than ever before, as the land itself, awoken by so much spilt blood, brought its deadly hunger to bear. In glittering Chamon, the Golden Realm, the twisting magic of Tzeentch wreaked unbound ruin. Even the god-wrought isles were to be crushed, to crumple like tin before the unreason and magical violence of the great conspirator, whose manipulations had forced the people of the Spiral Crux to wield magics far beyond their ability to control. In doing so, they let the roiling essence of chaos into Camon's heart, reshaping their realm forever. Now, the Change God has more claim over the alchemical reaches of the realm of metal than the Duerden gods ever did. Ulgu fared better for a time, for only the great horned rat thrived as a rival to the elven gods that had made their claim there. Yet, even the least of the dark powers had influence enough to erode reality. Those lands claimed by the Skaven became dusty wastelands, where the ash of fallen empires was carried on the breeze. In places, not even a blade of grass could be found that had not been gnawed by chisel-toothed vermin. Worse still, as the Age of Chaos reached its peak, the 13 dominions were prowled in ever greater numbers by the god-seeking warbands of Slaanesh. Ulgu's opposite number, Hysh, was likewise afflicted by the scions of the Dark Prince, though it suffered from within rather than without. The end result was the same: the breaching of the walls of reality by the ravening, sordid demons of Slaanesh. In Shyish, Nurgle's plague fleets launched coastal invasions in hundreds of underworlds. Though the living and the dead united to fight against them, they could not hold back the ravening plagues that consumed spectral matter as easily as it did living flesh. The Plague Fathers, brothers in darkness, took their own annexes in those underworlds that pleased them. To the heroic specters of Halost, Khorne brought war anew, whilst in the pleasure gardens of Bacchanalian, the forces of Slaanesh rampaged at will. At the climax of Shyish's war, the immortal warlord Archaon, an old rival of Nagash's from the world before time, laid the great necromancer low, and in doing so, struck a blow to his carefully constructed empire from which it has never recovered. Azyr's celestial cities were preyed upon by monsters that roamed from the mountains to feast upon the soft flesh of men, each once a noble beast twisted beyond recognition by the poisoned lakes and tentacle-choked craters of the highlands. Over the course of a long and violent century, the plague of monsters was hunted to extinction. But wickedness had been sown within the cities of men as well as in the wild. With the God King's blazing eye upon their works, those men who had taken the seeds of darkness into their souls were blasted to nothingness by Sigmar's righteous wrath. Even in this singular victory, Sigmar had suffered a terrible loss. Though the Heldenhammer preached to his people that through valor and strength the works of chaos could still be driven back, he knew full well the dark gods neared their ultimate victory over the mortal realms. Over it all reigned the three-eyed king, he whose sadistic genius had brought about the death of worlds. The shadow of his Varangard agents fell upon almost every tyrant and dark king in the lands. His orchestration of the downfall of the mortal realms had come through uniting the faithful of the dark gods, so they fought as one instead of against one another, as they would otherwise have done. Though not even his most trusted lords knew it, he did so not to be rewarded by his patrons, but to usurp them. To all those who suffered under his rule, escaped to the hidden wilds, or somehow endured the shackles of his reign, there was but one immortal truth. Chaos had claimed a victory that could never be undone. This night we ride the storm. This night we smite the savage and the demon. This night we fling open gates long closed. The fallen will be avenged 100-fold, and the dark gods will feel our fury. This night, brothers, we bring war. The Age of Sigmar. Just as reality seemed about to splinter apart, a new sun dawned, a new day, cast in the light of the blazing tempest, burned itself into the annals of fate. With that explosive strike against the darkness, the war for the mortal realms was never again the same. The blood-sodden centuries since the God King's retreat were not spent idly. Every day and night was put to a singular purpose: revenge. The reclamation of that which had been lost was foremost in Sigmar's mind. With help from his divine allies, he put into motion a plan to remake history. Long had the tempest of the God King's wrath gathered. So intense was that emotion, it had become a dark thunderhead in Azyr, a storm of spiritual energy that had the power to smash the dark nations of chaos, if only it were given form. And form it would have, though at a cost that was all but immeasurable. In time, not only would Sigmar's simmering anger manifest as an arcane force, but a breed of living weapon more potent than any that had come before. At length, Sigmar had brooded while staring deep into the roiling core of malice. He knew from bitter experience he could not win the war against chaos whilst fighting as he had in his former lives. Not even a god could shatter the stranglehold of chaos, and certainly not one that had lost the weapon so symbolic of his potency. So it was Sigmar became not a champion of humanity, not a child of war, but its terrible father. the God King would fight with fists and hammer no longer. His weapon of choice would be not an artifact, but a new civilization, the celestial hosts of Azyr. At the forefront would be an army like no other, one that could fight 1,000 battles at one time. In Hysh and Azyr, from his palace of Sigmaron, the God King looked down upon those he had forsaken with a heavy heart. Each city and nation falling before the scourge of chaos was a new wound in his soul. Yet, within the last desperate battles of each people, he found seeds of true heroism. From the threshold of disaster, he snatched those heroic few who fought against chaos until their dying breath, lifting them up into the realms of heaven in a blaze of lightning. With the aid of Grungni, the Great Maker, who still considered his debt to Sigmar unpaid, a new race of superhumans was created from these valorous souls. Together, they crafted an army of miracles, a host of armored angels forged from the souls of the finest men and women still fighting in the mortal realms. Sigmar named them the Stormcast Eternals, warrior paladins who had lightning in their blood and who would be reborn in a blaze of energy even should they die in the long war against chaos. In time, they were to do just that, returning to Azyr in a blast of lightning with each death, there to be reforged and sent back into battle time and time again, until their eternal nature saw their very identities slowly erode. The breaking of Sigmar's tempest knew no such tribulations, for it was a time of unalloyed hope. After a full night of war song and final preparations, where the air was electrified with the promise of retribution to come, the long wait was over, and the Stormcast Eternals were unleashed. The first columns of lightning shot from Sigmaron down to blast into the blood-stained earth of the mortal realms. Born upon them were the first brotherhoods of the Stormcast Eternals. They smashed into the ravaged lands of chaos as columns of bright heavenly energy, each dome of lightning dissipating to reveal towering, broad-shouldered warriors, armed and armored with the magical metal Sigmarite, the very stuff of the world that Sigmar had once called his home. Heavy broadblades and energy-wreathed hammers smashed into horned helms, rune-carved breastplates, and shields covered in human skin. For the first time in living memory, the hordes of chaos knew fear. This new force in the cosmos struck the servants of chaos like a spear of lightning cast by an angry god. Sigmar's vengeance against the chaos gods had been slow in coming, but when it had finally arrived, it had done so with epic shattering fury. Formerly convinced of their own supremacy, they were sent reeling in disarray Within a matter of hours, 100 beachheads were formed across the lands, each an island of golden, glowing potential amidst a sea of darkness and despair. They were mere pinpricks of hope, and many were to be subsumed as the followers of chaos rallied and took the fight to the newcomers with a great roar of bloodlust. But many others became the first kernels of a new civilization that was to span the realms and give hope to the tattered remnants of humanity, that they may fight back and maybe, with the might of the gods behind them, emerge victorious. The Realm Gate Wars. Sigmar's first priority was to break the stranglehold that the Chaos Gods had on the 7 realms outside Azyr. You would do so not through decapitation of the enemy's forces, nor through a war of attrition, but by claiming and fortifying the arcane portals known as Realm Gates. The mortal realms are vast, so much so that to a normal man they may as well be infinite. They are also ravaged, and in many places barren or poisonous in some manner. The notion of simply marching armies from one nation to the next is laughable, especially given the distances they would have to traverse, and the lethality of the wilderness so thoroughly polluted by the Chaos Gods. Over the course of the Age of Chaos, Grungni had labored as only a creator god can. He had given the kingly gift of arcane lightning to Sigmar as part of their great work, allowing the God King to hurl his storm hosts into the fray straight from the heavens. They struck wherever he judged their attacks best placed, but once earthbound, they could only return to Azyr through discorporation upon death. Because of this, and the dizzying scale upon which Sigmar was opening his war fronts, the Stormcast Eternals were tasked with seizing those realm gates that still remained relatively intact. The suddenness of their assault was a weapon in itself, and they seized hundreds of critical locations before the forces of chaos could properly muster a counterattack. Defended by Lord Castellans and fortified by their Dwarden allies, each was soon the heart of a keep, then a castle, then a township. Those same realm gates form the kernels of the cities of Sigmar to this day, allowing travel across immense distances within the realm, or even in the case of the most powerful, from one realm to another. The secondary mission of the storm hosts was one of alliance. They were given the task of hunting out the estranged members of Sigmar's pantheon and bringing them together in a new war effort against their mutual nemesis. In Ghyran, the Hollowed Knights fought through impossible adversity, calamity, and despair, before finally winning Alariel to their side, roused as she was from their despondent seclusion to fight back against Nurgle once more. The anvils of the Heldenhammer sent to deal with Nagash found far less in the way of success. Still, as word spread of a new force in the cosmos, the first sparks of hope became a wildfire of defiance. Those ragged survivors of the Age of Chaos made haste to the new cities and were welcomed with open arms. The critical conquests of that time occurred at the interstitial subrealm known as the Eight Points, which led to every realm in turn. Though once the sole province of Archaon, by the end of the Realm Gate Wars, 3 of its 8 archways were wrenched from the claws of chaos, allowing Sigmar to consolidate his holdings in Aqshy, Ghyran, and Ghur. Seeds of hope. Hundreds of realm gates, taken at great cost in lives, formed the hubs of new strongholds. Around them, the wheels of civilization began to turn anew. First of the founding cities were the Seeds of Hope in Ghyran, though every mortal realm boasts cities of its own, though most are under siege and a few are thriving despite the odds. Over the course of this new and tumultuous season of war, the foundations were laid for Sigmar's new order. The God King and his Stormcast advisors had chosen wisely when it came to sites of power that would form the cornerstones of his empire to be, each placed on a nexus of the invisible lines of magic that crossed the realms and linked them in geomantic web. Most of the new cities were built in an impressively short space of time, their construction powered by the near limitless energy of the magical yet volatile substances referred to as Realmstone. Yet, even Sigmar had not foreseen the speed with which those under Alariel's aegis would blossom. First amongst the Seeds of Hope was the Living City, a metropolis of oak and stone in the verdant bosom of Theria, the westernmost nation of the Everspring Swath. The Living City grew not from artifice, but from magic. By working a great rite of root, bark, and tendril, Alariel shaped the city from the forest, the land, and the rivers that flowed through them. It is said that the city grew in a matter of days, and whereas the other nascent metropolises of that time resounded to the sound of hammer upon chisel, the Living City was shaped only by the spirit song of the Sylvaneth and the groan of twisting, sprouting trees. Though blighted by Nurgle when the Plague Father's power waxes high, it has formed an excellent bulwark against the darkness, and is the core of a long-standing alliance between the men, elves, and Sylvaneth of that region. Around the same time, the Phoenicium was founded in nearby Quagmia. The city's predecessor was long ago consumed by a colossal avalanche of fluid amber. The sap volcanoes of Erosia had filled the lands with translucent tree blood, and the arboreal Quagmia mountain heaved so mightily that it split its sides. The ancient city that had once dwelt upon its shoulders, Elfgrove, was entrapped completely in the rapidly solidifying resin. Only with the founding of the Seeds of Hope did Alarielle and her Phoenix Temple allies unite to melt the amber from the mountain's flanks and give life to the ancient city once more, renaming it the Phoenicium. Ever since, the city has been synonymous with rebirth and with vengeance against the forces of chaos. Stark, by contrast, is the city of Greywater Fastness. This industrial metropolis, a blot on the landscape of once beautiful Verdia, is known for its artillery, its black powder, and its commitment to bringing technological wonders to the other nations of Ghyran. Of all the Seeds of Hope, Greywater used Realmstone the most recklessly, and the polluting byproduct of its machines has forever fouled the lands all about the city. So much so that they've been renamed the Ghoul Mare. This was such an affront to the Sylvaneth of the region that the city was almost wiped out by an enraged nature spirits until an agreement was struck. The city was effectively quarantined, with only one way in or out. Should its industry expand its borders ever again into the mist-shrouded wastes, Alarielle will let the vengeful tree spirit Pale Oak and his Dreadwood kin tear it all down until nothing remains. Close to follow these new cities was Hammerhall Gira, the half of the twin-tailed city built around the Stormrift realm gate in Verdia. Together with its counterpart in Aqshy, Hammerhall Aqshy, it forms the largest metropolis in the mortal realms. The cities of the Everspring Swath and those of the Great Parch have established an impressive network of trade and military cooperation. Aqshy boasts many cities to rival the Seeds of Hope. Though they may be decades younger, Vigilant Tempest's Eye, Gloom-shrouded Anvilguard, magic-obsessed Hallowheart, and cosmopolitan Brightspear have all become famous strongholds in their own right. Over the 100 years or so since the Realmgate Wars, scores of Sigmarite cities have been established across the mortal realms. For every one that has built its walls tall and strong. However, there have been dozens that did not survive the intense battles of the Age of Sigmar. The ruins dot the lands in every nation, their shattered walls and temples a sad testament to the power of the evils that still claim the realms. Dark omens. Though the new cities raised their walls high, none were truly safe. An ancient enemy of Sigmar's had been slowly amassing power in the darkness of Shyish and was ready to make its move. Nagash's grand scheme neared fruition, and already the ripples of his impossibly ambitious masterwork were felt across the realms. It started slowly at first, much like the dark labors that had led to this point. No fanfare announced the time of tribulations, merely a series of ever more disturbing omens and morbid portents that unsettled even those used to life in the mortal realms. Harvests were spoiled, with corn shucked to find no more than scatterings of teeth. Dead ravens fell from the skies to carpet the muddy roads. Laughing skull shapes were glimpsed in the clouds, and the scents of rotten carrion and dry, dusty tombs were borne upon the winds. Even more portents and signs unfolded, as if the realms themselves were attempting to warn of that which was to come. Ominous visions were experienced by seers, prophets, and even normal folk whose nights had been plagued by the dire hauntings. First amongst them, Vandus Hammerhand, Lord Celestant and hero of the Brimstone Peninsula. He brought a warning to the God King, a warning that had been brought to him in turn by the humanoid figure of pure lightning that whispered to him in his dreams. The work of intense evil was almost complete in the depths of Nagash's realm, and should it reach fruition, all that Azyr had strived for would be forfeit. Vandus was not alone in his foreboding. Each race and species had seers and doomsayers of their own, many of whom had successfully galvanized their people into marching upon Shyish. As Sigmar's Lord Ordinators organized brotherhoods of Stormcast Eternals to lead the armies of the free cities, the hordes of destruction seethed from their lairs, driven by an innate desire for war more than any preset battle plan. Even the chaos-worshipping armies of the hinterlands and wastes sent war parties to the realm of death. Their chieftains were well used to heeding their soothsayers, and by this point, all were sure that the Amethyst realm was the provenance of the ghastly emanations. The source of the growing curse upon the realms was not merely a rise in deathly energy, but a specific directed agenda that Nagash had set in motion thousands of years ago. The Supreme Lord of the Undead had crossed all of Shyish in his quest to become the sole deity of that realm. He had confronted the lesser death gods that had formerly ruled over the quietude of each paradise and purgatory, conquering them one by one, consuming their energy, and then expanding his empire so that it spread over every isle and landmass that formed the underworlds. Yet to Nagash, it was not enough. Still, there were souls that slipped through his bony grasp. Still, there were those that other gods, Sigmar amongst them, snatched from what he saw as his rightful dominion. That being commanded over all things that had passed from the mortal coil. From his slow-burning bitterness was born a plan of epic ending scale. Nagash ordered his most trusted servant, the Lich Archon, to gather the realm stone from the perimeter inimical of his chosen realm. There, The grave sand native to Shyish could be found in such abundance that the realm's edge was swathed with a purple-gray dunes, each grain tied intrinsically to the mortality of a living soul. No human agent could have withstood the concentration of deathly energies in that place for long. For there, life force can be blown away by the wind, as if it were no more than spider silk. Instead, Archon put to work legion upon legion of the undead skeletons that obeyed his will. Guided by his black disciples, each of these bone warriors carried a single grain of the grave sand back to Nagash's-Ar, trekking back and forth in single file like ants carrying particles of food to their nest. A mortal man in such close proximity to the crystallized energy of endings would have aged quickly and died in his labors. But the skeletons in Archon's service endured their burden without faltering. It was an endeavor of insane scale and ambition, one that only an immortal could have hoped to enact. But in its silent, methodical slowness, it was one that remained all but unopposed for centuries. If a group of skeletons was battered apart by reavers, orcs, or arcane storms, another one would be sent in its place to retrieve that which was lost, and that part of the work begun over again until it was eventually completed. In the secret heart of Nagash's-Ar, the realm stone was systematically gathered and vitrified through alchemical processes into a hard obsidian-like stone. From this, Nagash constructed a vast inverted pyramid. The culmination of that monumental work saw the Great Black Pyramid completed. Despite the best efforts of those who drove deep into the heart of Shyish in an attempt to stop it, Nurgle himself was offended by the sterility and finality of the deathly visions he saw swirling in his cauldron, and sent forth his favorite demons into the realm of death once more. Yet even the deluge of the noisome life conjured by Rotigus Rainfather could not break the great necromancer's hold over the prime Innerlands. Even as the cities of Sigmar were being established across the mortal realms, forces faithful to the God King, under the command of Lord Ordinator Vorus Starstrike, braved forgotten realms' gates, cursed deserts, and yawning chasms to converge upon Nagash's-Ar. Their assault coinciding with that of the savage chaos-worshipping war queen, Marakar Bloodsky. On the final approach to Nagash's stronghold, the two mighty armies were goaded into attacking one another instead by the manipulations of the Zinjian trickster demon known only as the Changeling, and they fell into a grinding stalemate. It was the rampaging hordes of destruction that posed Nagash's work the greatest threat, for in their headlong belligerence they had smashed their way through the outer defenses of Nagash's-Ar. Perhaps if all three forces had reached the city at the same time, history would have been very different. But as it was, the green-skinned hordes were cut down by the elite and unblinking guardians of the great necromancer's prized necropolis. Now the greatest concentration of magical force in all Shyish, the Great Black Pyramid, formed the focus of a rite long planned by Nagash. The Undying King himself magnified its arcane charge in a ritual so powerful that it saw the sky buckle and twist as the magical polarity of the entire realm was effectively inverted. Spinning like the tip of a drill, the pyramid plunged into the heart of the realm to create the Shyish and Azyr, a colossal pit of concentrated deathly energy. So powerful that its creation sent shockwaves across the entire cosmos. The consequences of this grand ritual were to manifest in many ways, but foremost as a plague of undeath, a realm-spanning invasion of tortured souls from the underworlds into the lands of the living, and a permanent reshaping of the realm of death. No longer would Nagash have to labor endlessly to bring the dead of the realms under the control of their rightful sovereign. Instead, the underworlds of Shyish would come to him, like flotsam drawn to the heart of a whirlpool. The lands of the realm of death were slowly, irrevocably drawn towards the great necromancer's stronghold of Nagashazar, there to be broken down into little more than black silt rich in eldritch energy. With that great metaphysical conquest, Nagash had cemented his power over the realm of death. The races of man, elf, dwarden, and greenskin alike reeled in confusion and despair. Even the dark gods bellowed in outrage, for the bedlam unleashed by Nagash's great work had tipped the balance of power massively in his favor. A new nightmare had befallen the war-torn mortal realms. The Soul Wars. The mortal realms, ravaged as they were by the scourge of chaos, were caught in the throes of a new cataclysm. Known as the Necroquake, it saw the spirits of the dead rise in their billions to fall screaming with jealous hatred upon the lands of the living. When the formation of the Shyish and Azyr remade the substance of the realm of death, shockwaves of necromantic force cascaded across the etheric void. They broke across each of the realms in turn, the skies rippling with strange lights and howling, distorted skull forms as Nagash's scheme infected every nation and wilderness, even that of Azyr, which knew war for the first time in centuries. Shyish was once a realm where the spirits of the dead had known stability and sanctity. Being the realm of endings, it was accepted in every culture that upon death, the soul would travel to whatever afterlife its living form had believed in before its demise. be that paradise, purgatory, or simply another form of existence. Nagash did not look kindly on the provinces of other death gods, for he considered himself the final and ultimate deity of Shyish, and worked to subsume them into his own domains. Great Necromancer was incensed by the existence of other gods of death, but he was driven into a cold rage by the temerity of other breeds of deity claiming dominion over departed souls. The dark gods had long claimed the souls of those who bore their respective marks. The elven gods, Tyrion, Teclis, Morathi, and Malarion, remade their kin in new forms, and L'Oreal, the Everqueen, was known to give her followers new life. Most hated of all was Sigmar, the soul thief, who snatched those heroic souls upon the threshold of death in the long war against chaos, and remade them as storm-cast Eternals. Perhaps there was an argument that those about to lose their lives in his name had not yet passed the threshold of mortality. But the existence of the anvils of the Heldenhammer, an entire storm host recruited from the souls of long-dead warriors, made it abundantly clear that the God King had only contempt for Nagash's rightful rule. This, more than any other factor, was the spark that caused the dangerously dry structure of their alliance to burst into a roaring, killing flame. The depths of Nagash's long simmering ire only came to the fore when the necroquake cascaded across reality. The resultant onslaught was made by a new and deathly army that was truly without number. Nagash, who saw the departed souls of mortals as little more than a resource to be used for his own whims, had for centuries twisted those under his dominion into hideous mockeries of their former selves. Those hateful phantoms, upon the coming of the necroquake, found themselves suddenly connected to their mortal remains. Be they smoldering corpses or ancient skeletons petrified by the passage of time. Along the shimmering silver threads of these links, the souls traveled into their native realms, a little as if they were traversing one-man realm gates, to rise from their graves in the form of hideous geists. And so the processions of the night haunt came to the waking worlds. The geists were carried surging on the winds of the necroquake to 1,000 towns and cities. They were driven by an unholy compulsion to tear down the living, an insane and unquenchable jealousy that they could only assuage by killing those warm-bodied, vital people who still had the temerity to draw breath. At their head came the truly damned, those souls who had been remade by Nagash himself, the better to ensure their eternal punishment fit the crimes they had committed, knowingly or not, against his empire. Ghostly hangmen and ethereal executioners, grave creepers, healers turned slaughterers, dark cavaliers, even spectral coach and horses drifted or galloped through the air. Each a soul curdled to bitter hatefulness before being unleashed. Ultimate command of this new deathly host was given to Lady Olander, the newest and arguably the most terrifying of all of Nagash's Mortarchs, for she could kill a man simply by lifting the wedding veil that covered her face. It was the free city of Glimsforge in the Prime Innerlands that first faced a Nighthaunt invasion. Being a city of the realm of death, its people were well versed in the ways of repelling the undead. Nearly every household had a cat to hiss a warning should an unquiet spirit enter, and a sacred circle of magically treated purple salt that no ghost could cross was sewn around the city limits. The treason of a jilted, jealous soul saw that good work undone when one of the commanders of the city's defense joined Nagash's side out of spite. In doing so, becoming a Knight of Shrouds, and leading the assault on the city he had once called home. Only the intervention of a new faction of Stormcast Eternals, the warrior mystics of the Sacrosanct Chambers, stopped the city from being overrun. The Arcanum Optimar. Scant few generations after Sigmar's Tempest broke, the cosmos was battered by a new period of strife. Known as the Arcanum Optimar, it bolstered the power of those who could wield magic to dangerous levels, and, through them, unleashed new and lethal spells upon the realms. Though few realized it outside of Nagash's macabre court, the creation of the Shyish and Azyr had not gone entirely to plan. A strike force of Skaven from the clans Ishan had unveiled itself into the outskirts of Nagash's Azyr, just as the main ritual was nearing completion. Most of them were slain by the unsleeping guardians of the city, but a handful of their finest agents made the leap from the tallest buildings to the underside of the Black Pyramid, and, with diamond-sharp climbing claws, crawled their way inside. In the pyramid's depths, they gouged out precious warpstone from intricately laid designs, and scratched out the Hekaran runes of power purely for the thrill of vandalism. They did not survive the magical backlash. It was a meager, petty slight, but it was enough to throw the carefully engineered rite off kilter at the last moment. When the Black Pyramid came alive with magic and began to spin faster and faster to burrow into Shyish, it did so with the cooling bodies of several agents of chaos within it. It was this crack in the otherwise perfect mosaic of cause and effect that saw the rite of the Necroquake billowing out of control, not only sending waves of ending magic across the realms, but also changing the nature of spellcasting itself. Perhaps the agents of Clan Zishin succeeded where others failed, because Nagash underestimated the Skaven, and not for the first time. It is said by the sacrosanct chambers of Hysh and Azyr that all sentient undead, no matter how powerful, are cursed to make the same mistakes they made in their mortal lives. Perhaps there was another agent behind even the Skaven. It has been claimed amongst the echelons of the Varenspire that a Tzeentchian arch-sorcerer had manipulated the Skaven master clan into sending forth their agents, and thereby corrupting Nagash's great right. The Changeling, another servant of Tzeentch, was behind the artful misdirections that set the invasion forces of Sigmar's pantheon against those of their chaos nemesis on the final approach to Nagash's. There are amongst the Caradon overlords who believe agents of Tzeentch were behind the industrialized use of Realmstone. For where the eldritch material exists, anarchy usually follows, and the dawn of the Arcanum Optimar has only made such instances worse. Certainly the architect of fate stands to benefit from an era of wild and unpredictable magic, especially when he is able to lay the blame at another's door, so that his brother gods do not suspect his hand and join their efforts in an attempt to thwart his newfound power. As the ramifications of this new age set in, there were many skilled in the magical arts that put their heightened abilities to good use. Many of the night haunt assailing the lands were banished by spells of impressive power. But there were always more to take their place. Desperate, sorcerers reached for ever more ambitious spells and incantations. These mages drew themselves into the anarchic power roiling across the cosmos, shaped it and hurled it back out, more deadly than ever before. The most powerful spells they cast manifested not for a mere moment, nor even an hour or a day, but indefinitely. With the right incantations, artifacts, and gestures, a wizard can draw motes of certain types of eldritch energy into a coalesced form. But those energies will soon be pulled apart once more by the irresistible draw of the realm's edge, where the most powerful magics gather. That immutable law of magic was broken with the coming of the Arcanum Optimar. Shorn of their due demise by the backlash of Shyishian energies, these spells had no natural end. They continued to assail the realms long after they were cast, becoming roving forces of destruction that often fed on their victims as a vampire feeds upon its prey. Some even turned upon their creators, whose initial thrill at having sent such a powerful eldritch force against the foe was replaced by stark terror as the conjuration turned against its caster. Eventually, these unnatural hazards were named for their particular dangers and avoided at all costs. After the disastrous living inferno of Hallowheart, the collegiate arcane sent covens of bright wizards to channel and dissipate rogue Aqshian spells, and cadres of Shyishian adepts to nullify the spells that hailed from the realm of death. Whenever a spell proved too powerful for the collegiate to banish, the elven mages that patronized the free cities would intervene, riding enchanted steeds and sinuous drakes to hunt down those spells that crackled beyond the reach of men. Yet for every endless manifestation dispelled, dismantled, or sent to the edges of the realm through sheer willpower, for every sorcerous energy placed in a solid physical form or banished by roving spell hunters, a dozen more raged on across the realms, killing or eternally cursing those foolish enough to approach them. As the necroquake rippled out across the realms, it unmade many long-existing enchantments and protective rites, overloading them with the sheer force of Shyishian magic, or casting them aside as a gale breaks through a net of cobwebs. Amongst these magics were the memory shrouds that hid away the sites known as storm vaults. Whilst Sigmar roamed the lands during the Age of Myth, he had uncovered many glorious things, but also encountered artifacts, ancient relics, and entities too dangerous for mortal men to use. To ensure the safety of his people, he locked them away, and bound guardian forces and entities to each site, so that ambitious or desperate men could not claim them. He did so not in Hysh and Azyr, for there they could potentially wreak havoc in his home territory, but in the realms in which he had found them. So were created the storm vaults, god-made jails, and reliquary complexes that ranged in the size from chapels to small cities. When Teclis gave Sigmar the deific gifts known as the Enlightenment Engines, the God King saw opportunity. Though the elaborate gilded machines were intended to open the mind, to allow the human allies of the elves to achieve a state of higher learning and master the arts of magic, Sigmar turned them to a different purpose. By having them remade to use their power in reverse, he ensured that instead removed the memories and conscious thoughts of those nearby and installed them upon his storm vaults. For centuries, the mind-altering shroud they cast kept these arcane repositories hidden, even in plain sight. With the coming of the necroquake, even these godly works were undone. Suddenly, the storm vaults were revealed. Magnificent edifices that had been completely concealed mere hours before. When word spread that they contained priceless artifacts, acquisitive lords, treasure hunters, and opportunists of every race and creed raced to seize their bounty. Most of those intrepid enough to raid the storm vaults were slain, but some found success and laid claim to riches beyond measure. So were set loose countless spells and artifacts that Sigmar had once gone to impossible lengths to conceal. Ascension of a Dark Queen. Morathi, the Shadow Queen of Ulgu, had long desired godhood. She had languished in power by comparison to her son Malarion, but over time had risen to prominence as the oracle of a god who no longer spoke. Now, with the realms in upheaval, she was to make her greatest gamble. The events that led to Morathi's ascension were an interlocking labyrinth of schemes, with many pitfalls as well as dizzying peaks of ambition. Relegated to the most dangerous and undesirable part of Ulgu by her bitter and resentful son, Morathi had rebuilt herself, making pacts with shadow demons and artfully co-opting the remnants of a dead religion. She became an iron-willed queen amongst those elves she was able to save from Slaaneish's gullet. And though that blood cult started small, it was to grow to nation-spanning power. Morathi was so steeped in the alchemy of blood and form that she could offer eternal youth to her supplicants, a potent draw indeed for those who had been ravaged by war and strife. Morathi's Scaithborn formed an elite of terrifying power, but the true masterstroke was inveigling her cult into the cities of Sigmar by fighting tooth and nail against the Chaos Invaders wherever they were found. During the Realmsgate Wars, Morathi and Sigmar struck a lasting alliance over the corpses of this common foe. As the new cities rose on the bones of the old, her daughters were seen in every metropolis in some form or another. From troops of alluring blade dancers and gladiatrixes to secretive priesthoods devoted to the ancient elf god of murder, Cain. As it was to transpire, her influence slowly bled into the darkling covens of the cities, and even into the Ideneth enclaves that preyed upon the Sigmarite nations, as a fisher preys upon the bounty of the sea. The Shadow Queen's ascension was to come at a price. She had learned well of the strange realmstone Varanite, that molten, gore-like substance that could transmute the physical form, and potentially the stuff of the soul as well. Amongst her cults, she had introduced the notion that this mutagenic liquid was the very blood of Cain himself, and that it had to be claimed from the 8 points, that interstitial sub-realm under the sway of Archaon since the Age of Chaos. She sent forth her elite shadow-marked agents to the Varen Spire, where they found a vast, industrialized mining operation designed to extract the molten ichor from the realmstone-rich area known as Varenthax's Maw. Morathi's pact with Sigmar was instrumental in the next step of her plan. Her agents had uncovered the fact that Archaon was using freshly mined Varanite to melt away the long-closed meteoric gates, the sealed archway portal that had long barred his forces from invading the realms of heaven. Should he succeed, Morathi said, then all Azyr would pay the price. Sigmar had little choice but to intervene, and before the Hyshian sun set on their discussion, the combined force of Stormcast Eternals and Daughters of Cain were en route to Varanthax's Maw to sabotage Archaon's ploy. The storm hosts attacked in great pomp and splendor, as Morathi had known they would. They formed a perfect distraction as she went after her true goal, the Varanite itself. Her duplicitous plan took a tremendous cost in lives, no few of her own agents being mutated horribly by the Varanite itself. But she successfully siphoned a vast amount of the priceless substance back to her stronghold via blood vats magically linked to her own relic cauldron, the Maith Quar. The substance's raw volatility posed a deathly threat even to Morathi, a demigoddess nearing the height of her influence. With an act of pitiless human sacrifice, using captives taken from her cult's battles against chaos, she was able to channel the mutative effects into the bodies of her enemies, whilst leaving the Icar's essence and power intact. These she then offered up to her nemesis Slaanesh, not as a genuine gift, but as a poisoner offers a deadly chalice to her victim. The byproduct of that gift was to bear strange fruit in time, for to seek an excess of power is to empower Slaanesh, no matter the method. Amidst a blood sacrifice of sickening scale, Morathi sank into the Maith Quar as an oracle and emerged in splendor as a god. Only the Idoneth, led by High King Volturnos, made a move to stop her, invading Hagnar on a roiling tide of Ether Sea. Though they interrupted Morathi's rite of apotheosis, their blow was turned aside at the last by her honeyed words. She bribed the Deepkin with the promise of a city full of human souls, and offered contrition by returning a relic she had stolen from them. The Okarian Lantern, the same artifact that Teclis had used to draw forth the Saiathi from their abyssal purgatory within the Dark Prince's essence. So persuasive were her promises that Morathi turned her enemies into allies. They too had mutual foes and powerful hatreds that her statecraft could exploit, and before long, the blades of the Idoneth were pointed elsewhere. The first evidence of Morathi's godhood was to be seen not in Ulgu, but in Aqshy. There, on the Charwind coast of the Great Parch, she had long ago planted the seeds of a grand coup. Already, the Darkling Covens, secretly in her employ, had increased their influence over Anvilgard's criminal underworld to the point where they ruled over half the city. When Morathi herself took to the mist-shrouded streets, the doom of the metropolis was all but certain. The goddess brought with her the majestic host of daughters of Cain. Such was their number that their blades glinted by the thousand in the dark. At their head came Morathi, not only in the form of a regal sorceress, but also as the titanic serpentine monstrosity known as the Shadow Queen. During the agonizing trials of her ascension, her very essence had been sundered, and now she was not one entity, but two. Whilst the Shadow Queen crushed and flattened, the artful Morathi Cain, for so she now called herself, ensorcelled and enchanted. Those storm-cast Eternals that defended the city, for the most part anvils of the Heldenhammer, were not allowed to die. Should they do so, they would bring word of Morathi's perfidy to the God King upon their return to Azyr. Instead, they were captured or spellbound until the great coup could be completed. In the space of a single bloody night, the city of Anvilgard was seized, and with it, the statement of Morathi's independence made beyond a doubt. To shine amongst the darkness. The bane of Hysh was pride, and it almost consumed the realm entirely. Were it not for the visions of Teclis, the god of light, the entire realm would have been destroyed. Yet the Lumineth and their allies came back from the brink. In doing so, they set out to save the realms from the pall of death that was consuming them. The Spirefall of Hysh, known to the elves as the Okari Dara, was a time of nightmares. Tyrion masterminded a nation's-wide defense, but against the resurgent demons of chaos, he was sorely pressed. And even he could not be everywhere at once. Throughout the last days of their empire, the Lumineth cried out for Teclis to help them, but to no avail. Only after a long astral journey, one in which he found common cause with the geomantic spirits of Hysh's true moon, did Teclis show his people the path to salvation. Teclis gathered to his side those Lumineth who felt genuine regret at their actions, and gave them a chance to put the realm's fate before their own. It took everything they had. But these seers and warrior mages became the first Elementary, thereby beginning the lengthy process of establishing a symbiosis with Hysh rather than ravaging it for the immense potential. Over time, the Lumineth found a new way of living. This period was known as the Reinvention, and it laid the foundation for a new and hopeful Elven Empire. The nascent culture was still young when the Necroquake shook the realm of light to its foundations. The use of the magic crystal Aether Quartz proved vital in the realm's defense, and it is a testament to the strength of the Lumineth's refocused great nations that they overcame the scourge of Shyish better than any other mortal realm. By using their newly acquired geomantic powers, Teclis and his mages burned vast elven runes of sanctity and stability into the landscape, calming its seismic convulsions and stopping it from breaking apart under the entropic influence of the Chaos Gods. Though far from undone, the work of the ruinous powers had been stalled. Now Teclis looked to more recent concern of the Arcanum Optimar. He saw Nagash's hand in the morbid curse that had fallen upon his adopted homeland, and took it upon himself to set matters right, no matter the cost. After defending Hysh's human city of Settler's Gain against an invasion of Nighthaunt, he marshaled the Lumineth of Ymetrica and set out for a secret realm gate that led to the Magthar Mountains of the Prime Innerlands. There, in the eastern holdings of the Ossiarch Empire, Lumineth leveled a deadly blow at Nagash's elite forces. Known as Bone Reapers to common men, these grotesque skeletal soldiers had emerged from long-hidden catacombs at the time of the Necroquake. Already, their Ossiarch Empire had tithed many of Shyish's mortal populations white. Hope had faded to a dwindling, guttering candle. And after enduring so many disasters in such quick succession, the people of Shyish had all but stopped fighting back. Teclis's plan was to wage a war of symbolic defiance, each new act of destruction showing that the Ossiarchs could be toppled from their perches as enforcers of Nagash's dread Necrotopia. His first strike was to cast down the triptych, 3 colossal statues raised in the image of the Ossiarch's empire's ruler. His second was to break the stranglehold of the pyromaniacal rulers of Crematoria. And his third was to shatter the primacy of the Staliarch lords in Equius Main. After learning firsthand that the Ossiarchs needed the bones of the dead to sustain their works, Lumineth began to incinerate their fallen, thereby starving their enemies of the one thing they craved. With a literal god fighting at their side, the Lumineth overcame the disciplined Ossiarchs on a dozen fronts. The insult did not go unnoticed. Nagash, not content with remaking the laws of magic to better suit his needs, had sent 3 of his Mortarch lieutenants into Chamon, Ghyran, and Hysh. They each had a mission of their own: to collapse the Shyishian realm gates they had used for their invasions with a dread ritual, leaving black and yawning pits of unreality in their place. These would connect on a metaphysical level to the Shyish and Azyr, furthering the reach of Nagash and bleeding his baleful influence into pastures new. Each Mortarch met his own challenges, the Lumineth and their allies working to refute them at every turn. It was enough to raise the ire of Nagash to such heights the god of death decided to intervene directly. In a corona of deathly energy, Nagash burst into Ymetrica the mountainous nation from which Teclis had launched his own assault on the realm of death. Almost immediately, the landscape began to change around him. Flesh-eater ghouls called forth from their troglodytic hiding places in the vertiginous peaks, flocked to defend him as he took up the dark work that had been the Mortarch Archon had been forced to abandon. No longer would Teclis and Nagash use their armies as weapons in their grand realm-crossing game of strategy. The stage was set for a clash of gods. It was atop Mount Avlanor that the rival deities met in battle. Nagash had cursed that legendary peak with powerful Shyishian magic. Already it was crumbling, and the Stoneheart King, that incarnation of the mountain's ancient spirit that fought alongside the Lumineth, was crumbling with it. As the mountain's sides slowed away around them, the Lumineth climbed to the peak, every meter a struggle. There, Teclis dueled Nagash on every level, from the arcane to the astral to the physical. They were evenly matched. And when Nagash struck down Selenar, the spirit of the moon, it looked like Teclis would falter at last. Only then did the seeds the elven god had planted so long ago bear fruit. Through a portal of light came the Sigmarite people of Settler's Gain. Their exceptionally crafted Luminarch war engines sending lances of exorcising light into Nagash at the critical moment. Teclis seized his chance, binding the god of undeath with a net of white-hot magic, even as the Elementor spirits of the Metrican peaks dealt their hammering blows. With a mind-shattering scream of outrage, the great necromancer was banished back to the realm of death. His physical form shattered upon the anvil of Mount Avlanor. The heart of Hysh had been saved from his dark curse. Cursed skies. The demons of the ruinous power had looked with scorn, confusion, and trepidation upon Sigmar's new armies, for it seemed their new foe had some manner of immortality with which to fight them. None paid closer attention than the elder demon Be'lakor, the Dark Master, and his ancient foes, the Seraphon. The Seraphon, that prehistoric Saurian race whose very nature was to oppose chaos in all its forms, fought not only as raiders across the realms, but also in a dozen stranger theaters of war. Their invasion of a silver tower, one of the void-faring citadels of magic in thrall to Archaon, saw its spectacular destruction. The act sent a pulse of anarchic energy spilling through all the realm gates that were connected to the arcane tower. In witnessing this from his shadowy lair in Ulgu, Be'lakor saw opportunity. For many a realm gate had been claimed by Sigmar since the storm host's first strike. First, Be'lakor sought an unsavory but necessary alliance with the Night Haunt, for he had been impressed by their speed and potency when facing them in defense of the Varanspire. By invading the spectral city of Dalarum with demons numerous and arcane enough to survive its defenses, he coerced the Mortarch, Lady Olander, to become an ally rather than a foe. After all, Be'lakor reasoned, they had a mutual enemy in Sigmar, and a common goal, to see the lands riven with despair. Not only that, but the surging undead processions would help mask his intent until he could accomplish his true goal. In Chamon, several towns and cities fell to Be'lakor's long-planned strikes. It was here, where change blows freely upon the wind, that he had planned to unleash his dread agenda. And here, where those realms gates damaged by the Silver Tower's destruction made the cities of Order most vulnerable. The symphony of carnage reached a crescendo in the ruined city of Prosperia, home of the famed Gate of White Gold. There, a host of demons, united by Be'lakor's shadow-marked, hacked their way into the fortified regions of the ruins. The defenders of the city fought back fiercely, bolstered by Caradon traders, detachments from Vindicarum, and hundreds of Free Guild soldiery. But then came Olander's night haunt, flowing through the city wherever the defenders grew thin to fall upon the lines behind. The horror of the invasion became a rout. The intervention of the Sigmarite Brotherhood, a storied host of Stormcast Eternals that blazed down from Azyr, held the line. And for a time, the defenders found hope anew. Olander drank in the irony, even as her foes withered and aged into dust around her, for she had some conception of that which was to come next. With a terrific explosion, the Gate of White Gold vomited a colossal wave of hideous energies out into those who had sought to defend it. The stealthiest of Be'lakor's agents, a team of Skaven from the clan's Ishan, had infiltrated a second god summoner's citadel and detonated a warpstone bomb within it, causing those damaged realms gates to which it was linked to go haywire. Of these, the gate at the heart of Prosperia was the largest. From the tortured portal spilled dark energy, rising and fanning out until it filled the skies. It was corruption made manifest, its innate vileness wrought by Be'lakor into a terrible affliction. For here and above, a dozen shattered realm gates besides, the link between the terrestrial realm and High Azyr was severed. Those stormcasts that fell in the defense of Prosperia did not discorporate in blurs of ascending energy, returning to Azyr to be reforged, but instead found themselves howling across bleeding skies as lightning geists. To their horror, and the wide-eyed disbelief of those still fighting, they had no means of escape. It was into this nightmarish new reality that Be'lakor descended, the dark spider claiming his prey as the strings of his web grew horribly taut. The siege turned into a massacre, and the city was razed. Worse still, the Sigmarite Brotherhood were wiped out. Earlier that year, during an apocalyptic clash between the Seraphon, the Stormcast Eternals, and their mutual foes in the Legions of Chaos, Lord Celestant Gardist Steelsoul had been shocked to discover his Saurian allies abandoning the fight without explanation. Though the inscrutable Slan Lord Croak remained silent and implacable when challenged, Gardist was granted potent visions, one being prescient image of Vindicarum awash with blood. It was well that he saw what he did, for the Caldera city, also in the spiral crux of Chamon, was to be the target for Be'lakor's next invasion. The Dark Master intended to see the city burn, for it was the most faithful of all of Sigmar's great capitals, and its violent demise would surely seal his position as ever chosen over that of his hated rival Archaon. Ultimately, Gardis's vision saw the Hallowed Knights reinforce the beleaguered Vindicarians, even as the demon horde breached the Iron Collar fortifications at the edge of the Caldera city. They too paid dearly for their valor under red and bleeding skies, for the curse that Be'lakor had engineered had spread across the vault of Chamon like crimson black ink spilled across a beautiful painting. As the fighting intensified, and as the city's celestial Vindicator garrison showed themselves to be more interested in slaughter than defense, there were moments where Gardis feared he had consigned his fellows to a final death for no good reason. Were it not for the intervention of a sky fleet of Caradron overlords, the city would have fallen. Had not the admirals of the Geldrad voted to intervene by the slimmest of margins, Gardis and his storm host would have been slain forever. Bonds of loyalty and faith had proved potent thus far, but it was the lure of profit that saw the Caradron armadas converge on the city to rain explosive death upon the demon horde. They took with them fire slayers intent on revenge, for the fierce worshippers of Grimnir too had suffered at the claw of the demon. Caught between the surging, wrathful Dwarden, the aerial supremacy of the Caradron, and the redoubtable anvil of the Stormcast Eternals, the demons were hammered into retreat. It is whispered that Be'lakor abandoned his rage-fueled onslaught upon the Caradron fleet when he found himself face to face with a white-bearded elder Dwarden whose eyes blazed with the fire of a forge. Few amongst the overlords realize that the same Dwarden was not only behind the unification of Caradron and Fireslayer, but the casting vote at the Geldrad Council that saw them make for the Vindicarium. Fewer still suspected the true identity of that ancient warrior, that of Grungni, the Great Maker, returned to unite his people at last. Era of the Beast. The distant thunder of splitting chasms rolled across the Ghurish heartlands as a prehistoric god awoke Kragnos, the end of empires, had come, and with him marched endless hordes of greenskins. A war of brute force versus civilized intellect had begun, first at Excelsius, but then spilling out into the realm at large. The elven gods had fought back against the rising tide of death with all the skill they could muster. In Ghyran, Alariel added a new strain of life-giving magic into the music of the spheres, its arcane power carried by her emissaries to each of the realms in turn. The beastmen, those children of chaos who fiercely opposed order in all its forms, fought tooth and nail to stop her. But the Sylvaneth fought just as hard to repel them. Though it cost her dearly, the goddess's spell blossomed to full fruition. Pure life magic cascaded across the realms, the antithetical magic to the Shyishian energies of Nagash's rule. Racked by opposing forces, the lands themselves spasmed and shivered, shaking off Nagash's curse, and entities old and new were released upon the worlds of men in the process. Deep within the Twin-Horn Peak, mightiest of all Ghur's mountains, save Beastgrave itself, the prison of an elder god was finally broken. Kragnos burst from the sphere of magic in which the Slan Lord Croak and his long-lost dragonfolk of Ghur had imprisoned him in, and smashed his way into the light with a roar of triumph. His first instinct was to head for his homeland, the continent once known as Daunt's, only to find his people gone, and his kingdom all but consumed by the grinding plates of Thondia. Kragnos flew into an apocalyptic rage, seeing the glimmering spires of Excelsis on the horizon as an affront to his power. He made his way north with deadly intent. Kragnos' trail of destruction saw hundreds of thousands of greenskins follow in his wake, the number of his horde growing with every victory. En route to Excelsis, he not only bound clans of mega-gargants to his side, but clashed with the legendary Gordrak. Were it not for the intervention of the cunning Skragod of the Moon Clan, the first of Gork would have died that day. As it was, the leadership challenge and subsequent alliance saw the number of the growing Wa bolstered all the more. Excelsis, still recovering from the surreal nightmare of a Zinchian invasion and the rise of the opportunistic Skaven that followed it, was ill-prepared for a fresh disaster. The aftermath of the Chaos invasion had led to a rising cult of fanatics who saw magic as evil, a fraternity whose most extreme elements abducted or murdered many practitioners of the arcane. Yet in that Puritanism was another form of darkness. None suspected that the organization was a front for a Slaneshi cult that was using their agenda to abduct and sacrifice elves to a hidden demonic power. None save Galen Vendenst and his daughter Doralia, agents of the Order of Azyr. Finding their way to the court of the High Banisher, a ballroom lined with the mirrors that the false Puritan had confiscated from the populace, the witch hunters slew the leaders of the cult. In doing so, they stopped the rot that was consuming Excelsis from within. They could not, however, stop the High Banisher's true masters from emerging into the city. Sinessa and Dexessa, the voice of Slaanesh, twin demons born from the tainted byproduct of Morathi's apotheosis some months before. With their hands forced, the demon monarchs emerged from the same room of mirrors into reality. It was all the Vendensts could do to flee for their lives, as the noble districts of Excelsis bowed to the irresistible allure of their new Slaaneshi masters. Outside the city, a swift and brutal siege was taking place. With the city's Knights Excelsior defenders locked in a war against the Skaven uprising and the Slaaneshi threat that had been behind it. The city walls were soon battered to dust by Kragnos and his mega-gargants, especially when the Ogor mercenaries that sold their services to the city's defense turned traitor at the last moment. Excelsis' salvation came from the strangest of allies, those being Lord Croak, an ancient and mummified Slann who had been instrumental in Kragnos' imprisonment, and the Shadow Queen Morathi. The newly risen goddess led her Cain-worshipping cult alongside the Scourge privateers, whose armada had borne her forces to battle, into a bloody war in the streets. There, her swift, agile warriors could thrive against Kragnos' Orruk followers, who, though formerly buoyed by a deadly momentum, were finding themselves scattered and broken up upon the tangle of Excelsis sprawl. The climax of the battle saw Morathi put Sinessa and Dexessa to flight, even as Lord Croak opened a portal through which Kragnos willingly plunged, for he saw on the other side a fresh city of hated foes to destroy. In the aftermath, Morathi answered to the Council of Gods for her annexation of Anvilgard, but she had redeemed herself somewhat by saving Excelsis. Perhaps she would have faced exile nonetheless were it not for the mysterious Duarden, oft seen in the tumultuous events beleaguering Cayman, revealing his true identity, that of Grungni, the Great Maker. The smith god of the Duarden had returned to lend aid to Sigmar at a critical time, not least of which by forging a new breed of Stormcast Eternals whose souls were strong enough to weather the curse that Bellacor's corruption had leveled against them. Far outside Excelsis, the Oryx continued their rampages. In Kragnos, they saw an avatar of Gorka Morka, and still flocked to him from all around. Their Big Waz, the name given to those hordes of Iron Jaws, Bone Splitters, and Cruel Boys who have put aside their differences, crushed every Sigmarite strongpoint they could get their green hands on. Though few realized it, it was the Cruel Boys who profited the most from this new era of war. They surged from the mist-wreathed bogs in the thousands, overrunning even the most determined garrisons through their long-honed cunning. With ever-increasing confidence, they raided outpost after outpost, leaving behind eerily silent buildings and the lingering stench of the deep swamps. Only gradually has the grand conclave of Azyr come to realize that in the wake of Kragnos' rampage, a new age of war is upon them, the era of the beast. Sigmar, too, is aware of the colossal power of the greenskin races, should they unite behind a single leader. He has sent his stormcast Eternals, many of their number clad in thunderstrike armor of Grungni's invention, to meet the Oryx in battle and slay every warlord they can before the tribes reach critical mass. In truth, it may already be too late. The mortal realms are vast beyond the ken of the human mind. They are near infinite in their scope, their edges defined only by their lethality. Not even the gods themselves can claim to know every aspect of their grandeur. Yet, they remain united by the laws of reality. The impossible reaches of the cosmos hold many strange worlds, planetoids, and anomalies. By far the largest are the mortal realms. Most of these, according to the meta-scribes and astrocartographers of Azyr, can be depicted as flat disks fringed with islands, all surrounded by a spherical barrier of lethal magic. They are not alone, for subrealms and pocket dimensions linger in reality as well as legend, and the best understanding of mankind is only part of the picture. It is known that each realm sphere hangs in the etheric void, also known simply as the Aether. This is a cosmic space in which solid forms float as crystals in a suspension, each a combination of magical energy and physical matter. Shaped by a dim memory of what had come before, these are landscapes of impossible variety and scope. One of the laws that define the mortal realms is that of an innate coherence, and so they have each become dominated by a certain type of magic that defines their form and accompanying phenomena. Behind the veil of the mortal realms exists the realm of chaos. It is amorphous and unimaginable, beyond all notions of order and the attempts of intelligent beings to depict it. Seeking to grow ever larger, it consumes the 8 realms wherever the dark gods can gain entrance, seeking ingress through tainted realm gates and demonic infestations. Every mortal realm has felt the touch of its madness. Every peripheral land has felt the bite of chaos energy gnawing at its fringes. It remains to be seen if Sigmar and his fellow gods of order can stop the ruinous powers from devouring reality entirely. The mortal realms, though dangerous and magical, are at least theoretically habitable, and each is of immeasurable value. Most hotly contested of them all is Aqshy, the realm of fire. Aqshy is a place of raging passions and volatile landscapes. Its people fight, love, and create with a fiery intensity. Even their curses are intense and imaginative. The chaos god Khorne is drawn to the bright realm, and over the centuries, his worshippers have soaked its parched wastelands with the blood of its inhabitants. Ghyran, the realm of life, is mostly green and abundant, but the Jade Kingdoms are no longer paradises. The boundless cycles of life and the copious flora and fauna have been badly corrupted and infected by Nurgle. Now the symbiotic lands, fecund continents, and burgeoning forests are battlegrounds as the Sylvaneth and their allies fight to retain sanctity from the Chaos hordes. Shyish, the realm of death, is a place of endings and silent decline. It is composed of all the underworlds that the mortal cultures of the realms believe in. However, the great necromancer Nagash has conquered almost all of these underworlds and made them part of his undying empire. They have since suffered greatly under the scourge of chaos. Chamon, the realm of metal, is a place of change and flux, as well as ores and alloys. It was once an alchemist's dream. Technological wonders could be fashioned easily, and mineral wealth was easy to come by. Since Tzeentch worked his foul agenda upon Chamon, however, it has become a place of madness, where impermanence is the only certainty. Ulgu, the realm of shadow, is a place of lies, secrets, lurking menace, and riddles upon the wind. Full of mists, fogs, and mirages, it is extremely difficult to navigate. Its people are slippery and duplicitous, so much so that many areas of the 13 dominions escaped the ravages of chaos entirely. Hysh, the realm of light, is a place of enlightenment and excellence. It was once synonymous with limitless intellect and potential. But the people of the 10 paradises drank too deeply of its gifts. Ultimately, they ended up fighting one another in the bitterest of civil wars, which paved the way for Slaaneish's invasion. It is now a place of tumbled ruins and broken magnificence. Ghur, the realm of the beasts, is a place of savagery and primeval splendor. Prehistoric in aspect, it was full of warring tribes that sought supremacy even before chaos pushed its bloodthirsty culture into utter anarchy. Here, everything hunts, even the features of the land itself. Azyr, the realm of heavens, is a place of starlight, celestial tempests, and prophecy. It was once a haven of culture and arcane science, but since the coming of chaos, its populace has been turned to the business of war. Now it echoes to the clamor of preparations for Sigmar's eternal crusade. Cosmos Arcane. After the destruction of the world that was, the mortal realms slowly formed in the etheric void. Like attracted like, and the various kinds of magic clustered together, crystallizing and combining with nebula, cosmic dust, and the debris of the former world to form new realities. The realm spheres are not fixed points in space. They move in a stately celestial dance. The realm of light and the realm of shadow, for example, are entwined. When one rises to ascendancy, the other dwindles. This relationship is often depicted as two celestial bodies orbiting one another. But the truth is that they are magically linked. Hysh and Ulgu ebb and flow, which causes the equivalent of night and day in the other realms. In Hysh, it is always light, ranging from a soft glow to a dazzling brilliance, whereas in Ulgu, it is always dark to some extent. In other realms, Hysh is sometimes seen to rise like a true sun, to slowly travel across the sky, or to be more muted for a while. The relative positions of Hysh, Ulgu, and the other realms give the mortal realms the seasons as well as the days. Hysh has one true corporeal moon named Selenar, whose spirit is in league with the elven god Teclis. Hysh also has several ethereal moons, of which Laoth is the brightest. It is said that when these wax, they become corporeal, and when they wane, they become insubstantial. Ulgu, the realm of shadow, has 4 black moons that are dark spots in the sky. They have fickle orbits. To navigate by them is to get hopelessly lost. The twin moons, Nocta and Abta, hurl comets at one another in a constant celestial barrage. Aleatrus is the patron of liars. An untruth told beneath its shade is all the more convincing, while the orb Duplicita is host to a race of shadow demons that have a non-aggression pact with Morathi and her divine son Malarian. Shyish, the realm of death, has one major moon, Lunagast, a skull-faced orb of dark matter that feeds on secrets and gives power to betrayers and madmen. It is the ghost of Morslib, that unnatural great planetoid of warpstone that once glowered green in the skies of the world before time. Azyr, being the realm of heavens, has far too many moons to count. The most important are Daroth, a moon of ill aspect, and Malice, the Sigmarite core of the world that was. Ghyran, the realm of life, has a large jade mother moon, Galia, and a small yellow hunter moon, Kernaloon, which orbits Galia. These were infected by Nurgle over the course of the Age of Chaos. Legend has it that the moons of Ghur, the realm of beasts, known as Coptus and Norl Half-Eaten, keep a safe distance to avoid being devoured by their parent realm, as some believed happened to the now extinct moon, Dronsor. Aqshy, the realm of fire, burns so brightly that the realms closest to it sometimes see it as a second orange sun in the sky. It has 3 moons. Thaquia the Fireheart and Evagain the First Spark trail flames as they hurtle around the realm sphere's outer limits. The orb Infernia, a demon-infested and hollow collection of continents, sometimes hangs low in the realm sphere, raining blood. Chamon, the realm of metal, has 2 moons of living metal, often called the Golem moons. These are Olympus the Alchemist and Intilion the Chameleon, which changes shape and hue as it cycles through the void. They have both been altered by Tzeentch's flux magic and are prowled by monstrous metallic forms. The realm spheres. The mortal realms vary in size and shape, though they are held within orbs of energy known as realm spheres. Within their heartlands are the domains of man, dwarden, elf, and many other races besides. From the near insignificant Snotling to the monstrous Gargant, none have escaped the ravages of war. In the mortal realms, motes of magical energy can be found in every pebble and leaf. At the core of each realm, where that energy is thin, this etheric power is subtle and calm, and all but invisible to one without the witch sight. Conversely, the greatest concentration of magic is at the realm's edge, known to the scribes of Azyr as the perimeter inimical. There, raw magic can be seen shimmering in the air. Even a curse spoken in jest can kill a man, and a careless sweep of the arm can send bolts of energy crackling all around. Realm spheres are not infinite in size, but to a mortal they may as well be. One who set out to journey from the center of the realms towards its outer limit could, in theory, reach his destination, though such a soul would spend his whole life walking, only to be consumed with magic as he neared the realm's edge. At the heart of the realms are the kingdoms of mortals, founded during the Age of Myth. To a large extent, they obey conventional laws of cause and effect. Towards the perimeter of the realms, the magic that forms them becomes wilder and more intense. Spellcrafting becomes almost all too easy there, but so do the inherent dangers increase. Each realm's edge is inimical to mortal life, but is not always a literal barrier. Some areas are endless deserts, others misty seas. Much of the realm of metal's perimeter, for example, is a sea of bubbling quicksilver that throws up disturbing forms and shapes. Those who approach it may find themselves dissolving like a molten slag, turning into a creaking clockwork golem, or collapsing in a pile of useless coin, each minted with their screaming likeness on both sides. The lands of the 8 realms are linked within themselves as well as to another by magical portals known as realm gates. The vast majority of these existed already when Sigmar laid the seeds of civilization across the fertile landscapes of the Age of Myth. Of these, a great many have been ravaged by the powers of chaos, so much so that some lead straight into the otherworldly hellscapes known collectively as the realm of chaos. Beacons of hope. The God King's free cities are bastions of civilization amidst realms shattered by war and savagery. Each is a gleaming metropolis, home to countless thousands of mortals, constructed around a towering fortress known as a storm keep, and protected by both formidable fortifications and vast hosts of free guild soldiery. In the wake of the Realm Gate Wars, Sigmar's people began the colonization of the mortal realms in earnest. The foundations were laid for cities that would recall the glory days of the Age of Myth. Enormous, thriving metropolises that would provide shelter for humans, elves, and dwarden against the manifold horrors of the chaos-corrupted wilds. Most were constructed next to vital strategic locations. Most commonly, realm gates and deposits of priceless resources, such as realmstone, the latter of which provides an invaluable arcane power source to fuel rapid, aggressive expansion. Such outposts form the vital building blocks of the God King's ever-expanding empire. Bases of power from which are launched grand crusades of reconquest and settlement. League by league, nation by nation, Sigmar's armies push further into lands dominated by the worshippers of the dark gods. And when the bloody, brutal work of conquest is done, new forts and border settlements spring into being. With hard work and much fortune, they might eventually become cities themselves. This business is slow and costly. The realms are no place for settlers, no matter how intrepid. An ugly death lies around every corner for those who lack the firepower or strength to defend themselves. adequately safeguarded against threats both physical and ethereal in nature, can mortal kind find relative safety. Thus it is that each free city is founded under the watchful protection of a storm keep, one of the great fortresses of the Stormcast Eternals. When a site is chosen for settlement, the champions of Azyr are dispatched to clear it for expansion. They will strike from the skies and obliterate greenskin tribes, chaos-worshipping hordes, or whatever threats lurk nearby, sweeping the lands clean with support from the free guilds and their dispossessed allies. Such crusades can last many years or even decades. When the lands are finally stripped of the unclean and the monstrous, the hard work then begins. Lord Ordinators and Lord Castellans identify patterns of power, ancient ley lines and fonts of magical energy upon which to build the city's central stormkeep. These stormkeeps can take many forms. The Consecralium, stronghold of the Knights Excelsior, is a stark fortress of black iron that looms over the city of Excelsius like a headman's axe. By contrast, the Celestrian Cathedral of Hallowheart is a wondrous monument of devotion constructed by the hallowed knights to inspire their flock. No matter the form they take, all are nigh impregnable, studded with watchtowers, arcane ballistas, and murder ports, ranks of Stormcast warriors ready to charge from concealed sally ports and fall upon any foolish enough to lay siege. With a central stormkeep constructed, throngs of devoted flagellants will march forth from its shadows in ever-expanding circles, lashing themselves violently with barbed whips and flails as they go. Where the blood of the faithful drips and seeps into the earth, the taint of chaos is scoured clean, and the land's made safe, or at least as safe as possible, for the waves of Azyrite colonists and traumatized refugees that will become the city's populace. Such spiritual defenses are bolstered by the tireless work of the Inquisitorial Order of Azyr, and agents from the Stormcast's sacrosanct chambers, who purify any lingering curses, sources of unholy power, or dangerous areas of rogue magic. The majority of free cities owe their design and construction by the hard work of dispossessed labor clans, for there are few better masons and craftsmen than Grungi's folk. Others, however, such as the Amber City of the Phoenicium, are marked by more graceful architecture, for here much of the population is comprised of elven outcasts. In addition, each city has, over the years, developed its own unique aesthetic. Excelsius's buildings are draped with lizard hide and shark skin, while in Hammerhall Gira, many manor houses appear more like vibrant, elaborate gardens. Settlements are commonly arranged in the shape of a 12-pointed circlet, for that number is highly significant to the God King's followers. The master engineers of the iron-walled arsenal lay down formidable rings of fortified watchtowers, piston-driven cog forts, and up-gunned weapon emplacements according to this sacred pattern. Sluices of blessed star water, sanctified chemonic metals, and other potent materials are directed throughout the city, often channeled through the outer walls in order to provide a spiritual ward against formless and demonic foes to whom physical defenses are vulnerable. Linked to one another by the arcane pathways of key realm gates, and defended by well-armed garrisons of Free Guild regulars and all manner of specialist auxiliaries, the free cities of Sigmar pose a threat for those who would see them torn down and destroyed. It is from such formidable centers of power that the dream of Sigmar's restored empire will grow. Dawnbringer Crusades. The military expeditions that set out from the cities of Sigmar, known as Dawnbringer Crusades, vary in size and composition. Some number fewer than 100 individuals, while others are thousands strong. Should they settle a lasting strong point, they will then become both its populace and its militia. To embark upon a Dawnbringer crusade is to accept a sacred duty from Sigmar. At the fore of each crusade are borne braziers lit from the holy flame kept at the temple in each parent city's heart, itself an ever-burning fire carried through a realm gate from Azyr long ago, as the bards would have it. Those brave souls who take up the march are called Dawnbringers, or simply Dawners. It is their role to bring their city's light into the long night of evil that typified the age of chaos. Should they succeed, the land they win for themselves is their family's line to claim forever. So potent is this draw to the impoverished citizenry that even members of the reclaimed sometimes venture back out into the wilderness that once preyed upon them. When a crusade sets out from its parent city, it will do so with all the pomp and circumstance the occasion demands. Each Dawnbringer's name is read out before the Crusader's bell and entered into the tomes Valaris, much to their lineage's honor. The chanting of Sigmarite maxims, those being short instructional phrases, only half a dozen words in length, further steels the faith. After all, say the priests, these are the words of the God King himself, and they have a measure of power to them. So much so, they can inflame the soul to heroism. Though the roll call usually takes several long and dutiful hours, it is easy for a soul to get inspired, especially when the Dawnbringer Crusade departs the city's gates, with storm-cast Eternals gleaming gold at the fore. and a chain of load-bearing metalliths drawn in a stately manner overhead. Metalliths are a little like hovering islands. They are a naturally occurring phenomenon in each realm, much like its orbital bodies and the islands at its edge. With necessity being the mother of invention, the humans, elves, and dwarden of the lands have learnt how to harness these as valuable resources. By using geomantic magic or steam grapples, the islands are drawn into sky docks, fortified and loaded with prefabricated structures and war material. Hauling devices vary from realm to realm. In the Crusades of Ghur, giant beasts of burden are usually employed. In Chamon, Caradon airships may be used, and in Shyish, 100-strong gangs of faithfully willingly undergo the back-breaking labor in Sigmar's cause. Beneath the metalliths, the crusade itself marches in good order, with land trains, cog forts, draught animals, and worker militia pulling yet more supplies. At the fore is a vanguard of elite troops, usually including Stormcast Eternals from the parent city. They are often bolstered by groups of Fire Slayers and Daughters of Cain, each faction eager to prove themselves the fiercer. The main body of the column is composed of Free Guild soldiery, marching in time to the beat of regimental drums. Close behind are the artillery trains and marksman regiments of the Ironweld Arsenal, ready to unlimber their guns at the slightest sign of trouble. Then come the devoted of Sigmar, chanting and thrashing their own flesh with whips and chains, so that the blood of the faithful might consecrate the harsh lands across which they walk, barefoot and humble, in the name of the God King. The site that the crusade is sent to claim will have been marked weeks or even months in advance by scouting forces. Whether they be elven wanderers, Free Guild outriders, or the vanguard auxiliary chambers of the Stormcast Eternals. These rangers do not choose these sites according to the presence of traditional strategic assets such as high ground, defensible terrain, or sources of fresh water, but rather realm gates, ancient shrines, or more commonly, nodes of geomantic power. These nexus points, located with the use of thaumaturgical compasses, are often locations where the ley lines of arcane power that lattice the realms are particularly strong or intersect. It is these that will form the arcane heart of what will become known as a Sigmarite strongpoint. Each crusading host takes with it a sacred standard provided by the Order of Heralds. This banner can take many forms, but its design usually echoes that of the Crusade's native heraldry. Should the settlement survive, its particular variant may become the sigil of an entirely new city. After the banner is made secure, the nexus point of the strong point is assessed, reinforced and harnessed by an arcane construction known as a nexus siphon. This then channels the power of the site's ley lines into the guardian idols that are raised to stand vigil over its perimeter. This is more than just a statement of intent from the crusading host. Together, the statues form a spiritual barrier that can hold at bay the demon and the geist. After the nexus siphon and idols are raised, prefabricated structures are then unloaded from the Crusade's metalliths and set up around the primary site. When a metallith is in position at the site to be reclaimed by the Crusade, it is either hauled downward or divested of its innate power using the anti-magical mineral known as nullstone, also used for the safe transportation of the purer kinds of realmstone, until it crunches down into the landscape as a ready-made fortification. Some, known as high scryer islands, are allowed to float at low altitude to form excellent watchposts that can be winched downward at will. The buildings unloaded from the metalliths are usually erected upon the remnants of elder empires, reinforced or repurposed with found materials and pre-constructed defenses. Meanwhile, its masons and engineers will turn any existing ruins or structures into habitable buildings, whilst constructing even more from the materials they have brought with them. The wounded will be given a chance to rest, whilst all others labor to erect the strong point as swiftly as possible. Scavenging and subsistence living gradually becomes arable farming, as the site's aqualith, usually imported from Ghyran at great cost, cleanses and irrigates the land with purifying water. At this point, the site will likely have come under attack by one or more foes. All areas, save the settlement's heart, are considered expendable. In a protracted engagement, the citizens will fight to the last to protect the nexus that forms the strongpoint's center. Should the settlement be judged stable and valuable by the order of logisticians, reinforcements and fresh material may be sent to bolster it. By the time the settlement's second generation reaches adulthood, the new city will either be thriving or, a far more likely outcome, have been damned by the pitiless logic of warfare to a slow death. A strong point left to languish and fend for itself will likely become an empty shell, or perhaps even be occupied and turned to darker purposes by those who brought it low. The sad truth is that for every one Sigmarite strongpoint that wins its right to survive, a dozen are burnt to the ground. Though there are many prefabricated structures used to swiftly construct a Sigmarite strongpoint, each settlement will adapt to its environment and use whatever resources are to hand. As a result, such settlements vary wildly in appearance. Those in Ghur, often known as stake forts, have a lot more bone and hide, and may feature biovacs, lean-tos, tanning racks, and angled pallets palisades to drive off monstrous attackers. Settlements in Chamon might have a lot more metal plating and will use makeshift mines to exploit the realm's mineral wealth. Not for nothing are they known as seam holds. The shining settlements in Hysh are all powered by some kind of wind or solar engine that works in harmony with the land. Those in Aqshy, called candle towns or spark sites by many parchers, will likely have steam power or use boiling vats powered by geothermic sources. Regardless, they will have shapes and symbols in common, invariably echoing the architecture and iconography of Sigmar's palaces in Azyr. The more structures erected in a settlement, the more appealing a target it becomes to those who would tear it down. Only a truly redoubtable crusade can hope to hold their gains for long enough for reinforcements to reach them. If they do, they will take a great leap forward. A reinforcement crusade will usually include not only entire regiments of troops, but also new war material, new information, and a tremendous boost to morale. Unfortunately, not many survive this long. The Realm of Chaos. The Realm of Chaos is the nightmare that lies beyond the borders of the mortal realms. A vile and terrible reality in which reside the primordial dark gods and their infinite multitudes of demonic servants. Everything that dwells here, from the most minor, spiteful imp to the fiercest horned monstrosity, is formed from the dark emotions of mortal kind. Each of the four great dark gods, Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh, lays claim to a vast territory in the realm of chaos, shaped by the same emotions that created their masters. Beyond these grotesque kingdoms stretches an endless expanse of lurid insanity, beholden to neither logic nor reason. Every dream, nightmare, and deranged fantasy is made manifest in the realm of chaos. But the lands of the dark gods are most powerful and abiding of all. As the power of one god swells, so too does their domain expand, and their demonic legions grow. When flushed with power, they will not only launch assaults upon the domains of their rivals, but will also seek any opportunity to invade the mortal realms. These periods of ascendancy never last, for the great game of domination fought between the Chaos Gods is eternal and ever-shifting. The domain of Khorne is a fiery hellscape of sulfur-spitting volcanoes and jagged canyons of bleached bone that echo constantly that terrible cacophony of combat. Screams, battle roars, and the blaring of innumerable war horns. The Blood God himself dwells within the Brass Citadel, an unholy fortress crowned by jagged parapets and leering gargoyles. Nurgle's garden is a vast and hideous expanse draped with rotting vegetation. It is filled with squirming, stinking life and is home to every pox and affliction imaginable. Jutting from its center is Nurgle's decrepit manse, in which he can be found humming good-naturedly to himself as he brews his latest contagions in an immense cauldron. Tzeentch lays claim to the most bizarre domain of all, woven from strands of fractal sorcery. This is the Crystal Labyrinth, a sanity-shredding maze, infinite and terrible in its dimensions. Its glittering tendrils inveigle their way into the far distant corners of the mortal realms, seeking to spread the Change God's maddening influence. The Palace of Slaanesh was once a place of uninhibited pleasures and luxurious excess, but since the capture of the Dark Prince by the Elven gods, it has become a mere fraction of its former hedonistic glory. For now, Slaanesh's demonic worshippers defend their master's abode, preventing it from slipping into permanent decrepitude. Yet Slaanesh's brother gods look upon his lands with increasingly covetous eyes. These ravenous deities are not content with each ruling over their own strange subdimensions. They want nothing less than to consume all reality and reforge it in their image. And so it is that the great game will be played out in 100,000 theaters of conflict, over and over, until there is nothing left but chaos. The mortal realms are vast beyond the ken of the human mind. They are near infinite in scope, their edges defined only by their lethality. Not even the gods themselves can claim to know every aspect of their grandeur. Yet, they remain united by the laws of reality. Aqshy, the realm of fire. Aqshy is a realm of fierce passions and boiling emotions. Its heartlands typified by arid and heat-scarred wastes. This was once a realm exemplified by a burning lust for life, for innovation, and harsh, simple joys. Since the coming of chaos, it has become a place of wrath and warfare, its every nation soaked in the blood of its once proud peoples. The lands of Aqshy, known to its elders as the Bright Realm, are formed of dozens of continents. The most populous of these is the Great Parch, the location of Hammerhall Aqsha, the largest and most prestigious of Sigmar's latter-day metropolises. There are dozens more nations across its spread, however, and each is replete with its own cultures and history. Though once they were all joined by the same seas and oceans of tepid, often acidic water, over time, the energies of chaos have splintered many of its furthest reaches apart into islands, all but impossible to reach. No map details them all, yet still some commonality binds them. Aqshy's many landmasses are places of searing hazards and volatile horizons. In this realm, aggression is born and carried far and wide on hot, gusting winds, and life is always lived to the full. No realm has a fiercer or more warlike outlook. No lands have cultures harsher or more littered with invective, especially since the dawn of the Red Century that marked the coming of chaos. As with most of the mortal realms, Aqshy is dotted with the ruins of ancient civilizations and marred by the dark, spiked architecture of those who tore down that which came before. Only recently have the bricks and mortar of new settlements been seen in the wilderness. Armed posses of trade pioneers and their bodyguards striking out to remake the links that once held civilization together across the leagues. Wherever Sigmar's new order thrives, magma generators, soot-stained chimneys, and kiln complexes can be found alongside the half-melted statues and scorched monuments that once marked places of power. Irrigation networks bring the healing liquid aqua guranus to coax crops from pumice drifts and cracked, hard-packed ground that was once watered only with blood. Even in the most well-established lands, the mark of war is writ large. There are still bones and piles of skulls dotted across the dusty wastes and volcano ranges, whilst the remnants of immolated corpses still send plumes of smoke into the breeze. There is a widespread philosophy among the tribal people of Aqshy that life is to be lived fast, hard, and violently. Coming-of-age rituals such as cliff diving and sulfur running will kill their aspirants as often as they harden them into better, braver warriors. Those that live long enough to grow old are seen by the young with pity or even scorn. The more mature souls realize that the elders in their midst are to be celebrated, for they have passed through the fires of conflict and have lived to be tempered by them. The survivors of these tribes have lately entered the new cities as reclaimed, and bring a ferocious warrior spirit to the armies on the front line, a spark that even chaos could not extinguish entirely. The years of hard-won victory since the Realm Gate Wars have seen the hopes and dreams of these peoples reignited, a bright flame in the darkness that may yet see Aqshy roar back to its former defiant glory. Aqshy is by no means freed from the chaos-worshipping tribes that once ruled over it. Despite Sigmar's gains during the Realm Gate Wars, every square mile must be wrested through martyr sacrifice and sanctified with the blood of the faithful if it is ever to bear useful fruit. Across the Great Parch, there are still vast swaths of land untouched by civilization. To undertake a journey from one city to another is to risk being hunted down, killed, and eaten. Reavers and cannibals haunt the wastes, as do fire djinns, chanting oruks, and processions of the unquiet dead. Small wonder, then, that the people of that land seek to live fiercely and to the full. for they know their time is to be short. The most part of the Great Parch is the hunting ground of the Gore Tide, that bloodhound horde under the rulership of Korgos Kul. Once a champion of the Parch, Lord Kul was led to a dark fate by Threx Skullbrand via the ritualistic gladiatorial conquests upon the Aqshy Clavis Isles. These once acted as an outlet for the aggression of the Parch's warlike tribes, but one fateful year they became festivals of butchery that saw 888 champions slain in a single contest. The carnage was so great that the veil between worlds thinned and split. Within hours, the archipelago was the gory playground of a wild-eyed demonic horde. Most of those who survived the onslaught slid easily into the trap of chaos worship. And so the Parch's downfall began. Though it took long and bloody generations, the bloodbound of Kul had conquered the southern half of the Parch. And despite having borne the brunt of Vandis Hammerhand's assaults, they claim much of it to this day. The western reaches of the Parch were once ruled over by the magocracy of the Alglaraxi Empire. Many of these great scholars debased their hard-won knowledge with forbidden practices. In doing so, falling into the province of Tzeentch. Not for nothing is their old domain known as the Disintegrating Shores. That region now belongs to those same dark sorcerers, the chronomantic cults of the Time Stolen, and their avian beastmen allies. To the north, the ashen tundra of Katha was infected by the plague fleets of Nurgle after the Battle of Armada's Bane off the coasts of Batar. Much the same fate has befallen the far eastern isle known as the Talon of Ignax. The lands between Vostargimont and the Charwind coast are proud by the Scavenge Kings and the Candescent Raiders. Their fierce rival, the Blood Queen, claims the coast of 1,000 Eyes to the east. Even in the Parch's heart, where the Dawnbringer Crusades reclaim the lands, these tribes and a dozen more raid with impunity. Aqshy is a realm soaked in the blood of the slain. In these violent lands, where aggression is carried amongst the whirling embers, it takes but a spark of passion to ignite a terrible, centuries-long war. Here is where the first foundations were laid for new empires, and for fresh wars of expansion and conquest. The lands of Aqshy are together known as the Bright Realm, and are formed of dozens of continents, separated by shimmering oceans. Once, many thriving civilizations could be found here, but during the Age of Chaos, they almost all met their end, pillaged and burned by Khorne's mortal worshippers and rampaging hordes of demons. The Blood God's invasion struck first at the Great Parch. Ragged, burned, and scarred by constant war, this great expanse of ash plains and volcanic valleys is home to several vital realm gates. The Parch once again became the hotspot of conflict when the Stormcast Eternals made landfall there, seizing the gates of Azyr and defeating the Gore-Tide of Korgos Kul that had for so long made a bloody feast on the region. In the aftermath of that defeat, Sigmar sought to claim the Great Parch as a beachhead in his rapidly expanding wars against the Dark Gods. The God King's sphere of power expanded swiftly. Cities were founded and fortresses raised in Iridian, Petrolia, and the Flamescar Plateau, each linked by arcane pathways and guarded by formations of Free Guild soldiery out of Azyr. In the wake of his armies were laid the foundations of civilization. Trade routes, frontier fortresses, and walled settlements to which those few ragged survivors of the Chaos Purges rallied. Hammerhall Aqshy, one half of the legendary twin-tailed city, was the first great settlement to be raised in these lands. But it was swiftly followed by others. Hallowheart on the southern tip of Golvaria, Anvilgard on the coast of the Searing Sea, and the mountain citadel of Tempest's Eye. Though separated by tremendous distances, these great cities were linked by realm gates, through which great armies could be dispatched and the arteries of commerce flow freely. Hallowheart trades Golvarian minerals and primordial realmstone for Hammerhallian weapons, while Anvilgard has grown wealthy indeed from hides and scales ripped from the monstrous denizens of the Searing Sea. Stirred to life by these resurgent markets, the trading empire of Batar has begun to dominate the Western Parch. Their capital, the Floating Market, is home to the most luxurious barter halls in the realms, draped with fire silk and ember spice, and home to 1,000 bustling merchants. Unbound by the same codes by which the free cities and their conclave abide, Batar is on the rise. Batar's chief rival is a fellow neutral power, the Agloraxi Remnant, a magocracy hailing from the mountains of Asperia. This magic-fueled civilization is a mere flicker of the former Agloraxi Empire, destroyed by the Blood God's followers during the Age of Chaos. Still, it has grown strong by scouring the Parch for wondrous relics created in ages past by Agloraxi mage lords, and by putting these arcane machines to use. Restored and empowered, the great Agloraxian citadels vie with Batarian caravans for the Parch's buried treasure. Like many of the lands in the Bright Realm, Capillaria was once home to a multitude of hot-blooded peoples who thrived on war and strife, answering any insult with bloodshed. It took the coming of the God King to transform those self-destructive emotions into traits that would serve his aims. The folk of Capillaria became colonists and city builders without compare, taming the wild lands of Aqshy with a belligerent, inexhaustible energy. Though it has been repeatedly subjected to disaster and tragedy, that intrepid flame has not been extinguished. Capillaria is known as the Twice-Blooded, as its lands have been drenched in gore twice over. Firstly, when its populace was devastated during the Age of Chaos. Then again, when thousands of Chaos worshippers were put to the sword in the counter-crusades that followed in the wake of Sigmar's Tempest. Capillaria shares borders with Iridian and the Flamescar Plateau, two regions that have seen unceasing fighting ever since the beginning of the Age of Chaos. Its eastern flank is protected somewhat by the immense adamantine chain, though these sulfurous mountains have never been entirely cleared of their native Orc tribes. To the south of Capillaria can be found treacherous and blisteringly hot coastlines. While technically within the boundaries of the God King's resurgent empire, they are in truth lawless and untamed, and raided constantly by seafaring corn worshippers. Capillaria is one of the richest and most prestigious of Sigmar's provinces. The presence here of Hammerfall Aqshy, considered the center of the God King's empire outside Azyr, ensures a steady supply of military reinforcements and luxuries from distant realms. Capillaria's bountiful realmstone deposits and other mineral resources draw colonists from Azyr, who assemble their own Sigmarite strongpoints on the borderland with the aid of bold Capillarian frontiersmen and women. Yet for all this rapid expansion, only a fool would consider Capillaria tamed. Those reckless enough to stray into the wilds must be prepared to fight, for the twice-blooded lands will devour the meek and the weak-willed. Dawnbringer crusades of Aqshy, typified by those armies sent forth from the great city of Hammerhall Aqshy, are comprised around a solid core of Free Guild troops, the majority of them shield-bearers and swordsmen, with regiments of well-drilled handgunners to form a deadly base of fire. These armies are particularly effective when deployed on open ground, where the infantry can fix enemy warriors in place, while elite formations of cavalry strike without mercy into their flank. The dreaded Hammerhallian Lancers, mounted upon their noble demigryph steeds, are amongst the finest cuirassiers in the realm. Perhaps the city's most underappreciated weapon, however, is its detachment of Dwarden combat engineers. It is said that dispossessed warriors and the specialists of the Ironweld arsenal can fortify a position from field to fortress, as the expression goes, before the enemy can even arrange for battle. Hammerhallian artillery, renowned for its reliability and ubiquity, begins to pummel the foe so ferociously that they must charge into the Sigmarite spears or face obliteration. Perhaps the greatest advantage that the Dawnbringer Crusades have over many of their foes is their self-sufficiency. The most renowned Azyrite strategists long ago recognized the need for a campaigning army in the mortal realms to be able to support and supply itself in the most hostile lands imaginable. For their objective is not simply destruction, but consolidation. Each crusade is accompanied by foraging parties, builders, logisticians, and spell hunters, along with aetherborn sentry keeps and mechanical constructs such as cog forts and border walkers. For all intents and purposes, these are movable strongholds, capable of laying down roots deep in hostile lands from which to stage their campaigns. As befitting a city in which the Empire's military doctrine is codified and tested in theory and practice, the crusade forces of Hammerhal Aqshy can be seen as the template upon which the majority of Sigmarite armies are constructed. So vast is the city's population that its armies form the greater bulk of the God King's mortal military, and it is a gleaming breast-plated gold jacket that most folk picture when they imagine the idea of a free guild soldier. Capillarians make up a great part of the Dawnbringer expeditions, for they seek any chance to make war against their enemies, most particularly those who worship the ruinous powers. Having experienced the very worst oppression and torment during the Age of Chaos, they would gladly die in a fierce blaze of glory to avenge those festering wounds. One half of the megalopolis known as the twin-tailed city, Hammerhal Aqshy, heaves with industry and commerce. Its winding, soot-stained streets are home to thousands upon thousands of mortals, and its mobile cog forts range ever further outwards to secure new borders. Even those Sigmarites who live in the far-flung corners of the mortal realms have heard of Hammerhal Aqshy, the great industrial heart of Sigmar's empire. Many may have heard it described as a wondrous city of fire, a monument to progress and a haven for all free folk. To some extent, it is all these things, but in truth, this grandeur is experienced by only a privileged few. Hammerhal Aqshy is enormous, certainly the largest free city to be found anywhere in the mortal realms. It can be found on the southwestern edge of Capillaria, in a dry, cracked stretch of plains and foothills known as the Ashlands. One might think that this harsh and arid region would not serve well as the location for Sigmar's foremost and most populous city. Yet the city's greatest asset is its connection with a far more bountiful realm. From the center of Hammerhal Aqshy rises the shimmering Stormrift Realm Gate, a great tear in reality through which can be glimpsed the verdant greenery of its sister city, Hammerhal Ghyran. Situated in the realm of life, this neighboring metropolis acts as the breadbasket and garden of Hammerhal Aqshy, providing priceless food and life-giving water to a land baked ash dry by unforgiving heat. This symbiotic relationship is the key to the twin-tailed city's startling pace of expansion. Dwarden carved aqueducts carrying gushing crystal-clear channels of pure aqua Gyranus into the realm of fire. Where these magical waters flow, life is sustained, and indeed thrives. Yet the further away from the storm rift these channels reach, the more diluted and contaminated the waters become. The storm rift was once a migratory stomping ground for dozens of Bone Splitters and Iron Jaws tribes, who worshipped the realm gate as Mork's Maw. A combined force of 30 Stormcast warrior chambers led an assault upon both sides of the realm gate, alongside thousands of mortal auxiliaries. The slaughter was great, for the greenskins were hulking creatures grown strong and fierce on the carnage of the Age of Chaos. Yet tribe by tribe they fell, hewn down by heavy war blades, were crushed under the scaly forelimbs of Dracoths. It was the Hammers of Sigmar that spearheaded this victorious attack, and they who claimed guardianship of the great city that would rise on the Aqshian side of the portal. They erected a grand storm keep, the Perscaparium, to stand guard over the storm rift, a golden edifice of soaring towers and parapets bedecked with the glorious heraldry of the first forged storm host. With the storm keep established, the construction of Hammerhall Aqsha could begin. Its foundation would lay the template for every free city to come. First, the ground was sanctified and cleansed with holy blood. And then, like the great spokes of a wheel, shining districts spread out from the storm rift, each built with exacting precision and ornate flair to accommodate the waves of Azurite settlers that would soon return to the mortal realms. The immense chasms that bisected the land were transformed into trade routes for airships, or else claimed by the dispossessed for mining and industry. Over the following centuries, the twin-tailed city, and Hammerhall Aqsha in particular, became a haven for the free peoples of Capillaria and beyond. Those few refugees and nomadic tribespeople that somehow survived the rampages of chaos worshippers found shelter behind high walls and the shields of liberators. The city's population grew beyond even the greatest estimates of the Conclave's civic planners, as elves, humans, Dwarden, and even strange alien Seraphon poured into Hammerfall Aqsha. The solution was relentless and aggressive expansion. Each season, the cogforts that guarded the city's edge rolled outwards upon great iron tracks, and Dwarden mason crews raised new walls and fortifications to mark the new borders, and channeled life-giving water through ingenious networks of aqueducts. Necessity trumped beauty now, and shining citadels and Azurite manor houses gave way to tumble-down shacks and heaving slums. Thus did the city of Hammerhall Aqsha come to be. Ghyran, the realm of life. The boundless fecundity of Ghyran is its defining characteristic. There, the endless turning of the seasons shapes the realm more than any other. Yet, the Jade Kingdoms have been cursed one and all. Most of them turned from verdant paradises to stinking hellscapes by Nurgle. During the Age of Myth, the Jade Kingdoms were lush and glorious. The natural wonders of the lands seemed endless. Fresh and scintillating water ran in gushing streams and poured in great generous waterfalls from floating megaliths crowned with lush flora. A ride of color on a swath of green, the landscape was a joy to behold. Even the insects that teemed in every jungle and copse were jewel-like and beautiful. The richly scented air seemed to pulse and throb with glorious life force, and the many seasons of the realm, not only spring, summer, autumn, and winter, but also the burgeoning, the reaping, secret remorse, the great lack, and up to a dozen more, saw the cycle of existence manifest in all its splendor. Then came Nurgle. The endless carousel of life drew the eye of the father of plagues, and he sent the greater portion of his forces to spread their foul taint across the lands. In every one of the Jade Kingdoms, the streams were turned to stinking sludge, the waterfalls to thick, infected phlegm, and the foliage to poison-laced tendrils that grasped and throttled those who came too close. The crystal lakes in which nymphs and spites had once splashed and frolicked became mangrove swamps haunted by bloated demonic toads. Above all other resources, the healing waters Aqua Ghyranis was closely guarded by the Sylvaneth, the forest spirits using their artifice to hide their sacred places away from hostile eyes. But with every passing year, more of these sites were uncovered and befouled. Alarielle fought the Chaos Incursion with everything she had, leading the Sylvaneth in a war that lasted centuries. Yet against a foe that brought damnation on every level, from the microbial to the gargantuan, she found herself fighting a losing battle. The Sylvaneth resorted to guerrilla tactics, then retreated into seclusion, abandoning all but the heartlands of the Everspring Swath. Only the breaking of Sigmar's Tempest turned the cycle. The winter of Alarielle's discontent became the rising sap of a vital and stormy spring, and the Everqueen took a war form more potent than any other. The resultant War of Life saw the Genesis Gate, the archway through which Archaon had been funneling his troops to capitalize on Nurgle's invasion, reclaimed, and the Sylvaneth war groves resurgent. Still, the recovery has only just begun. The green shoots of civilization at constant risk of being choked once more by the creeping corruption that perverts so much of the Ghyranite wilderness. Other threats have arisen to tear at the thin tissue of order that Alarielle and Sigmar have worked so hard to pull together. From ancient, moss-draped cairns march the undead, and the swamp mists part to reveal thousands of aurochs intent on cutting out great tracts of Ghyran's bounty for their own foul empires. Yet while the seeds of hope stand, whilst Hammerhall Ghira spreads its newfound influence across the lands, and whilst the Sylvaneth fight tooth and claw in defiance of their way of life, there remains a chance for Ghyran to heal from its many wounds. Ghyran was one of the first mortal realms where colonization began in the wake of Sigmar's Tempest, for its verdant wilds are rich with all that mortal kind requires to thrive. On the continent of the Everspring Swath, the roots of civilization have dug deep into the loam, giving rise to powerful cities of order. Twin islands form the core of the Everspring Swath, one of the largest and most important of the Jade Kingdoms. Their names are Verdia and Theria. The former is a land in which all living creatures are female, the latter one in which they are all male. And when the birthing season dawns, there is a mass migration across the statement-like promontories known as the Trisk Isles. Flora and fauna come together in their multitudes in order to produce new life, and so too do the very landmasses drift together to reproduce, sowing the seeds of new islets and domains. Splitting from their progenitors, these smaller landmasses drift around the edges of Verdia and Theria like hungry cubs seeking sustenance from their parents' continents. The strange, beautiful lands of the Swath have borne witness to some of the most momentous events in the history of Ghyran. Alarielle, the Everqueen, once made her home in Verdia before the Plague God launched his great invasion of the realm of life, tainting the splendor of nature with his rotten feculence. Despite a heroic and fierce defense, Alarielle was unable to turn back the foulness inveigling its way into her domain. The Everqueen's strength faded, and as her lands withered around her, she entered a deep and lasting malaise. The years that followed saw the decline of the Everspring Swath and of the Sylvaneth. Alarielle's wild forest spirits, their sacred groves were overrun, their soul pods crushed or contaminated beyond hope. The survivors fled deep into the wilds, a song of grief upon their lips. Those human and elves that had once called the realm of life their homeland were forced to flee to the realm of heavens, or else were hunted down and destroyed by rampaging demons. Rivers ran yellow with clotted pus, mountains crusted over with filth. Giant stretches of jungle were transformed into sweltering, gloomy places, where the soil writhed with fat-bodied maggots, and sour bile ran like sap from sickened trees. Demons, heathens, and scab-furred beastmen capered amongst the glades, exulting in the nightmare they had made of the Everqueen's gardens, once so beautiful and vibrant. Yet in a land of ever-cycling seasons, nothing endures forever, and no tragedy is final. The hour of Alarielle's resurgence dawned once again, as she was woken from her pained torpor by the deafening thunder of the God King's tempests and the wars that it brought. Vengeful and fiercely beautiful in her war form, the Ever-Queen took up the great struggle against Nurgle anew, driving the Chaos intruders back on 100 fronts. The Swath was one of the first of the Jade Kingdoms, upon which enclaves of order began to emerge from the darkness after so many centuries of horror. Having allied in common cause with Alarielle, Sigmar raised strongholds of his own places where humanity and other scattered races could find sanctuary against the predations of the dark gods. 3 great cities, the seeds of hope, were raised, each developing their own methods of fending off Ghyran's ever-encroaching wilds. In Theria, the living city found harmony by becoming one with the wilderness, while in Verdia, the city of Greywater fastness instead conquered it with ingenuity, at the same time earning the ire of the Ever-Queen and her children. The great nation of Verdia is a place surging with life, even by the standards of Ghyran. In some places, one can stand and watch the growth of new plants and creatures with the naked eye, watching a seed sprout into a vine and then to a towering tree in a matter of days. The northern stretches of Verdia were once dominated by rolling plains of golden grass, but the clogging of several great rivers by the plague god's demons has diverted the water flow, causing many areas to become marshy and waterlogged. Further south, the marshes recede and are replaced by thick forests, hills, and sweltering valleys. Here is where the majority of Sigmar's settlements can be found, arranged in defensive positions with mountains at their back and uncorrupted rivulets bringing precious water straight to their halls. Each of these settlements is surrounded by a number of Sigmarite strongpoints on the furthest edge of its border. These act as staging and supply points for the Dawnbringer armies that are periodically dispatched to conquer and settle new lands, or to pacify those regions that pose a threat. The people of Verdia have a fierce love for their homeland and have developed many measures to protect themselves against its more hazardous elements. Newcomers and visitors find life in Verdia a harsh ordeal, and the clever ones ensure that they seek the advice of the natives, or Green Claws, as they proudly call themselves, whenever possible. So easy is it to nurture new life in Verdia that the secret to surviving here is to learn how to slow the cycle of rebirth, to hold back the encroachment of nature, and harness it for one's own needs. Nowhere has this been achieved with such success as in Hammerhall Ghira, one half of the twin-tailed city. Magma streams channeled through the giant Stormrift Realm Gate keep back the endless growth of the Verdian forests, and have allowed the city and its terraced gardens to be transformed into one of the most foremost wonders of the mortal realms. With food in such overabundance and control over several bubbling springs of Aqua Gyranus, the pure life-giving water of Ghyran, Verdia has much to trade with its neighboring nations. Grain shipments are traded for iron oak from Theria, or masterwork sinew bows from Kernothiel, land of hunters. Erosian sap is used to fashion wondrous amber jewelry, and of course Hammerhall Aqshy has treasures from across the realms to barter. Since the very moment that the old alliance between Alariel, the Everqueen, and the God King Sigmar was restored, Verdia has been at the forefront of the War of Life. These evergreen lands are soaked with the lifeblood of both Sigmarites and Chaos worshippers, and the slaughter shows no sign of relenting. Colonized it might be, but Verdia is a nation that faces invasion on 100 fronts. From the stinking marshes of the Festermere far to the west, to the very gates of Hammerhall Ghyran, the foul hosts of Nurgle roam, spreading their taint into the soil of Alariel's heartland. Drawn forth from their jungle lairs by the promise of bloodshed, come skittering hordes of spiderfang grots and stampeding beastmen. The ogres chew their way voraciously across the lands, delighting in the seemingly endless buffet that is the realm of life. Death, too, thrives here. The bogs are thick with dead walkers, and vine-wrapped geists prowl and screech in the darkness. Against these horrors stand the free cities of Sigmar and their Sylvaneth allies, outnumbered, surrounded, but filled with a fighting zeal that has thus far kept the monsters from their doorstep. Guided by a vast network of forest scouts, the Dawnbringer Crusades of Verdia strike from the trees, crippling threats before they can fully manifest, harassing enemy hordes and seizing vital ley lines and natural defenses. Verdia is not a land in which majestic armies, 1,000 strong, can meet in open battle on the field. Most of the place is tangled and overgrown, the ground beneath one's boots writhing with life. Forests mask the movement of scouts and archers, and impede the charges of armored cavalry. Sucking marshes trap marching soldiers, dragging those too heavily encumbered down to a gruesome lingering death. Those who learn how to fight in such surroundings will obliterate any foes foolish enough to invade their territory. Hundreds of armies have met their doom beneath the impenetrable canopies of the Verdian forests. The verdant metropolis of Hammerhall Ghyran is a of vast, swaying gardens and terraced neighborhoods, a city built to tame the dangerous wilds of Verdia. When war calls, it raises armies of hardy frontiersmen and elven hunters skilled in the art of the bow. Hammerhall Ghyran could not be more different in appearance to its sister settlement. There is no smoke-wreathed industrial monstrosity, but a many-tiered garden city of verdant greenery and sweet, clean air, dominated by immense terraces of arable land. Draped over a great domed mountain range known as the Khorton, Hammerhal Gira is hilly, where Hammerhal Aqshy is flat. Well-watered and bountiful, where the bright city is so terribly arid. In the city's prime strata, the richly appointed governmental district that lies directly beneath the Stormrift Realm Gate, golden palaces stand perched upon narrow peaks. The ornamental gardens that stretch before them, garnished with vibrant flowers and glittering channels of water. Floating above all this wonder are islands of moss-covered stone. Known as drift isles or aqualiths, these immense boulders are held aloft by their innate geomantic properties and secured in place by trailing ropes of hemp and silk steel. Even the city's green priests have not entirely solved the mystery of what keeps them aloft. Some contend that the drift isles are filled with gaseous deposits of rare and potent magic, but drilling into them is entirely forbidden after the disaster of Seeker's Earthfall, when an entire island came crashing down upon the city. To this day, some druids of the city claim that the Drift Isles are in fact living beings, and to slay them would enrage the realm itself. Fresh water pours down from the Drift Isles in gushing torrents, and it is this natural irrigation that powers much of the city's infrastructure and industry. Tugged into position by massive winch engines, the Drift Isles deluge feeds crops and fills reservoirs, turns millstones and power clocks and cargo lifts. The largest of the Drift Isles are home to entire districts of elven wanderers. The stateless nomad princes consider the Verdant city one of their few genuine havens in a hostile world. Unlike the fabled living city, an arboreal settlement in which nature and civilization live in perfect concert, Hammerhal Gira seeks to impose order and structure upon nature. Blazing orange furrow marks the variegated greens of the city. Rivers and channels of Aqshian lava, erected by Dwarden-fashioned aqueducts that run from the highest strata to the lowest. These fires keep Ghyran's ever-growing plant life from swallowing up every structure and street, but they also serve another, more important purpose. Where they meet the springs of Ghyranus that bubble up from below the Khorton range. These lava flows send up great clouds of enchanted steam, a protective mist of pure, life-giving magic that repels demonic and corrupted creatures, and can even cure ailments and sickness in those who immerse themselves within it. This spiritual defense is bolstered by leveled walls and earth mounds ringed with lava channels and watchtowers, and defended by no fewer than 5 great free guilds. The printing presses of the free cities proclaim Hammerhal Gira might proclaim the most heavenly place outside Azerheim. But for all its splendor, the Verdant city is no paradise. Certainly not for the thousands upon thousands of agricultural laborers who must toil in its fields and terrace farms all day in the sweltering heat, harassed by swarms of biting insects as they pick crops and utilize complex winch systems to haul drift aisles into position. Such work is not glamorous and will never stir the heart of playwrights from Azyr. But Verdians are pragmatic souls. They know that without the backbreaking labor of the city's farmers, Sigmar's wars in the Everspring Swath and far beyond would grind to a halt. Without food, armies cannot fight, and cities cannot endure. Mortals from foreign lands might condescendingly refer to the populace of Hammerhall Ghyran as green fingers or gardeners. But their sneers would swiftly turn to grimaces of agony if the shipments of grain and life-giving waters were to dry up. Insects are a constant irritant in Hammerhall Ghyran, and occasionally a lethal one. Grandfather Nurgle, ever seeking to despoil Sigmar's garden city, has in the past sent waves of bloated bogflies and fist-sized mosquitoes to sweep across the city, a vast, hungry cloud infested with disease and parasites. On such occasions, the populace flees indoors, securing themselves behind locked shutters and silk steel nets, while squads of streamers, Dwarden and human exterminators clad from head to toe in heavy plate and armed with cannons that spew streams of superheated water, repel the swarms with well-aimed torrents. Not every insect carries the foul touch of the plague god upon its body, however. Not only do bugs and grubs provide the city's main source of food, but larger species of insects native to Verdia are harnessed as beasts of burden, or even war mounts. The famed shell riders of the 68th Veld Guard have employed rock crusher scarabs to great effect in their massed cavalry charges. Docile and pliant Anrachis beetles are more common than cart horses in the city's farming strata, and have the added benefit of a powerful pair of glittering wings. Indeed, beetle flight is one of the few ways from which to reach the docks of the floating drift aisles and the highest levels of the city. Ghur, the realm of beasts. Primal, primeval, red in tooth and claw. The realm of beasts is a jagged, savage place, dominated by one credo alone: might makes right, and the strong consume the weak. Here, even the landscape is alive, its geographical features hunting one another to extinction. To hesitate here is to be devoured. Ghur has a rugged splendor to it. Its prehistoric landscapes are replete with gigantic fossils, yawning chasms, and jutting tooth-like mountains that scrape the sky. Should a traveler brave a journey across it and take his life into his own hands doing so, he would find himself crossing from one type of terrain to another quite abruptly. One week, he may traverse hard-packed tundra, beloved of knife-clawed ice bears. The next, savanna roamed by long-legged grazers. The week after that, a land of ochre mesas and plateaus, through which vast, hundred-legged insects prowl. The skies are rarely free of wheeling gyre eagles or sallow vultures, each glaring hungrily down at those who would dare enter their territory. Great migratory trails crisscross the lands, made not only by prowling megafauna, but by the features of the lands themselves. In Ghur, that same traveler might seek refuge in a cave one night and emerge the next morning to find the horizon has changed, the landmarks having slid slightly but discernibly out of position. Here, the mountain moves in search of ice with which to armor its flanks, just as the open plain grids the mountain's edge to sharp gravel, the better to cut the feet of those who traverse it. The river conquers the hills, gradually carving them apart with the rocks it has ripped from the high peaks. The hills shiver free those forests that seek to take root upon them, and the forest stalks upon blood-hungry tendrils in the night, seeking to sink questing root tips into the corpse of the fallen, the better to feast. In many places across the realm of beasts, the weather-beaten bones and rib cages of gargants and vast saurian monsters litter the lands. These remains of once majestic creatures are used by pragmatic settlers as frameworks for everything from simple biovacs to Sigmarite strongpoints. Even the realm stone of Ghur takes the form of beast bones, the amber-hued substance naturally occurring in deposits that look much like fossils trapped in rock. Those who become attuned to this crystalline Ghurish magic can unleash the beast inside and even transform into a savage predator for a time. Where there's bone, there's meat, as the hunter tribes of the Great Coil say, and the meat from Ghur is the finest in any of the mortal realms. As a result, high-quality sea salt is a hugely valuable commodity, used by hunters and corpse miners to preserve the vast slabs of meat they ship out to less bounteous realms. The real difficulty is keeping the would-be trader from eating the goods before the exchange can be made. In the realm of beasts, the demands of heart and stomach trump those of mind almost every time. But the defining life form of the realm of beasts is not a wild animal, not even the barbarian tribesman, but something even more violent and predatory. The greenskin and its fellow brutish races of destruction. The savage wilds. Rugged beast hunters and veterans of countless brutal frontier battles with the innumerous greenskin tribes of Thondia, the Dawnbringer Crusades of Ghur are used to being outnumbered and surrounded. They rely on the auguries harvested from their mother city to triumph against all odds. The heartlands of Ghur are constantly gnawing at themselves. Oceans chew and tear at ragged coastlines, eroding the edges of continents. Mountain ranges crash together. Lakes boil and explode into gushing rivers, and the ground shatters as hungry crevasses surge up from deep places. In the last few centuries alone, the barren continent of Dons was crushed between Thondia and Antor, worried and torn apart like a helpless herd beast in the jaws of ravenous spine wolves. Amidst all this upheaval, mortals try to claw out a harsh existence from the beast-haunted lands. This is no easy feat, for settlers on one continent might find their settlements swallowed by a rising tectonic plate only after a few short years. Only the largest and greatest land masses offer a measure of stability, for they are as alpha predators in the strange, violent geography of Ghur. Thondia is one such alpha continent, a primordial landmass of gargants and monsters. The sheer scale of Thondia is difficult to fully comprehend. Ravaged plains stretch far beyond the horizon, split by the curved spines of mountains and the jutting shapes of broad-topped mesas. It has the feel of a place from another time, an age before empires, wild and untamed. It is little surprise that Gorka Morka's bestial offspring thrive in such surroundings. Orcs and ogres abound in this land, delighting in the violent ferocity of the place and the abundance of food and good fighting it offers. Ghurish orcs are fearsome even by the standards of their burly race. For here, more than anywhere in the realms, the blunt savagery of their twin-headed deity suffuses the environment. It is testament to the resilience and ingenuity of Sigmar's folk that any of their colonies in Thondia have survived long enough to raise walls, let alone grow into bustling settlements. Excelsis and Isalind are the two greatest free cities in the Heartlands, each having formed clever strategies to fend off the ravening monsters and the war-hungry hordes that surround them. Excelsis, in particular, is of incalculable value to the God King's empire. This great port city dominates the coast of Tusks, a hub of trade and military power that has exploited its most precious asset to prosper in this savage land: the mining of prophecies from a splinter of the world that was, known as the Spear of Malice. Many times has Excelsis been put to siege, smashed, or savaged by greenskins or the Tzeentch-worshipping cults that crave its fateful secrets. Yet still it stands, proud and sturdy, forewarned by prophecy against each fresh crisis. Such visions are not merely employed for defense either. Marching from its great stone walls come fresh Dawnbringer crusades, tasked with taming the wilds with spear, shell, and shot. The folk of Thondia, whether they hail from frozen Isolint, rain-lashed Excelsis, or some other city or Sigmarite strongpoint, are by necessity a rugged breed, for the weak do not last long in Ghur. They greatly prize toughness and hard work, and have little time for those who cannot pull their weight. Strength is respected, but so too is cunning. The hunter that can bring down a Flathorn Alpha with snare traps and stakes is as celebrated as the tribal chieftain who does his bloody work up close with the axe. Strong in arm and heart they might be, but Thondians know that even the tallest warrior will look like an insect beneath the feet of rampaging Mega-Gargant or standing in the path of an enraged Maw-Crusher. Most Thondians make a living as hunters of some sort. Whether they trawl the oceans for wingfish, or prowl the plains along the Great Excelsis Road in search of screecher lizards and axebeaks, whose tough hides can be bartered for many foreign goods. Food is the commodity most commonly exported from Thondia. Boulder-sized hunks of meat, salted and cured by magical means, are packed onto scourge wave runners or well-armed galleons to be transported to nearby outposts or else taken via Realm Gate to other, less bountiful realms. A good-sized, Ghurish rock lion haunch is considered by outlanders as a particular delicacy. One such cut can be traded for a pair of masterwork Chaemonic load blades, or a dozen barrels of Aqshy flame ale. Of course, this commerce only exists so long as these scattered free cities can defend themselves from the unending fury of Ghur. Those from other realms often carry the impression that Thondians and others from Ghur are a little more than savages themselves, barbarians at heart who love to fight and prize nothing but raw strength. This is a fallacy, of course. It would be something approaching suicide to simply charge into the plains of Thondia, where an army of thousands is soon swallowed up by the sheer immensity of its surroundings. In truth, Thondians are innovative warriors, experts in the art of siege defense. They utilize cruel traps and palisades of sharpened stakes to bleed their foes, drawing them into killing zones where the advantage of numbers is soon lessened. None are more skilled than they when it comes to the butchering of the great monsters of the realms. For in Ghur, such creatures are larger and more terrible than anywhere else. To survive in the realm of beasts, one must become a predator in heart and soul. Cunning, relentless, and utterly without mercy. It is a lesson that Thondians have learned well. Excelsis, lashed by rain and racked by vicious lightning storms that sweep in from the Ghurish seas, the great port city of Excelsis would be a hard place to live, even if it were not under near constant assault from rampaging greenskins and the slavering fauna of the realm of beasts. Excelsis is a key port of the God King's empire, the foremost center of trade in Thondia, and a stopping point for militarized convoys traveling the breadth of Ghur. Situated on the rocky bluffs of the coast of Tusks, it stands beneath the shadow of the Spear of Malice, a titanic shard of black rock that juts from the bay beyond the city's bustling harbor. Ships dock beneath its shadow in the thousands, under the watchful eyes of scourge privateer wolf ships that constantly prowl the trade lanes in search of trouble. Excelsis is a mighty naval power, thanks in large part to these hardened corsairs, who are paid well to defend the city against Skaven junk fleets, marauding chaos raiders, and other threats from the sea. By all rights, Excelsis should have fallen long ago. Since its foundation, it has suffered the wrath of orc hordes, a number of bloody uprisings at the hands of Zinchian cultists, and most terrible of all, the merciless purges of the Knights Excelsior, the very guardians tasked with protecting the City of Secrets. Clad in stark white armor, these pitiless Stormcast Eternals brook no moderation or thoughts of mercy when it comes to the long war against chaos. They dwell within the bleaky, imposing stormkeep known as Consecralium, situated on a promontory that reaches out into the Bay of Excelsis, and is constantly surrounded by crackling lightning storms. 3 times the Stormcast warriors have sallied forth from the Consecralium to rid the city of those they judge faithless and corrupt, putting thousands to the sword in the belief that the taint of chaos must be carved out root and stem. There is, perhaps, no other free city that has experienced such a turbulent and violent history as Excelsis. Yet the City of Secrets still stands, largely thanks to the greatest of its assets, the omens and auguries mined daily from the Spear of Malice. The monolith, laced with glittering trails of celestial magic, dwarfs even the largest buildings in Excelsis. It is no less than a sliver of the world that was, cast down into the bedrock of Ghur thousands of years ago during the cataclysmic formation of the mortal realms, and infused with strands of raw prophecy. Floating towers surround the Spear of Malice, occupied by mages of the Collegiate Arcane, whose task it is to oversee the mining of auguries and the separation of minor glimpses of the future from important omens that might change the course of a battle or save a city from utter destruction. This is a boon coveted by many, but most of all by Tzeentch, who greatly desires to harness the prophecies for himself. Lesser omens mined from the spear are rendered down into glimmerings, pebbles of polished stone that function as the city's main form of currency, aside from barter and trade. One can call upon the secrets imbued within the glimmerings to gain a brief insight into the future. A fisherwoman might foresee the location of a glittering shoal of wingfish, enough to keep herself and her family fed and happy for several weeks. Such premonitions can be traded or exploited for profit. Yet, one must be careful. Constant exposure to the secrets of the glimmerings can be addictive, and many lose all conception of time and truth as they become obsessed with these half-perceived visions. On a strategic level, the city's renowned sages and war seers decipher particularly weighty omens, and their prescience is utilized by the city's commanders to determine the deployment of their armies. Such augury has proven a vital asset in the defense of the city, but it is not always reliable. The ability to glean the future did not save Excelsis from a series of terrible disasters, the impacts of which are still felt to the present day. Within living memory, there occurred a mass uprising of Tzeentchian cultists who had embedded themselves in the city's military and civic structure. This revolt, spearheaded by the city's High Arbiter and one of its foremost mages, was disrupted by the actions of the Order of Azyr before it became too widespread to quell. Although not before a great host of demons and Zangors descended from the skies on great vessels of corrupted crystal. One such ship collapsed across the city in the aftermath of the battle, shattering an entire district. The Stormcast Eternals soon moved in to quarantine the area, which came to be known as the Crystal Fall. It is still walled off and forbidden to all but Sigmar's warriors on pain of death. Tragically, however, their obsession with rooting out every hint of chaos caused the Knights Excelsior to underestimate the primal rage of Ghur itself. War and unbound magic released Kragnos, End of Empires, from his underground prison, where the magic of the Slan had kept him contained for aeons. Enraged to discover that the savage kingdoms that had once worshipped him were long lost to the ravages of time, Kragnos embarked upon a rampage of terrible destruction. First, he defeated Gordrak, fist of Gork in single combat, and brought the orc's mighty Wah to heel. Then he descended upon Excelsis, for in the gleaming port city he saw the hated glint of civilization and order. The battle that followed was beyond anything that had befallen the City of Secrets before. With wall-smashing siege weapons and the stomping feet of mega-gargants, Kragnos' horde battered through the city's palisades, pulverizing guardhouses and hurling rocks as big as church bells to splatter the formations of Free Guild handgunners that were peppering them with lead shot. Only the intervention of two most unexpected allies, the ancient Slan relic priest Lord Croak and the mercurial goddess Morathi, saved Excelsis from utter ruin. Combining celestial and shadow magic, together they opened a shadow portal and redirected Kragnos' rampage through it, avoiding the city's ruin by a matter of degrees. Kragnos' assault was broken, yet in many ways the siege itself still rages on. Every time the Excelsian walls are repaired, fresh Auric hordes surge forth to tear them down. Grots burrow up from tunnels dug beneath the city, and the Excelsian military has been reduced to a ragged remnant of its former glory. Yet it still endures, a stirring testament to the strength of its people. This bold stand has inspired many pilgrims, soldiers, and adventurers to journey here for battle, and the Scourge privateers escort fresh convoys of reinforcements from far afield, keen to join the war against the feral greenskins. Hope remains among the people of the city that the wilds of Thondia can be tamed, but many fear that the realm of beasts is still yet to awaken fully, and that when it does, so its wrath will be too great for even Excelsis to withstand. Chamon, the realm of metal. Until the unbound potential of Chamon was seized upon by Tzeentch, it was the heart of a powerful Dwarden empire. For in the realm of metal, the craftsman and the smith truly thrive. Now, after a metallurgic apocalypse changed its landscape forever, all of Chamon fights simply to survive. In form, Chamon is perhaps the strangest of all realms. It hangs in the etheric void as a collection of landscapes, ranging from the disc-like crucible of civilization at its heart to the strange hanging valleys that dot its outskirts, each held suspended in the void and linked by nothing more than waterfalls of quicksilver and strange, unpredictable portals. From Azyr's astroscopes, it looks something like the workshop of some godly alchemist. Each component landmass turned to strange acts of creation and invention that a sane mind cannot comprehend. Since the Age of Chaos, the analogy holds true on a metaphysical level as well as a mundane one. For the greatest signifier of Chamon is not metal itself, but constant flux. After drawing the mad, multifarious eyes of Tzeentch, the lands of Chamon have changed, twisted, mutated, and changed again. The great conspirator found the sheer potential of the realm intoxicating. Whether it be for wealth, for opportunity, for technological advancement, or for a giddying fall from grace. And so he made it his priority to warp Chamon into something more fitting to his own insane vision. The spiral crux exemplifies this. Once a land of rectilinear logic and smooth progress, it has become a curling, writhing mockery of its former grandeur. Only backwards, atavistic remnants of its highly capable and technologically advanced people survived the cataclysm of the Age of Chaos. Though the spark of human and dwarven ingenuity has seen some progress return since the breaking of Sigmar's tempest, much of the realm is still scarred by Tzeentch's mania and the bewildering, sanity-sapping side effects of the rampant change magic. Full of transmutations and arcane wonders, Chamon is a realm where impermanence is the only certainty. Though the realm of metal is ever shifting, certain sub-realms abide, giving shape to the so-called lands of gold. With a mineral bounty in excess of all the other realms combined, Chamon was once the center of a realms-spanning trade empire, with the Dwarden working alongside the Sigmar-worshipping humans of the realm. A similar network may one day flourish once more, albeit one forced to travel in armored steam caravans, armadas of skyships, or upon clockwork beasts of burden that never tire. Though much of Chamon is metallic in nature, it has verdant reaches and pure water in abundance, particularly in those sub-realms near the realm sphere's core. Here and there, the trees may have glinting, iron-hard bark. The earth may bear a ferrous sheen, or the hues of exotic oxides in places, but by and large, it remains habitable, should a people invest in it heavily enough. On the outskirts, however, the lands are ever-changing to the point of madness. To stray there is to risk a truly unusual and disturbing death. Blood and iron. Chamon is an inconstant realm, its component sub-realms and land masses shifting around another in an indecipherable cosmic dance. Yet there are regions in this swirling agglomeration of islands and subcontinents that have retained a particular importance, such as the mineral-rich expanse of the viscid flux. The spiral crux is the after effect of an act of sorcery powerful enough to scar a realm forever. Located at the epicenter of the realm of metal, it is dominated by a churning maelstrom of islands, plates, and land masses, orbiting an arcane storm of such terrible power that to venture into its cataclysmic clutches is to court madness, mutation, and death. Once, the Spiral Crux was the proud heart of Chamon, its lands carved and crafted to perfect dimensions by the smith god Grungni in order to serve as the homelands of his people. Yet, through the machinations of chaos, the god beast known as the Lode Griffin came to roost at its center. This avian titan was a creature of such terrible power that its very presence emanated waves of crushing magnetic force that crumpled continents and sent tectonic plates smashing into one another. Desperate to slay this dire threat to their existence, the tribes of nations such as the Yaida, Audrin, and the Viscid Flux gathered together to slay the Lode Griffin. In doing so, they wrought their own doom. The change god Tzeentch, he who had long craved the ever-mutable realm of metal, had foreseen exactly such a reaction. In its death throes, the Lode Griffin's screams tore open a wound in the flesh of reality, and through this breach poured demons in their multitudes. The resulting magical explosion forever transformed the geometric lands of the Crux, bringing with it a new age of darkness and terror. Those who stray near the heart of the Crux find themselves looking upon a roiling vortex of magic, thousands of leagues in diameter, glittering with impossible colors and splintered shards of displaced metal and rocky islets caught up in the storm. This is the domain of the Zangor twist phrase. Only they and their demonic masters seem capable of withstanding the tremendous transmutative energies pouring from the Griffin's eyrie, the very eye of the maelstrom. Indeed, the beastmen take great joy in capturing sacrifices to be exposed to its sorcerous power. The fortunate are instantly slain, immolated entirely, or transformed into screaming statues of gold and silver. But a luckless few are changed into horned and beaked Zangors, or worse, gibbering chaos spawn. Despite its fury, the Griffin's eyrie remains a source of fascination, particularly for the sky empire of the Caradron overlords. These rugged and innovative Dwarden are the descendants of Khazalid mountain kingdoms shattered during the Age of Chaos, who survived by taking to the skies in aether-powered airships. The Caradron's immense skyports now drift across the realm of metal, seeking aether gold, the fuel that keeps their wondrous vessels aloft. Precious streams of the stuff have been caught up in the maelstrom at the center of the Spiral Crux, and the Caradron used the latest aethermatic technology in order to draw them out, a practice that has brought them once more into violent confrontation with the Tzeentch-worshipping natives. Further from the Eyrie, the lands of the Spiral Crux become more livable, though many are still seeped in malign energies and populated by vicious tribes of chaos worshippers. Only pockets of civilization exist, connected to one another by mystical bonds and realm gates. Gazan-Zar has become something of a haven for colonies of dispossessed, for amidst its shattered mountains can be found the ruins of Khazalid Empire. Indigenous tribespeople are attempting to rebuild their ancient kingdoms of Ayada with support from the God King's armies. Though grots from Scrapaspill have thrice sacked their main settlements of Galhalla. Perhaps the greatest of these burgeoning nations is the Viscid Flux. Formerly a stronghold of technology and clockwork machine lore, the Flux was all but purged of life during the Age of Chaos. Yet, upon Sigmar's return to the mortal realms, it has once more become a center of his faith. Far enough from the Griffin's Eyrie to avoid the worst chain storms, it is nonetheless rich in magic and rare minerals, particularly the vital Kamonic Realmstone. The Flux is a wide, glittering continental shelf dominated by a spine of crystalline mountains that stretches all the way from the river Chiltan in the south to the border of neighboring Prosperous. It is known for its great lakes of liquid metal and for the globulous deposits of Camonite that lie beneath its rocky surface. This much-craved resource draws invaders in great numbers, from avaricious sorcerers to tribes of nomadic Zangors and rust-furred Skaven. Yet, any who wish to claim the Flux's treasures must contend with the fury of Vindicarum, the greatest of Sigmar's cities in the region. Built atop and within the caldera of a slumbering quicksilver volcano, Vindicarum is a bulwark of the Sigmarite faith, home to a congregation of zealous faithful who seek any opportunity to make war upon chaos worshippers. Vindicarum wages a ceaseless battle with such enemies for domination of the Flux, which is one of the God King's most valuable provinces. Beneath its metallic crust can be found unrivaled riches, enchanted quicksilver that can be refined into potions of swiftness, strong metals such as invictinite and white iron, and of course the realm stone Camonite, potent enough to power a city. Sustenance is a more challenging issue, for though the people subsist on little more than flavorless gruel and boiled copperfish, even these meager supplies are not easy to come by in this part of Cayman. Trees and grasses abound in the Viscid Flux, but many carry the sheen of ferrous minerals and are toxic to all but iron-stomached Dwarden. Thus, The folk of free cities, such as Vindicarum, must search further afield for food and other luxuries. Dawnbringer crusades pour into the arable hearthlands to the north, where crops such as coppergrass and rustigo grow in abundance. Armed convoys carry this bounty back to the Flux. Trade is also conducted with distant Ghyran, where the scribes and priests of the Flux require vast quantities of parchment and incense for their religious rites, much of it harvested from the Verdian forests. In return, Fluxers offer precious metals and weapons forged in the caldera smithies of Vindicarum. Change is a constant in the Spiral Crux. Its people are well used to the shifting and melding of the lands, and the conflict stirred by such restless fluctuation. Indeed, the zealous Vindicarians welcome it, for they believe that faithful souls are tempered and made stronger in the furnace of war. Many Dawnbringer crusades have been sent forth from the volcanic city, plunging deep into the great bewilderness to the west to battle mad-eyed beastmen, or conquering tracts of land in Prosperous, once such a gleaming bastion of order. Attempts have been made by Dwarden Mason lords to rebuild the great cogwork rails that used to link Viscid Flux to its neighboring nations. Should they succeed, armored gun carriages could rush troops and material across the eastern crux. Yet, such a task is much like building a tower of Azurite omen cards in a hurricane. No sooner has one rail bridge been constructed than Zangor raiders or metal-clad orcs will spill out of the wilds to demolish another length of line. Yet, the Dwarden continue their work with typical stubborn resolve, forging pacts with their Caradron cousins to guard their endeavor at prohibitive cost. While these efforts at expansion and settlement continue, dangers arise far closer to home. Tzeentch delights in the profusion of civilization that has sprung up in Cayman, and his Arcanite cults find their way into each new settlement. Even zealous Vindicarum finds itself corrupted from within, and the devoted of Sigmar become ever more ruthless in their persecution of those suspected of the slightest deviation from their holy doctrine. Vindicarum, bulwark of faith. Vindicarum is a city built to the heart of Mount Ketnis, a dormant volcano in the Viscid Flux. What began as a small settlement defended by walls of living soldiers has been transformed into one of the most heavily fortified cities in Cayman. The unyielding faith of its citizens as potent a weapon as their blades and axes. Vindicarum is no gleaming metropolis, no wondrous vision of culture and civilization. It is the starkest city imaginable, a place steeped in violence and zealotry that breeds some of the most hardline members of the Sigmarite faith. The great nations of the Viscid Flux were once renowned for their mastery of clockwork automata, and technological warfare, and their empire stretched for many leagues across the iron valleys of central Cayman. Yet, when the cataclysm of the Spiral Crux unleashed a tide of Tzeentchian demons across the realm of metal, the Fluxer's civilization was almost utterly destroyed. Against the hellish floods of demonkind that poured from the Griffin's eyrie, not even the Empire's automaton legions could triumph. One by one, the clockwork armies were surrounded and destroyed, and millions of mortals fell along with them. Centuries of desperate flight followed, until the survivors of the viscid flux numbered merely in the low thousands. Only a burning faith the God King would return kept the Fluxers going in those darkest of days. That faith was rewarded when at last Sigmar's tempest broke across the realm of metal, and turquoise armored warriors slammed down upon the metallic slopes of the dormant quicksilver volcano known to the natives of the Flux as Mount Ketnis. This vast, concave pit held within it a realm gate known as the Silver Shift, and the Celestial Vindicators, vengeance-driven enemies of chaos in all forms, had come to claim it. Tribes of avian beastmen from the Great Bewilderness had held this portal since the earliest years of the Age of Chaos. The Celestial Vindicators put these strange and savage creatures to the sword in a series of brutal assaults. Their newly conquered territory forming a natural defensive strongpoint, the Vindicators swiftly reinforced and fortified the upper reaches of the volcano, transforming it into a shelter for the pitiful survivors of the viscid flux. At least for those strong enough to make it to the steep and brutal climb to its peak. There, the surviving mortals took up arms alongside their grim saviors and made ready to defend Mount Ketnis against the furious counterattack that was already sweeping towards them on all sides. Concentric shield walls of Dwarden, humans, and stormcasts fought night and day for many months, sustained only by the intensity of their faith and the grim war songs that rang out across the caldera. These living bulwarks would form the foundations of Vindicarum. Preserved by faith and fire, the city grew over the decades from a bleak outpost into a thriving metropolis and center of the Sigmarite faith. The majority of the city lies spread across the volcano's inner slopes, protected by a curtain wall that runs along the lip of the caldera and is known as the Iron Collar, due to its resemblance to the heavy chains of office worn by devoted priests. In more recent times, Vindicarum's expanding urban sprawl has spilled down the outer slopes as well, where thousands of pilgrims and reclaimed now dwell in ugly shantytowns. Looming above all is the imposing mass of Fort Vringr, a mighty storm keep of the Celestial Vindicators. all its strength, the city was not immune to the subtle machinations of Tzeentch. Agents of the Change God infiltrated the Caldera districts, and when the Celestial Vindicators learned of this corruption, they acted mercilessly, and, so say many of their kin, rashly. A group of Celestial Vindicators publicly executed hundreds of citizens for theft and other lesser crimes, for they could only conceive of such actions as the first steps to heresy. Outraged, the populace rose up in revolt. In response, the Vindicators put down the insurrection in a night of terrible slaughter, wiping out fully 3/4 of the city's population. Many innocents were amongst those slain, crushed or suffocating in panicked stampedes. The Purge of Vindicarum has gone down in infamy across Sigmar's vast empire, and remains to date a mark against the honor of the Vindicators. Though there are hardliners within the Stormhost who insist that it was justified. The Purge forever changed the people of Vindicarum. Deathly afraid of another massacre, they became ever more zealous in their faith, taking the Sigmarite virtues of self-sacrifice and penitence to unsettling extremes. Populace has been transformed into something resembling an ultra-militarized religious cult, obsessed with asceticism and hardship, and mistrustful of any who stray outside the scriptures taught by the devoted of Sigmar. Walking through the gray and unembellished streets of the city, which lack any ornaments except the grimmest iconography of the faith, one is deafened by a cacophony of chanting voices, echoing constantly from the pulpits carved into the walls of the volcano, and from wide-eyed priests stood upon mobile altars. Above this can be heard the relentless pounding of the constant hammer. An enormous piston engine mounted atop Fort Venger that hammers out a relentless beat all day and all night. An ever-present reminder that the eye of the one God King is upon the citizenry. Flagellants tread the rough tiles, lashing themselves bloody and raw, while the city's penitent citizens toil their lives away in the forges and mines of the inner slopes, which extract the liquid quicksilver at Mount Katniss's heart. Tragedy was once again to strike Vindicarum, when the demon prince known as Be'lakor sought to offer it as a sacrifice to the Dark Pantheon. His legions assaulted the city under the cover of cursed skies, and in the siege that followed, hundreds of celestial vindicators met a terrible end, their souls devoured by the sorcerous clouds swirling above before they could return to Azyr. Only the heroic intervention of the Hallowed Knights and the unlikely arrival of a Caradron relief fleet prevented Vindicarum's absolute destruction. In the aftermath of this latest disaster, the devoted of Sigmar has only exacerbated the harshness of its dogma. blaming the city's travails upon the insufficient faith of its citizenry, and extending mandatory hours of prayer and self-admonishment. Shyish, the realm of death. The somber and overcast underworlds of Shyish labor under the tyranny of Nagash. The realm of endings came into being as a multitude of places of eternal rest and solace, shaped by the beliefs of mortals. Yet, since then, they have been conquered twice over and remade into places more fitting of a nightmare. Once, long ago, Shyish obeyed a simple truth. If a mortal populace believed in an afterlife, it would crystallize and form at the edge of the realm of death. And upon their deaths, their souls would find themselves there. Whether they believed they were bound for a paradise, a purgatory, or even an eternity of dark oblivion, that is what they would find waiting for them on the other side. During the Age of Myth, that began to change, and not, as with the other realms, because of these slow, insidious whispers of chaos. When Sigmar first came to Shyish, he saw boundless potential in its ordered sanctity and quiet, reflective fields. Over the course of the Age of Myth, he settled hundreds of underworlds with his people, where the living coexisted peacefully with the dead. In particular, across the region known as the Prime Innerlands. There, great cities and monuments were built, and civilization thrived amongst the mausoleums and graveyards that commemorated countless generations of the dead. The waters of the realm thrived with pale-skinned forms of life. Amongst them, the massive eater-fish and greater scuttlefish that were sold as delicacies where one underworld traded with another. Dirge song, soulful music, and amethyst sky lanterns drifted through the night, and trade with the other realms flourished. Where danger threatened, the specters of the settlers' ancestors would fight alongside them. In times of peace, they would teach them secrets and crafts long lost, and even while away, idle hours with them in games of strategy and chance. It was a utopia of a sort, albeit a morbid one. And in a few remote places, that same lifestyle is said to still exist. The vast majority of Shyish's underworlds, however, have been remade into places of grim, obedient undeath, for Nagash has broken and consumed the rulers of each underworld one by one. Where fine towers and citadels once dominated the horizon, now the bone-made spires of his so-called necrotopia claw at the skies. Every day, his legions march out, killing those who would resist his rule, or else tithing them for offerings of bone with which to build ever more necromantic constructs and fortifications. Over the Age of Chaos, The great necromancer was forced to abandon his works by a concentrated invasion from the ruinous powers. Retreating to Styx and fighting a rearguard action to preserve his empire as best he could. But, as with Alariel, the breaking of Sigmar's tempest has brought him a reprieve. The masterstroke of the Necroquake turned the tide, and for a time, Nagash was in the ascendant once more. He drove chaos back on 100 fronts, even as he sent his agents out to stake his claims in other realms. For Nagash desires nothing less than to make all of creation part of his undying empire. Underworlds at war. The Prime Innerlands are at the forefront of the battle for Shyish. Located close to the all-devouring mouth of the Shyish and Azyr. They slip closer and closer to oblivion with each day. Yet, the mortals who dwell here have not given up hope yet, and will battle the forces of undeath with every fiber of their being. The Shyish and Azyr consolidated Nagash's iron grip upon the realm of death. From Nagashazar to the furthest reaches of the Ossiarch Empire, the living are hunted down and slain, or else forced to submit body and soul to the inevitability of oblivion. Yet, the great necromancer still cannot claim total control over the underworlds, for its mortal populace has not yet given in to despair. While a flicker of optimism remains, there is hope for the lands of death. The Prime Innerlands are a swath of continental underworlds caught between the relentless draw of the Shyish and Azyr and the fortified resolve of the God King. Many of the Edgeward lands furthest from the Nadir are temperate and habitable, and home to several important free cities. Yet those nearer to the core are thoroughly doused in amethyst magic, so barren and moribund that few but the dead can thrive there. Many of these perished lands have been fortified by Nagash's legions, turned into bastions from which fresh invasions can be launched upon the living. As befitting a realm formed from the collective beliefs of mortal kind, the Innerlands are drastically variable in appearance and climate. Styx is a wind-blown region of soaring mountains and gloomy woodland, while the deserts of Penultima are arid and strewn with flecks of bone. Few dare speak of the cannibal continent of Charnelcourt, a land of rotting flesh and sinew, almost entirely overrun by the mordants of the flesh-eater courts. Despite the manifold dangers, Sigmar's people have established settlements on several of these landmasses. Prominent amongst these are the city of Lethis in Styx, solemn Glimsforge, and the forbidding castle complex of Thanator's Manse, a rising power that seeks to restore the glory of the Amethyst princedoms an empire destroyed during the Age of Chaos. In each of these underworlds, the living exist alongside the dead. In some cases, this strange relationship is a benevolent one. In the valleys of Halost, the souls of warriors slain in battle rise again each day to fight anew, and mortal heroes of flesh and blood battle monsters and fiends alongside their long-dead ancestors. By contrast, the tombs of Lyria must be sealed and surrounded by trickling streams of star water to prevent tormented geists rising up to prey upon their own kin. Perhaps most terrible of all, in Neferadia and Karstinia, mortals are little more than shambling cattle, livestock to be butchered and bled for their vampire overlords. To thrive in the Innerlands, societies must learn to observe the most ancient and arcane traditions. Gravewort and silver shavings might repel a rotting cadaver scratching upon your window pane, while bullets dipped in the ashes of saints seem to strike at ethereal beings with a particular potency. There is a bustling trade between mortal settlements, with gem merchants from Thanator's Mans trading warding crystals and enchanted rings for unguent oils from Glimsforge, and amnesia-inducing Lethician lake water. Though the practice is forbidden by decree of the God King, some settlements even accede to the bone tithes demanded by the Ossiarch Bone Reapers, hoping that the sacrifice of a few unfortunates might prolong the lives of others. Stygics is a land suffused with historical importance. The legends say it was here that the great necromancer fled after his defeat by Archaon in the early years of the Age of Chaos. The tales tell that he descended into the lightless depths of Lake Lethis, at the bottom of which lies an enormous coffin of grave sand and amethyst crystal. Here, he slowly reconstituted himself over the course of centuries. Whether this tale is true or not, it cannot be denied that the so-called Land of Forgotten Gods has a particularly fell aspect. This stark underworld once acted as a meeting place for many gods of death, who gathered in the titanic castle of deific Mons to debate the distribution of souls. The Cyclopean halls of that fortress now lie silent and cold, for its occupants were long ago defeated and devoured by Nagash, who will suffer no rivals in his quest to dominate Shyish. The memory of some of these gods still lingers. In Lethis, the free city on the shore of the great lake of the same name, the worship of these forgotten gods is still practiced, most notably of Morda, master of the Bleak Raven, a funeral deity revered by gravekeepers and mortuary priests. It is said by some that Morda constructed the castle at deific Mons, and he alone escaped the great necromancer's hunger Azyrite scholars doubt this notion, but it cannot be denied that his worshippers possess the power to still the soul upon death, preventing it from slipping into Nagash's clutches. The principal industry in Styx is death. This is a land of undertakers, embalmists, and crypt watchers. For the right price, the priests of the Order Posthumus, a powerful organization ruled by worshippers of Morda and based in Lethis, can inter one's corpse in such a way that neither your physical remains or your spirit will ever be taken by necromancy. Many travelers from far distant lands make the hard pilgrimage to Styx in their final years. So feared is the possibility of eternal torment at the hands of old bones, a common colloquialism for the supreme lord of the undead. In return for blessing and internment, they offer those treasures that are hard to find in this grim underworld. Rich foods, Chamonic silver, and gifts of art and music. Sigmar's crusades in the Prime Interlands are more often than not fought against the armies of death, which rise in terrifying numbers to assail those few strongholds of the living that were not overrun following the Shyish necroquake. By necessity, they are often reactive in nature, launched to reclaim lands swarmed by shambling deadwalkers, or rendered silent and cold by shrieking processions of night haunt. Yet, the God King is not content to simply hold on to his gains and wager that his people can withstand the predations of Nagash. Sigmar knows that hope alone can keep the Interlands from sliding into oblivion. In a realm where faith itself takes physical form, an intensity of mortal worship can anchor an entire landmass from the whirlpool pool of the Nadir. Thus, it is more important than ever for Stygixians and Interlanders to have a cause in which to believe. So it is that crusades reach out to claim new underworlds and cleanse them of Nagash's black taint. Penultima has been settled and wars launched against its Ossiarch defenders and the Grot Gloom tribes that infest its eastern shores. Lethisian shock troops have landed in the Warm Soul uplands, and there found themselves locked in a grinding conflict with the death rattle barrow armies of the Jade Skull Emperor. Even Neferodia finds itself under assault as the Stormcast Eternals liberate blood farms and chattel villages, freeing mortals destined for the feasting tables of Queen Neferata's court. These crusades are often commanded by the grim and austere lords of the Anvils of Heldenhammer, particularly those of the Sacrosanct Chambers. Arcane warriors whose expertise in amethyst magic is legendary. They are determined to avenge the ills wrought by the great necromancer, and few are more accomplished at making war upon necromantic horrors than they. The core of a Shyishian crusade is comprised of grizzled veteran troops, their skin tattooed and charms draped around their necks and the barrels of their muskets. These are men and women that have spent their entire lives battling geists and night haunters, and are confident that their strength of their faith and observance of ritual will protect them. In the deathly wilderness of the prime innerlands, however, that may prove to be a forlorn hope. Lethis. On the shores of a vast black lake resides the city of Lethis, a gothic and forbidding place of soaring spires and leering gargoyles. This is the greatest mortal settlement in the realm of death, and its enchanted walls have rebuffed both demonic and undead armies time and again. Lethis takes its name from the lake by which it is situated, a vast body of glassy, pitch-black water whose depths conceal mysteries beyond the ken of any human. The largest of all the Shyishian free cities, it is a morbid place, praised in worship not solely of the God King, but also the deity known as Morda, master of the Bleak Raven, a prominent death god thought by many to have been consumed by Nagash, but whose worshippers insist still lingers somewhere in the underworlds, watching over his faithful. Vast flocks of Stygixian great ravens call the city home, and appear in much of the city's iconography and heraldry. Indeed, it is a serious crime to kill one of these birds, for their mere presence is believed to ward off spirits and unquiet geists. The saying goes that Lethis is a graveyard with a city attached, and indeed walking through its streets, one might see the truth of this. Gravestones and looming, angel-winged statues line every avenue, and the hammering of nails driven into coffins is a constant refrain. Even the Stormkeep, the city's guardians, the anvils of Heldenhammer, is a foreboding edifice of black stone, resembling more an enormous mortuary shrine than a fortress. The Stormkeep stands guard over a great swath of sanctified earth, within which are interred the remains of 1,000 and more saints and martyrs of the God King's faith. Called the Grand Mausoleum, this towering citadel of black stone dominates the center of the city and stands guard over the Veil, a realm gate tied to the movements of the celestial spheres. Lethis is a darksome city, but not an ugly one. There is a bleak majesty in its soaring towers and tall, narrow manor houses, whose artfully engraved steeples cast flickering shadows across Lake Lethis. Beneath the lake's still surface lie gloomy depths that no human can or will ever see, for its waters affect the minds of those exposed to them, stealing away memories and emotions. In great quantities, this drought can turn men and women into blank-eyed mutes, making sailing the lake a dangerous prospect at any time. But when diluted and mixed with sacred herbs, it can prove most beneficial. Known as peace water, this concoction soothes fear and eases ailments of the mind and soul. It is exported in great quantity to other free cities, where it is used to grant those scarred by their exposure to the horrors of the realms a measure of tranquility. The source of this magical power remains a mystery. The legends tell that the great necromancer himself maintained a hidden sepulchre at the lake's bottom and retreated there after his defeats during the Age of Chaos. Many scholars and clergymen dispute this, insisting that such contamination would surely have far more terrible effects upon any mortals dwelling nearby. Still, it is a fact that many strange, undead beasts, such as the carrion pike and the much-feared skull-coiler eel, appear to thrive in Lake Lethis, preying upon those fishing fleets that brave the waters. As befitting its superstitious mien, Lethis has become the focal point for a morbid trade like no other. Its workshops produce bewildering numbers of gewgaws, scrimshaws, amulets, abjurational talismans, and bone charms designed to protect the bearer against the predations of unnatural creatures, specifically those that bear the curse of undeath. These goods are traded with other free cities in vast numbers, for the astonishing thing is that they actually work. The raven priests of Morda are privy to many secrets of warding and banishment handed down over generations. The tragedy is that for every genuine Lethisian talisman, there are a dozen imitations sold by shysters and conmen across the mortal realms, often with fatal consequences for the buyer. Aside from the lightning engines and star water mills that grant light and energy to the noble quarters, Lethis's main source of power comes from the everwheels beneath the city. These immense, churning treadmills are connected to important elements of the city's infrastructure: water wheels, furnaces, and grain shredding blades, and are driven by the motion of thousands upon thousands of mortals packed together in a great trudging mass. It is overwhelmingly criminals and prisoners of war that find themselves condemned to experience this man-made hell, but not exclusively so. In exchange for assurance that upon death their bodies will be interred and blessed by the raven priests, many of Lethis's citizens willingly subject themselves to a long spell upon the everwheels. So feared is the great enemy Nagash that a few years of terrible exhaustion and suffering is considered a far better fate than an eternity of tortured servitude at the great necromancer's hands. Lethis experienced its darkest hour during the latter phases of the Soul Wars, when an enemy of Nighthaunt, led by Lady Oleander, swept down upon the city along with a shambling horde of the risen dead. Their aim was to breach the Midnight Tomb, a storm vault that had long lain hidden beneath the city's mausoleum grounds, and was guarded by the anvils of the Heldenhammer. In that eldritch prison lurked something yet more terrible. An ancient servant of Nagash, locked away for centuries at the behest of the God King. Despite the valiant efforts of the Stormcast Eternals, the tomb was torn open, and the entity known as Orpheon Catacros unleashed upon the realms. Though the city endured, the Anvil's bitter defeat left a mark of shame upon their souls, one that they would take desperate measures to alleviate in the years to come. Ulgu, the realm of shadow. Veils and illusions, treachery and deception, these things typify Ulgu, just as much as the darkness and shadow for which it is named. Here, to trust the senses is to stumble into misfortune, despair, and death. Only the sly survive in the 13 dominions, and its rulers, Malarian and Morathi, are the most cunning of all. The domains of Ulgu have neither night nor day, but range from gloom to pitch black, depending on the strange tides and shifting regions of that place. The land itself, they say, deliberately leads the foolish over cliffs and into sucking tar pits, whilst the cruel seas will pull those who brave it into the endless whirlpools or dash them on hidden rocks. This is the domain of secrets and lies, and it can swallow an invading army just as easily as the morning mist hides the rising sun, leaving nothing behind but screams. Comprised of curling, mist-wreathed landmasses known as the 13 Dominions, all the shrouded countries of Ulgu are saturated with illusion and lurking menace. Here, the creak of trees and chill wind sounds as the mocking of crones. The gossamer of spider silk can throttle and garrote. The vast chains that bind so many of Ulgu's metalliths to its greater landmasses can look solid as iron, but flow like ink at the touch. Long ago, the lands were synonymous with refuge, philosophical introspection, and the bliss of lucid dreams. Some optimists believe there are still places like that to be found, but if there are, none can point to them. It was Ulgu to which Malarian came after the demise of the world that was. There he raged, for he had found not a form to call his own. Though staggeringly powerful by the standards of the sane, he was as insubstantial as shade. Over time, his anger and bitterness coalesced, giving him solidity. He searched long for his elven kin with which to form his dominion, for he had already resolved to bring the lands of Ulgu under his heel. So staggeringly arrogant was he. As Malarion roamed, he discovered many strange creatures abroad in Ulgu, yet he felt no true kinship with any of them. Eventually, his path crossed that of his mother, Morathi. He found her surrounded by shadow demons in a dark glade, all engaging in a wild bacchanal that he would later learn sealed an alliance between Morathi and the rulers of the Black Moon known as the Orb Duplicita. Together, they claimed the Shadrach Convergence as their power base, though the domineering Malarion took almost all of it for his own. With these two great minds to guide them, the mortal cultures of Ulgu thrived. During the Age of Chaos, Ulgu was torn by the war between elf and chaos worshipper known as the Cathartar Duel. The Skaven, especially those of clans Eshin, sent their agents and assassins to every corner of the realm on fell missions that only the Master Clan claimed to understand, and they infest its reaches even now. Yet even with all their artifice, they too have failed to truly tame Ulgu's wilds. Only Malarion himself and his endless legions of cruel-hearted elves can make that claim. Where the Lumineth exist in a symbiotic relationship with Hysh, the elves of Ulgu dominate their spiritual homelands with dark magic. They are more than ready to turn it upon their foes. Blades in the dark. Ulgu is a paradise for ambushers and those who prefer to bleed their foes dry before ever meeting them in open battle. Perhaps nowhere in the realm has seen such vicious fighting as the Shadrach Convergence, a twisting eddy of continental shelves and inland seas where 8 of Ulgu's 13 domains meet. The Shadrach Convergence is one of the most important regions of Ulgu. Here, many of the 13 dominions come to a point, forming natural nodes of trade and politics. That is not to say that the lands here are any less harsh and deadly than elsewhere in the realm of shadows. The seas of Shadrach are swathed in fog, near impossible to navigate without magical means, and home to many malicious entities that delight in preying upon luckless sailors and anyone else who dares to brave the ever-twisting wilds. At the center of the convergence lies the Umbral Vale, one of the most heavily shrouded and gloomiest regions of Ulgu. Here, at the heart of the Heliflux Isles, stands Hagnar, the great temple city of the Canaanite cult and domain of the shadow goddess Morathi. Her deadly flock, the matriarchal warrior elves known as the Daughters of Cain, have dominated the convergence for centuries. eviscerating anyone who dared question the primacy of the Cainite cult. In lightning raids and cruel ambushes, they have slaughtered Chaos worshippers by the thousand, and hauled many more away to be sacrificed in gruesome rituals. Hagnar's position at the center of the Umbral Vale makes it the most important location in the region, and the temple city has grown over the centuries from a humble shrine to an enormous militarized center of worship, with its own trading harbor and a mercenary armada of Scourge Reaver ships. Though initially given to Morathi as an intentional insult, the archipelago of the Helliflux Isles has become a major power in its own right, able to rival even mighty Olguroth, domain of Malarian, for influence. This impressive rise in prominence has been achieved with subterfuge and politicking, and also through the savvy building of alliances. In particular, Morathi has forged close ties with the nearby port of Misthaven, a settlement of the God King that rests on the innermost tip of Clan Rundu. Dominating the sea lanes of inner Shadrach, Misthaven's fleets and armies work in concert with those of Hagnar to control trade both within the Shagrad Convergence and along those routes that enter from distant realms. Aside from the hordes of chaos that still haunt the Olguan wilds, the Vale's main threat comes from Olguroth. That continent, largest of the dominions by far, looms over the Convergence on its easterly flank, its immensity dwarfing the Helliflux Isles, and defended ferociously by Malarion's vast legions. To the west, the Cainite cult has expanded deep into the dominions of Fwarthorn, Valeth, and Clarendu, raising temples and gladiatorial arenas the size of cities. Large swaths of the Convergence remain in the hands of Slaanesh worshippers, Grots and Skaven, and to venture into such territories is to invite a slow and agonizing death. Even in this land, hostile to its bones, worshippers of the God King have carved out an existence. They have learned the same harsh lessons taught to any who dare to dwell within the realm of shadow, and adapted as only humans can to its unique challenges. The Shadrach Convergence seems created solely to terrify those forced to do battle within its bounds. Misty valleys wind on endlessly, obeying no laws save their own maddening unpredictability. Chains of darkness hang in the firmament, their true immensity shrouded by the ever-present fog. Whoever fashioned these foreboding devices is a mystery. But where they meet the earth, they lock the ever-shifting isles of Shadrach in place. Elsewhere, wiry trees seem to take on the shape of slender, thresher-clawed horrors, and rare glimpses of shelter are revealed to be nothing more than cruel illusions. The great crusades of order are are not lightly dispatched into such terrain, for the convergence swallows up armies without a trace, and always yearns for more. Knowledge of the land and of the mercurial weather of Ulgu is essential for any military venture, and so Misthaven and other settlements rely greatly upon scourge privateers and the warriors of the Order Serpentis, both of whom are at home in the mist-shrouded forests of Shadrach. Living in Ulgu demands an adaptable outlook, and those peoples who prefer to lay down firm roots find such a life difficult to bear. Misthaven and other Ulguan settlements have only small populations of Duarden, and fewer still of orders such as the Phoenix Temple, who have great trouble keeping the flames of their shrines alight. Far more common are the insular Darkling covens and the assassins of the Shadowblades, who thrive in the impermanent climate. Perhaps influenced by the elven way of war, Ulguan crusades tend to be smaller yet directed with precision. They are outfitted to wage an asymmetrical campaign, relying on movement and aggression to cut the enemy supply lines and harry their flanks, only laying the foundation of encampments when their foes are dead or in flight. For the God King's folk in Ulgu, the greatest and yet least trusted ally of all is Hagnar and the Daughters of Cain. Tales of Morathi's duplicity and cruelty are well known. Few of Sigmar's folk have not heard of the annexation of Anvilgard, but those humans who dwell within Ulgu possess by necessity a changeable moral compass. Witch elves and even terrifying Skaithborn fight alongside humans when the needs arise, together butchering chaos worshippers wherever they are found. This is only ever a tentative alliance. Both are all too aware that there will come a time when the conflict between Morathi and Sigmar is ignited once again, and tenuous bonds of comradeship abandoned. Misthaven. There is no more infamous den of skullduggery than the seaborne city of Misthaven. This notorious shadow port is home to scoundrels and rogues of all descriptions, and defends itself against the horrors of the wild realms, not with high walls and fortifications, but through trickery and illusion. If an unlearned traveler were to lay their eyes upon Misthaven from afar, they would likely assume it to be nothing more than a free city rooted upon the shores of the penumbral sea. Perhaps not so very different from other great ports such as Anvilgard or Excelsis. Like so much in the realm of shadows, this is a deception. Misthaven is constructed not upon firm foundations of stone, but upon the decks of multitude of seaborne vessels, lashed together to form a floating citadel. Manor houses in Misthaven are not mansions of stone and marble, but many-decked galleons and wide-hulled barks, bedecked with guns and fabulously embroidered sails. Its streets are creaking wharfs bisected by shadowy canals of pitch-black water, and its populace go about their lives underneath the pall of an Ulguan sky, well used to the gentle rolling of the ground beneath their feet and the constant inky darkness about them. The districts of the city are in fact distinct armadas under the rule of free guild captains and fleet masters of the Scourge privateers, and are capable of breaking their moorings and splitting apart if threatened. Much like a shoal of glimmerfish scatters in the face of an onrushing gyre shark, these individual vessels will race for clear water, ensuring that even if some are captured, the greater entity that is Misthaven will endure. The folk of the city of scoundrels have nothing but scorn for high walls and watchtowers. Their way of life demands a less impractically rigid solution to the manifold and ever unpredictable dangers of the realm seas. When the immediate threat has passed, the individual vessels find their way backed together by the light of the Scryer's Ark, the great bark keep of the Celestial Warbringers. A floating fortress of sleek and ornate design, Scryer's Ark is illuminated by the light of Shadrach's gleam, a great floating realm gate that hangs suspended above the Stormkeep's main deck. It appears that the Celestial Warbringers have leashed this portal to their will, but in fact they merely intuit its movements through divination and ritual, and follow its drifting path wherever it leads. They have, however, managed to achieve an arcane method of alternately dimming and focusing the gleam's wan light, shutting it off to shroud enemies in darkness, or sending beams of luminescence across the ocean to call distant ships home. For over a century, Shadrach's gleam has stayed in place over the coast of the Cape of Tenebrax, and so it is there that Misthaven resides. Fortunately, for the unscrupulous types who make up the city's grand conclave, this region is rife for exploitation and profit. Nearby is the dangerous yet economically powerful temple city of Hagnar, stronghold of the Daughters of Cain. Though tensions between Morathi and the God King are delicate after the goddess's annexation of Anvilgard, there exists a tenuous peace and fine prospects for trade. Corsairs out of Misthaven offer not only shadow-woven silks and illusory charms, but also captured prisoners fated for sacrifice at the hands of the Cainite cult. One of the most lucrative trades in Misthaven is that of narcotics and illicit substances. The market of mists draws wanderers, peddlers, and black marketeers from across the realms, and its scourge overseers hunt strange and deadly beasts of the Shadow Sea that possess innate magical abilities. the hideous abyssal glatch, the frenzied sawfang, and untold other abominations. The corpses of such beasts are processed, and their innards alchemized, broken down, and transformed into magical powders, tinctures, oils, and salves. Upon ingestion, these substances temporarily grant unnatural and often bizarre powers, such as the ability to levitate, to channel bursts of predatory aggression, or even to supercharge one's magical potential in an explosion of arcane force. Naturally, such benefits do not come without cost. Rumors tell that the foggy canals of Misthaven are filled with slick-skinned once humans that imbibed too much oil of glatch and were transformed into something terrible and endlessly hungry. It is for such reasons that the folk of Misthaven rely upon helmsmen of the powerful and mysterious Seapath Guild to guide them safely through the forests of masts and hulls that pass for Misthaven's streets. This secretive company jealously hoards the knowledge required to navigate the city's waterways and the eddying currents surrounding them. Each blind and cowled helmsman demands unique payment for his or her services, which can range from tangible treasures such as trinkets and gewgaws, to vials of blood or offered secrets. More mysterious still are the lantern men, those solid hooded figures who warn the populace of imminent danger by tolling their sonorous harbor bells when the mists roll in, and the terrors concealed within them. Misthaven's underground trade in narcotics is utterly illegal, of course, but since it contributes to the city's thriving economy, the morally flexible conclave is more than happy to turn a blind eye. The celestial warbringers, too, appear content to allow an element of criminality to go unpunished. They step in to seize and destroy particularly unpalatable shipments only when their auguries judge it necessary. Misthaven can call upon a large army of Free Guild soldiers, many of whom are press-ganged into service at need. These warriors are trained to specialize in shipboard combat and coastal raiding, but are equally comfortable embarking upon extended campaigns on land. Resources such as wood, stone, and metal are always required, after all, and plundering remains of long-standing cultural tradition. On land and at sea, Misthaven's generals employ the auguries delivered unto them by the Stormcast Eternals to outmaneuver and outwit their foes, supplementing this advanced warning with all the trickery prized by the natives of Ulgu. In a realm of illusion, one's eyes can barely be trusted, and in many ways, the blind man sees truest of all. Rather than relying upon vision alone to locate their targets, Misthaven sharpshooters hone other senses, hearing, scent, and other less easily defined instincts that all Ulgu-born mortals must develop in order to separate deception from truth. These skills are honed at a young age. Misthaven youths feed their families by hunting gloom shrikes and other seabirds amidst the city's ever-present blanket of fog, squeezing their eyes shut and allowing intuition to guide their arrows. Thus, the city's marksmen are accustomed to levels of darkness that would render most other missile troops practically useless. Though, conversely, they have been observed to struggle when exposed to bright light, which seems to dull their unique abilities. Hysh, the realm of light. In Hysh, shining truths can be plucked from the air for those with wisdom to glean them. Before the Spire Fall, it was a place of refinement and high civilization. Tragically, its glory has long faded. For since the obsessions of its people laid it open to Slaanesha's cruel wiles, it has become a place of shattered statuary and broken dreams. Hysh is a realm brightly lit, with elegance in its every aspect. It is a place of learning and symbolism, where symmetry and grace is found in abundance. It is never truly dark there, cycling instead through a warm glow to a searing, dazzling light, depending on the relative ascendance of Hysh and Ulgu. At its heart, areas of lush green grass, tilled wheat, and smooth stone can be found resurgent amongst the cratered, magic-ravaged wilds and shattered spires of elder times. Towards the realm's edge, Hysh breaks down into an abstract, blinding vista of whitish energy, a confusion of linear plains and glassy islands that give way to half-glimpsed shapes and geomantic formulae half seen in the glowing air. The land of Hysh is divided into subdomains known as the 10 Paradises. They are arrayed as a great wheel, the symbol of Hysh itself writ large, with 8 segments surrounding the hub, Zientil, and surrounded in their turn by the rim, Hysh. In Zientil, Sigmarite humans coexist with elves in something approaching harmony. This is born more from their common enemy than from any real bonds of love. Most Hyshian elves find even Azurite humans to be somewhat thuggish and barbaric. In return, humans find elves to be unsettling and aloof. Their mere presence, a reminder that Hysh favors the intelligent and arcane far more than the strong, earthly children of the soil. Even the solutions they choose to heal or reclaim Hysh's wilds are often at odds with one another. Where humans prefer to solve their problems with industry, hard slog, and long campaigns of warfare, elves prefer to use fearsome displays of magic that scour the lands. The elves of Hysh will burn giant runes of salvation into places that their human neighbors have given entire generations to conquer, claiming any collateral damage as well within the bounds of acceptable losses. When the dark powers threaten their alliance, however, the two races fight side by side with devastating efficacy. The shining crusades of Settlers' Gain, whose humble name belies its capital status, are famously effective. They have penetrated deep into the wilderness on a dozen different headings, seizing those sites most valuable to the sanctity of the lands and building settlements, then hamlets, then thriving towns in the microcosmic likeness of their parent city. Several of these have fallen to Auric raiders or chaos-worshipping barbarians, for the eyes of the Lumineth cannot be everywhere at once, especially with their recent Shyishian campaign against Nagash bleeding back into a mountain-shattering confrontation in Ymetrica. Yet, Hysh is being pulled back from the brink. Through the scars of the Okari Dara are still writ large across it. The realm itself is fighting back, taking the form of Elementor spirits to fight alongside Lumineth and human alike. As Teclis had foreseen, a new era of hope is being forged amongst the ruins of a fallen empire. Illuminated conflict. Hysh is the domain of the Lumineth realm lords, who have communed with its geomantic spirits in the search for enlightenment. Here can be found the great nation of Ymetrica, a center of Lumineth power that is also host to a grand experiment in the uplifting of the human race. Ymetrica is one of the most prestigious of the great nations of Hysh, and the largest continent in the part of the realm known as the Ymetrican geosegment. This region consists of several smaller island nations, bordering the gigantic landmass of Ymetrica itself, a vast and temperate expanse of land marked by sweeping plains and soaring mountains. Many of these reach so high one cannot even glimpse their snow-capped peaks. Greatest of them all is Mount Avalanor, which pierces the firmament like a titanic spear. These mountains are centers of spiritual learning, for to reach their upper peaks and gaze down upon the vastness of the land is to understand and accept one's place in the cosmos. Amongst all Ymetrica's wonders, there are hints of a tragic past. The spines of fallen towers, strewn forlornly across the landscape, and now home to nothing but silence. Ymetrica, like all the great nations, suffered terribly during the insanity of the Spirefall, a tragic collapse of the first Lumineth civilization. Yet, amidst the detritus of the past can be found the hope of the future. Broken spire cities that still offer shelter against chaos invaders, and gleaming elementary temples where the Lumineth learn to join their minds with the geomantic spirits of Hysh. shining seas separate Ymetrica from its neighbors, such as the great nation of Zytrek, home to the foremost magic users of the Lumineth, and matriarchal Ilathia, where magical simulacra live and fight side by side. Towards the realm's edge, beyond a sea of liquid luminescence, lies Hyzaya, where not even the Lumineth can live, for the light there burns bright enough to melt the eyes. Hysh may appear at first glance to be a pristine realm, but the corruption of chaos thrives here just as it does in any other realm. The legacy of the Akari Dara casts a long shadow, and in that darkness lurks all manner of horrors. Slanesh-worshipping reavers, in particular, are drawn to Ymetrica and the other great nations, for in its wind-blown wilds they can taste the musk of their lost deity. The Dark Prince is ever the most terrible nemesis of the elf kind, and during the Spirefall, his demons delighted in casting down the proud civilizations of Hysh in an orgy of destruction and debauchery. The Greenskins have never entirely been cleansed from the lands, and ransacking hordes of Iron Jaws and Cruel Boys are a constant menace. These threats must be contained, even as the Lumineth Realm Lords march forth into distant realms, taming the lands with magic and might. A defensive compact with the human worshippers of the God King, then, was as obvious a tactic as it was mutually beneficial. Yet the Lumineth's decision to allow Azurite colonists to pour through realm gates into their domain was not entirely altruistic. Near the center of Hysh can be found the great nation of Zintil, where Sigmar-worshipping humans have settled with Teclis and Tyrion's permission. It is famous for its deserts of fine white sand that stretch from the very center of the continent to the shores of the Girdle Sea, a narrow, circular body of water that separates Zintil from the other great nations of Hysh. Elven ingenuity has watered these arid regions with complex irrigation systems powered by solar stones, in order to render it more hospitable for those humans that arrive through the Arch of Men with increasing regularity. The inherent magic of the Hyshian realm is duller in Zintil, and it is home to fewer geomantic spirits, for these primordial beings prefer the sustenance of the realm's edge. In other words, it is well suited to humanity, who, as far as the Lumineth are concerned, would only sully the more pristine regions of Hysh with their crudeness and greed. Few humans are allowed to visit the other great nations and look upon their glory, but in other aspects they are treated as honored allies, their settlements raised according to the expert advice of elven architects, and subsequently granted writs of trade with their Lumineth neighbors. Zintil is light on raw resources such as Hyshian marble and flexwood, and the Lumineth of Zytrek and Elathia gladly offer surpluses of such materials in exchange for the humans' continued defense of their inner borders. For their part, the colonists of Xiantil, seeking to ape the Lumineth in their eternal quest for spiritual harmony, seek less enlightened souls from distant lands to act as laborers and warriors in their armies, while they go about more important business of self-perfection. In exchange for their sponsorship, the Lumineth occupy positions of high authority in Settlers' Gain, the preeminent human settlement in Hysh, and a vision of the future that the Lumineth envisage for their allies. With the guidance of the Lumineth, it is hoped that humans can learn to reach beyond their meager intellect and simple passions in order to become something greater. Never will they achieve the mastery of body and mind inherent to the Realm Lords, of course, but they can surely be trained to be more incisive tools in the fight against chaos. By decree of Tyrion and Teclis, no great crusade may be launched in their domain by the forces of Sigmar without their leave. Indeed, to many it seems that is the Lumineth and not the God King who command the armies of Settlers' Gain and the other Hyshian free cities. Crusades are directed by free guild generals and stormcast lords in concert with the Lumineth, and are most commonly launched along the harsh Xintilian coast, in lands long considered surplus to the Realm Lord's requirements, and thus home to many bestial foes and worshippers of chaos. In the brief time since the accordance between Sigmar and the elf gods was reconvened, crusades have cleared lands for new settlements, though each push into the wastes has cost a grievous toll in lives. The humans' societal overlords stand ready to defend their ward cities, of course, but in most matters, the Lumineth are content to simply stand watch from afar, observing how their mentees approach each fresh crisis and stepping in when necessary. Hyshian crusades are led by generals and mages, all too aware that a single failure on the field of battle could see them demoted to the lowest strata, or even banished from Xiantil on a pilgrimage of re-education that might last many decades. The more cynically minded might look at the location of the God King's settlements on the dangerous borders of Xiantil and see them as the perfect bulwark to shield the more prosperous elven nations against the rampages of raiding foes. Yet, the common folk of these cities will hear no such conspiracies, and point to the resources lavished upon them by the Lumineth and the many times that the Realm Lords have marched alongside the city's armies. Hyshian crusades typically follow familiar elven techniques more than established Sigmarite doctrine. Ranked formations of spearmen act as an impenetrable wall upon which to break the enemy, while highly skilled archers and battle mages pick off enemy commanders and break up attacks. Luminarchs of Hysh and other arcane engines punch holes in the foe's lines, creating openings for swift-moving cavalry or elite regiments to exploit. It is an ages-old method of making war, and one flexible enough to counter almost any opposition. Even the notoriously demanding Lumineth of Ymetrica were impressed by the valiant performance of Settlers Gain's armies when Nagash's deathly hosts invaded Ziantil. Indeed, it was a battery of Luminarchs from the city that tipped the balance in the final cataclysmic arcane duel between Teclis and Nagash atop Mount Avalenor, a vindication of the Illuminator's patient investment in mankind, and proof that no matter their crude nature, humans were worthy of the magical secrets granted unto them. Settlers Gain, the enlightened city. Many of the free peoples sacrifice everything to be allowed residence in Settlers Gain, the greatest Sigmarite settlement in Hysh. It is a city of unblemished wonder and innovation, a utopia of glittering crystal that demands much of those fortunate enough to dwell within its walls. Settlers Gain is quite unlike most other free cities, with echo constantly to the cacophony of industry and commerce. Here, the skies are unpolluted, and the clean air rings to the sound of melodic singing and lively debate. Elegant spires reach towards the heavens, where crystalline structures hover and rotate. Beneath this majestic skyline, tidy and unprepossessing districts stretch out like the spokes of a great wheel. In Settlers Gain, everything, even the humblest peasant's abode, is symmetrical and perfectly ordered, according to the Ziantil Logica, a treatise upon the refinement of mind and spirit through symbiosis with one's environment. Written by elves with the intention of simplifying these lofty concepts so they can be more easily absorbed by humans. It was the Lumineth that allowed Settlers Gain to be constructed within the borders of Ziantil. It is they, as much or more so than the Conclave or the Stormcast Eternals of the Tempest Lords, that decide upon its matters of governance. Who truly rules the city has always been a source of tension, most starkly exemplified by the bitter arguments over its name. Most humans favor the prosaic one chosen by their ancestors, while the Lumineth insist on calling it Yilorai Zen in their own tongue, and chastising their wards for failing to pronounce the name correctly. The majority of humans are confined to the simple districts, a name that the elves insist merely refers to the manner of the neighborhood's construction. The non-elven populace toil not in factories and workshops. Such base requirements are provided by solar-powered automata of Lumineth design. but in the pursuit of knowledge. They seek mental and spiritual skills that will allow them to ascend to the upper levels of Settlers' Gain. To do so requires a series of examinations overseen by hard-eyed elven invigilators. The final test for any aspirant is to ascend to the highest spires of Settlers' Gain. Such a task is easier imagined than achieved. There is no stair to climb, no gear-driven lift such as might be present in more utilitarian free cities. Instead, the distance must be covered using arcane methods. One might attempt to master the art of levitation, use sorcery to turn their limbs to those of an avian beast, or perhaps join their mind with that of an opterid, one of the insectoid creatures that traveled the high thermals. Many are killed in the process, for the treacherous zephyrs of the upper levels seem to have a life of their own. Those who complete the journey are welcomed not quite as equals by their elven luminaries, but as promising students to be inducted into the next level of enlightenment. The Lumineth call these few select mortals the uplifted, and reward them with yet more challenges. In fact, it soon becomes clear that there will be no end to the tests. For even if a human were to live for decades beyond their allotted span, they would never approach the perfection desired by the Lumineth. Those who protest, or who fail the elves' increasingly exacting demands, are sent on so-called spiritual excursions. The Lumineth portray these excursions as opportunities to bring the lessons of Settlers' Gain to the wider realms, though the assignments cannot be refused. Depending upon the nature of the individual in question, an excursion may take many different forms. Many involve secondment to the military, joining the Great Crusades to found new cities in the image of Settlers' Gain. But others are diplomatic in nature, visiting other free cities to advise upon political matters, for example. Success grants the possibility of resuming one's education with the invigilator's permission. For most, advancement remains nothing but a dream. This causes great resentment amongst the city's lower classes, the earthbound, those who lack sufficient facility with arcane and spiritual matters to advance beyond their station. On 3 occasions, this simmering anger has threatened to boil over into riots. The ringleaders of each remonstration were quickly removed and placed in confinement within the floating enlightenment prisms that hang over the city. Exactly what occurs within these crystalline structures remains unknown to all but the Lumineth and their acolytes. But the majority of those so imprisoned are eventually released having seemingly abandoned all notions of rebellion. Many turn to preaching at those they once stirred into action, urging them to reconsider their ignorant ways. The armies of Settlers' Gain are small yet elite, comprised in the main of volunteers who hope to impress the city's invigilators through exemplary military service. The city's free guilds operate upon a strictly meritocratic hierarchy, with commanders and officers all selected by dictate from on high. These detachments are accompanied by the most advanced magical war machines available to Sigmar's empire, most notably the Luminarchs, which can unleash lances of energy potent enough to sear through several meters of metal. Their terrifying barrages are overseen by the city's battle mages, who hail from the ranks of the uplifted and are privy to many secrets granted to them by the Lumineth. Azyr, the realm of heavens. Azyr is the shining jewel at the heart of the God King's empire, and the location of his great palace city of Sigmaron, a refuge of culture and reason since the momentous battle of burning skies. It has been turned over to the prosecution of Sigmar's realm-spanning wars. The scintillating reaches of Azyr shine the light of 1,000 stars. These are not true suns, distant as they are, but the glimmer of concentrated celestium crystals or remote geomantic phenomena. Together, these form strange, magically potent constellations by which the people of Sigmar's nations guide their prophecies and predictions. They are visible, too, in the other realms as a cosmic swirl. Through the skein of stars hurtle countless meteors and comets. Some crash down to the grand azurite disk below, whilst others are chased by wild Taurolans or star drakes that wing through the azurite vault. Legend has it that when Sigmar was introduced to the glory of Azyr by Dracotheon, the God Kings soon won the allegiance of those people scattered there. The foundation stones of famous Azyrheim were laid where Sigmar initially arrived in the realm. A wide valley encircled by mountains. The metropolis's grandeur became such that it made the capital cities of the world that was look humble. The most glorious of all Azyr's miracles, however, is the Sigmarabulum. That gilded wonder was set in the heavens through Grungni's artifice, Lord Tyrion's mastery of the metaphysical arts, and Dracotheon's power over the heavens. Great ring built around the broken world, so vast that it could house the population of Azyrheim 3 times over. There, was founded the Vault Celestial, home of the Pantheon in times of crisis. There too shone the star Sigindil, all the brighter, its light illuminating the dark moon of Daroth below. During the Age of Chaos, the forges of the Six Smiths were created in the Grand Palace Sigmaron, within which is the fabled anvil of apotheosis. Since it was set in the stars, the Sigmarabellum has rung to the hammers of a legion of warsmiths. Today, as the new crusades march out, bolstered by fresh azurite steel, that clamor is loudest of all. The people of Azyr settled the lands long ago in Sigmar's name. After the Battle of Burning Skies and the Nexus Wars, their congregations were bolstered by the massive exodus that occurred before the sealing of the gates of Azyr. These fortunate newcomers enjoyed a nirvana for a while. Azyr became a great cauldron of civilization. Some were new, some were able to trace their origins to the oldest of humanity's great nations. There, hundreds of cultures and tribes coexisted, united by their hatred of chaos and their dreams of one day reclaiming their lost lands. Though some of these displaced peoples had been driven from their homelands, and others cast adrift on the tides of time, every one dreamed of taking their revenge upon the forces of chaos. Unfortunately, within their ranks, they brought the harrowing shadow of that which they had fought so hard. Hidden as it was, and their newfound privilege brought forth dark feelings in those who believed Azyr settled for good. When Sigmar saw that the seat of his godhood had been tainted, his wrath was great indeed. He smote all those in Azyrheim who held hatred in their hearts, burning out the black shadow of chaos once and for all. Or such was his intent. Over the course of the Age of Chaos, the war cells of Sigmarabellum were steadily filled by the Red-Forged. For here it was that the God King created his new army. The Gladiatorium, that grand gift of illusion given to Sigmar by Malarion, so his warriors could fight to the death and yet rise once more at the end of the day's battle, resounded to the sound of Stormcast Eternals perfecting their tactics and strategies. The monsters that predated upon Azyr's white-capped mountain ranges, long hunted by the God King himself and even Gorka Morka, were driven to the brink of extinction by the Stormcast Eternals that went forth to train in the arts of battle. When Sigmar's new armies returned to reclaim the domains of man, elf, and Duarden, they opened the door for Azyr's finest to join the fight. And where they found victory, raised cities in Azyrheim's image across the realms. So it is that echoes of the architecture, culture, and sensibilities of Azyr can be found in all the settlements of Sigmar's faithful, from the smallest outpost still under construction to the storm-reft prefecture of Hammerhall Aqshy. Though Sigmar originally hailed from a barbarian tribe who fought, loved, and lived as they pleased, with uncounted billions of souls looking to him for salvation, he had little choice but to adopt the tactics of stringent law. In the aftermath of the Purge of Azyr, Sigmar put in place of a body of governance that would oversee the sanctity of his cities. The first council he commissioned was known as the Lords of Heavenhall. 256 elected magnates who made sure the God King's will was interpreted and carried out in every aspect of metropolitan life. This same conclave is echoed in some form in every major city across the realms. And though their reach does not extend to every frontier, for the most part, the tenets of the Sigmarite faith remain true. Similarly, the Azyrite tongue is spoken as a common language alongside the native languages of each realm and region. Almost all the lands under Sigmar's rule use some version of the Azyrite calendar. Each day has between 26 and 30 hours, that being the frequency by which Hysh and Ulgu eclipse one another. And the days are grouped into a week comprising Comet's Day, Moon Day, Zenithus, Sun Wane, Stars Day, Horizon Day, and Void's Day. The last day of each month is called Sigmar's Day, in reverence to the day that Sigmar's tempest broke, and is a festival day in the more affluent cities. All realms, save Ghyran, have either 4 or 6 seasons, divided into 12 months. Coldbane, Shiverblight, Hope's Renewal, Rainstay, High Sprite, Azyr's Gleaming, Meadow Swell, Golden Harvests, Thresh, Windskull, Darkening, and Evenswinter. This ancient order of time is known to bards as the Dance of the Spheres. Some say it was set in motion by an elder race predating even Dracothion and Kragnos. Others, that the realm spheres obey some other form of cosmic law that Sigmar alone can comprehend.